what are the issues of education policies, what are the issues the teacher education policies are trying to address, what is the level of autonomy for universities and teacher educators in practice. With this, I would like to welcome each and every one of you to this presentation. I have slightly changed the title of my presentation since my presentation is going to be on teacher education in Bhutan, and at the same time, I'll try to connect it to how social justice and inclusion issues are addressed through teacher education in the country. Next slide, please. I'll not say much about Bhutan because Tashi yesterday had been very, good in telling you where Bhutan actually, is located and about the country. Just keep on clicking. As all of you know, Bhutan is situated right between India and China, bordered by China in the north and India in the south. In Bhutan, we have 2 colleges of education, just 2 colleges of education that trains teachers for the whole entire education system. Next. The history of teacher education in the country began in 1968 with the establishment of Samsi College of Education, which was started as a teacher training institute during the reign of our late Majesty Drugyalpo Jigme Dorji Wangchu, who was the 3rd king of the country. So ever since the establishment of this particular teacher education college in 1968, in the last 57 years of our service to the nation, we have grown in terms of curriculum, teacher education curriculum, in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of the qualification and the capacity of teacher educators in the country. Next step, please. The other teacher college of education that trains teacher is Paro College of Education. After 7 years of the establishment of the first teacher training college in Samsi in 1975, Paro College of Education was established as a teacher training center. And similar to Samsi College of Education, this particular college, which is located in the western part of the country, also witnessed, phenomenal, growth and development in terms of infrastructure, teacher educators capacity, teacher education curriculum, and then linkages with institutions outside the country. Next. The 2 colleges of education in Bhutan, Paro and Samsi College of Education, have a very specific mandate in terms of educating or preparing teachers for the country. For instance, Samsi College of Education that I work as the head of the college, we have a specific mandate to train teachers for secondary schools in the country. And some of the programs that we offer a Bachelor of Education, be it secondary, which is a 4 years program, and the entry qualification or the entry requirement for the students who comes into this program is high school completion, class 12 past graduates. The next one is the next one is we offer postgrad diploma in education, which used to be a postgrad certificate in education in the past. It used to be a 1-year PGCE program, but because we saw a need to further enhance the quality of the program and enhance address the quality of graduates coming out of this postgrad certificate in education program, we upgraded this certificate program into a postgrad diploma in education program and extended the period of the study to 18 months from 1 year. And the entry requirement for these students who get into the PGDE program is a university degree, a bachelor's degree. The other program, a teacher education program that Samsi College of Education offers is a MAD, Master of Education program for in-service teachers. Currently, we are offering MAD for the STEM subjects, biology, chemistry, maths, and physics, and English and geography. And this is, again, a 2 years program. The entry qualification is BED or BED with some teaching experience in the school. Besides this, I'm just focusing on teacher education. We also offer counseling training, and we also, offer a Bachelor of Arts in Social Work for the social workers. Next one. Our sister College of Education, Paru College of Education, offers more number of teacher education courses that are specifically focused on preparing schools for primary school system. They offer a diploma in ECCD, which is 2 years. The entry requirement is completion of +2, year 12. Bachelor of Education in Primary, which is 4 years. Postgraduate diploma in Dzongkha. Dzongkha is a national language. So Paru College of Education prepares, trains our own language teachers in the country. They offer MAD in primary education for all subjects, 2 years. Then MAD in inclusive education, which is a 2 years program. And the preparation of the MAD in inclusive education is geared towards addressing the needs of mainstream schools that offers special education programs in the country at the moment. But we also have our ultimate goal in the country is to be able to transform all schools in the country into inclusive schools. The next one is they offer MAD in educational leadership or in-service school principals. But this has been put on hold at the moment because the entire education system in the country, including higher education, is undergoing a transformative change. And we have put on hold this particular program for now to relook into how things can be done differently. Next. Teacher education policy, you'll get to know what this news. This is a news clip from our national newspaper. In July, modern education policy crucial for Bhutan's modern education journey. Modern education in Bhutan is quite young. The real impetus for the development of modern education in Bhutan was witnessed in the early 1960s. In the past 6 decades of modern education in the country, we have done pretty good. But in the absence of a national education policy that you heard, from Tashi's presentation yesterday. Okay, there is a draft education policy, but we do not have a formal national education policy as of now. And the Ministry of Education and the Skills Development is working hard to bring out a national education policy pretty soon. So in the absence of a national education policy, we do not at the moment have a national teacher education policy as such. Yet, there are certain key policy documents that have been guiding us to help us develop a teacher education course that is relevant and effective for the country. So no specific teacher education policy as such. However, there are certain policy documents that have been guiding us in developing a teacher education programs for the country. Like Bhutan 2020, a vision for peace, prosperity, and happiness is a development document that has been guided and developed on the basis of the gross national happiness philosophy of development that we take pride in, implementing in the country. Next, tertiary education policy. We have a tertiary education policy that mandates all higher education institutions in the country to follow, to make sure that the kind of courses that we offer in the higher education is relevant and effective. Then Bhutan Education Blueprint 2014 to 2024, which was done during this period to rethink and relook at the way we offer education in the country. Next, Standards for Inclusive Education in Bhutan, which proves as a very useful document to help us initiate and make efforts towards making our school practices much more inclusive. The next is National Policy for Persons with Disabilities, which was endorsed and approved by the government sometime in 2019. This again serves as a bedrock document for initiating any inclusive education initiatives in the country. Then the Bhutan Professional Standards for Teachers, where Tashi is someone who advocates for the implementation of this particular document. Within this document, one of the standards out of the 8 standards, one of the standards states that all teachers in the country have to be able to adopt inclusive education pedagogies in their classroom practice. The next one is other government strategic documents, which are useful in helping us, guide in terms of developing teacher education courses in the country. When it comes to social justice and inclusion per se, in the context of teacher education, historically and culturally, Bhutan has always been a peace-loving, cohesive, accommodating society. Differences in terms of class, ethnicity, religion, gender, and other, differences have never been an issue in the eyes and the minds of our people. Education is provided free by the government, beginning from pre-primary until university. Okay. And this serves as a social enabler in a society to, respect social justice and inclusion. However, especially for those children with special needs and disabilities, they are still at a disadvantage at the current moment. The reason why they are still at a disadvantage is inclusive education has started quite efforts to, address the needs of, marginalized children, especially children with special needs, have started quite late, because until the early 90s and 2000s, we have been struggling to, address the basic needs of, the other population of children in the school. But now in the last 15, 20 years, the government has been, making concerted efforts to address the needs of children with special needs in mainstream school, not special schools. So we do not believe in segregating them in special schools, although there are extreme forms of disabilities that will still, demand for a few special schools to be able to cater to such children's needs. In the pre-service teacher education programs, in both Paro and Samchi, we offer a standalone inclusive education module for all pre-service students. At Paro College of Education, they also offer a MED in inclusive education, as I stated earlier. For Samchi, for pre-service teacher education, especially in the postgrad diploma in education, we have tried to, instead of offering a standalone module, we have tried to embed inclusive education approaches and principles within all the subjects through the pedagogy. At a university, and in 2021-22, Samchi College of Education commissioned a research to study the perceptions and preparedness of higher education institutions in the country towards inclusive education. And this report was presented to the university, the highest academic board of the Royal University of Bhutan. And what we have done is now the key executives of the Royal University of Bhutan and the Dean of Academic Affairs have been oriented to inclusive education principles and ideals. We have also started developing an online course package for training of all academics of the Royal University of Bhutan on inclusive education. And at the same time, we have drafted a framework for inclusive education and higher education system in Bhutan. And this framework is going to be presented to the next academic board that is happening in about a month's time. Next slide. So in terms of the issues that we are trying to address as teacher education institutions, our key focus is the development of a relevant, effective, flexible, fluid, dynamic teacher education curriculum that is timeless in its application and practice. Build the capacity of teacher educators who are not only academically and professionally competent to be able to teach in secondary schools, but at the same time, whose beliefs and ideals of philosophies of education and teaching aligns with the larger systemic goals of the country. Promote research-informed teaching in teacher education courses so that our teacher educators are able to teach using empirical evidences from the field. Build infrastructure in the colleges of education that are state of the art, and at the same time, we are now increasingly thinking of internationalizing teacher education courses so that, we are able to, help and grow our teacher education programs through international faculty exchange and scholarly engagement of this kind of symposium. With this, in terms of autonomy, we have a royal charter that gives us the autonomy, but again, since we are also a university and teacher education institutions that are, dependent heavily on public finance from the government, sometimes it's also difficult to assert that we are completely autonomous. So with this, I know there will be questions later on. I'd like to wind up my presentation here. Thank you, and I would welcome any kind of questions later on. Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dorji. I think that is a very, very comprehensive overview of teacher education programs in Bhutan. And it's also very heartening to know that Bhutan is striving towards making all its schools inclusive. I think we have a lot to learn from that. I would like to invite Diki now to present her opening remarks, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ankur. Since I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, I will just be doing my presentation from here. And after hearing people representing countries and representing the government, I feel a little bit the odd man out. Like I am not representing a country as such, but I will be representing Mizoram, which is a tiny state in the northeastern-most corner of India. And yesterday we have heard something from Delhi University, which is the mainland, as if we may call it that way. So I will be representing a very different, experiences that I had. And whatever I'm going to talk about is based on my experience, and it is not based on research. But these experiences are first-hand experiences, because I was involved with monitoring of SSA schools for about 3-4 years, where we visited all the schools, almost all the schools. I cannot say all the schools, 40 schools in every district, 4 districts in a year. And we have done that for about 3-4 years. And after that, we did some research with RMSA. So I'm very much acquainted with what is going on in the high schools. So my experiences, what I'm going to share, has something to do with teacher professional development and inclusivity also. But first, since we have so many people from outside of India, I will just briefly introduce my state. As I've said, it's a young state. We got our statehood only in 1987, and we were under insurgency because we felt the need to, to be independent from India. That was in 1966. So we were under insurgency, fighting for independence for 20 years, and we came up with a state. And that state, we became a state in 1987. And we got our alphabet in 1894. That was 2 years after Tata Trust was established. So we are very young. And we have our first school in 1897. And from that day onwards, now, as per the 2021-22 report, we now have 3,484 elementary schools and 715 secondary schools and 205 higher secondary schools with 2,77,337 students. And what is very unique about our education is that our pupil-teacher ratio is very good. But what is happening at the ground reality is something else. Our PTR is 1:12 in primary schools, 1:8 in middle schools, 1:8 in high school, and 1:15 in higher secondary schools. But we still have schools with single teacher. So you can imagine how the rationalization of teacher is not happening. And since we, like I said, since we are a very young state, whatever is given to us by the Indian government, we just take it. We just simply take it, and whatever is imposed, let me put it as imposed upon us, it will be taken up in letter, but very seldom in spirit. That is why the present education system, as I said, when we talk about social inclusion or social justice or inclusion, it's still in a very bad shape. With the introduction of Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, as we all know, that flagship program, we started learning something about inclusive education. Although it was there, I mean, somebody must have talked about inclusive education somewhere along the line. But when we talk about the whole scenario of inclusion and equity, it came with the introduction of SSA. And as I've said, whatever is the concept of inclusive education, how we came to learn about that is providing something to CWSN, what we call as children with special needs. That is by providing them something, identifying them, and from the day that they are identified, things did not go the way it should be. You know, when we went for school visit, in one school, we asked students, how many of you are CWSN? Majority of them stood up. And we asked them, what is your, your difficulty? They will think, and they have to have the help of the teacher in saying that I am having a hearing impairment or visually impaired, but in reality, they were not. Just because they were taken as numbers to increase the funding, identification was done. And I was in the appraisal team for SSA budget. And I was trying to, put on the people there that, why do you try to make bigger number of CWSN? They said, Indian government, Ministry of Education has made it a rule that you have to come up with at least 3% CWSN. It's very funny. Why is that? Because per one student at that time, they were given 1,200 money, 1,200 rupees per student. They have to hire special educators in a cluster, at least one. So to come up with their salary, they have to identify. You know, the system, how the system works. Not that budget will be made according to the students, but that students were identified according to the budget that they want, so that the salary will be given to the teachers. So this is what is really happening, actually happening in Mizoram. I don't know about other states. This is how the approach was done at that time. And now coming to social justice, it has become so relevant for Mizoram, especially now. We have refugees coming from Bangladesh. We have refugees coming from Myanmar. We have refugees coming from Manipur, especially now, with the state having that, you all know what is happening now. And it doesn't happen only with the schools. Of course, now we are mostly based on school when we talk about CWSN, but when it comes to social justice, recently, since I am the director of admissions in MZU, I have received letters asking that, why don't you give us special provision, the Kuki Mizo clan, who are not able to continue their studies in Manipur state. But we cannot extend, extend our classrooms. We don't have that facility. So social injustice is there when it comes to these displaced people. So it has become very relevant now as I am preparing for this presentation, as I am preparing now also, I have to think of how do I put these people in. I have talked to my vice chancellor. I'm just sharing my experience. As I've said, I have talked to my vice chancellor. I told him that, sir, you are the one who can give supernumerary seat. That is beyond the existing seat. Maybe we can accommodate them. So these are things that are happening in our state when it comes to social justice. And when we talk about the children with special needs, we talk about giving some kind of special, let me put it as special treatment to students with disabilities. But when we talk about CWSEN, children with special educational needs, there comes the social justice part. Children coming from broken families, children coming from economically backward, disadvantaged, children who don't have even a separate table to study. The only place that they can study it in the school. Maybe we have to extend beyond the class that is from 9 to 3. Maybe we can extend their, their access to the school up to 5. But are our teachers prepared for this? This is what we are going to talk about today. Teacher professional development, in order to see that these different diverse needs are met. And NCTE will provide us with different kinds of courses. Of course, inclusive education is in one of the papers. I have talked to the diets. We have 2 kinds of teacher education program that is in India. In Mizoram also, we have diets in every district, and we have 3 teacher training colleges, which is giving training to secondary teachers, prospective teachers, secondary teachers. And the teacher education program that we have in Mizoram for a very long time was meant for teachers education, teacher apostrophe S education, not teachers education. I think you all know the difference between this. So it was meant for teachers only before. Now we have the pre-service. Pre-service was never there. Why it was never there was that teachers were appointed on political basis because someone is related to somebody and they will not have the required training. As a result of that, the government in the end felt that since from somewhere, higher authorities, they say that you have to have qualified teachers, so they will go back to training them in service without the teachers having any enthusiasm to prepare themselves, to make themselves better. Just to get that certificate, they will get their training. That is how the whole thing has become, I should not call it as a scam, but it's in a very bad shape. And now coming to that, I don't know whether anyone is from Hyderabad. We have lots of teacher training institutions in India. My very recent experience, one distant relative, he wants to be in the teaching profession, but he could not go for the general teacher education program that we provide in Mizoram. He got himself enrolled in Hyderabad. Only 3 weeks back, he went to give an exam. His wife was pregnant. He came back within a week and he said, I have hired someone to write for me. I don't know which teacher training institution it is. It's in Hyderabad. He came back. He is my distant relative. How can we get good teachers if we have that kind of trained teachers? This is what is happening. And it may be happening in Hyderabad, but it is affecting Mizoram because people are paying them and coming back with the degree. And we let our children go to the school who hired this kind of teachers. Now I will come to the end. I have lots of literature which I have, collected in order to support my own presentation. But in the end, what I want to share today is that there is a big gap between theory and practice. That is the reason why we still fail when we come to inclusive education and when we talk about social justice. Big gap between theory and practice. Big gap between ideas and practice. We will put, yesterday we talked about, is it another kind of policy? So we put many things in our policy. When we look at NEP 2020, it's full of ideas. Just one comment I want to make on NEP 2020. Actually, I was thinking that somebody from education will be there. When I look at the members, somebody from ISRO, somebody, please forgive me if I sound too skeptical. Somebody from education should be there, but then it all came from some people from science or whatever. But these 64 pages, it's very good in the end. But I was skeptical. The first time I saw the members and that 494 pages, it's ideas. But they make it workable. Let's hope it's workable, these 64 pages. And we don't put the stakeholders. We don't consider them. We don't consult them when we prepare policies. Now, important points for teacher professional development, that's what I am about to say, is that we have to shift from equality to equity. We all know what it is. Yeah. Now, from sameness to fairness, and not considering the child as a problem, but considering the system as a problem. The system should be taken as a problem, not the child as a problem. And we should change the system. And inclusive pedagogy should be there in all teacher training programs. We teach our teachers to become teachers, to teach average students, to teach normal students, let me put it that way, to teach normal students. And pedagogy of teaching social science, pedagogy of teaching physical sciences, all these are there, but the pedagogy of inclusion is not there in the curriculum. So these should be introduced. And one thing I will just end, I have some points, but I will not talk about that. These days, I'm very concerned with keeping up, maintaining professionalism among the professionals with respect to teacher education. Professionalism should be maintained. Teacher educators should try to instill professionalism in the student teachers who will become professionals, so that they will be able to deal with all kinds of students who come under their, their umbrella. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Diki, for sharing your experiences. It's interesting to see how there are different forms of inclusion and the various ways in which the system fails us. Inviting Manish Jain now to the floor to give his opening comments. Those of us who heard Manish yesterday can expect analogies of food and Bollywood. But Manish, you still have only 10 minutes to present. Sorry.
Confidential sources from Intelligence Bureau have told me that Yusuf Saeed and Ankur Madan had a conversation where they together challenged me, because yesterday Padma and Yusuf were counting how many references of Bollywood and how many of food. So even as 3 homework tasks were given to me by Mythili, for which I am grateful, they together posed the challenge, can you make a presentation without Bollywood and food? So that's my test. Rest of it, it seems, is a subsidiary subject, whether you pass it or not. Okay. I'm seriously grateful for these 3 questions, which Mythili painstakingly sent to me. I'll share with you. And also to Padma and Yusuf, they both have been repeatedly engaging me despite my bakwas of Bollywood and food. The 3 homework tasks, and I begin here, everybody has taken 15, I'll take 16. The 3 tasks are, first was, what is the systematic support required to enable practices? The second thing was, the question which was asked was that what is the nature and form of professional development? And the third question Mythili ma'am gave me, what is the nature of research required to rethink education? What I'll do is I'll first set the context with instances, observations, a nazm and a poem, no Bollywood, no food. And then I'll go and answer all these questions one by one. Since yesterday, we have been referring to context and contextualization in our discussions about teachers, teacher education, and teacher professionalism. It would be great to make sense of the context which we'll get from these instances, observations, and Lazum poem. First, the three instances. A principal named Tippawahi in Muzaffarnagar asked Hindu classmates to slap the Muslim classmates. This is a news item many of you may have seen. Second is a news item from Indian Express of 30th August, which reported that the Delhi police said that they have filed a case against a Delhi government school teacher for allegedly hurling communal slurs at 3 or 4 Muslim students in her class. The third instance is in the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi people saw the slaughter of more than 1 million people over the span of 3 months in Rwanda, a country in Africa. The underlying ideology of the genocide had been promoted in Rwanda for nearly 30 years before the mass atrocities took place. The ideology was integrated into school curricula, perpetuating the idea of a clear division between Hutu and Tutsi students and marginalizing the latter. It's the latter who were killed. Priests and teachers, that's what you shared with me, were the two communities who had information about the identity of students being Tutsi, which was revealed to make genocide happen. This is also in response to the question which was unanswered yesterday. I don't remember the name of that student. She was sitting there and she had asked about, can teachers be not blamed? We'll go to that question, but let me also set a few minutes in terms of the context, besides these instances, which themselves are context. We, as referred yesterday, we are referring to a South-South cooperation and contestation. But as I said yesterday, there is global South and there are global North. And we need to be aware about histories and relationalities. And we need to be also aware about continuities of colonialism in terms of legacy, but also increasing inequalities within the global South, where everyone in the global South is not equal in terms of countries. But also we need to be aware that today Indian capitalists are investing in Africa. So there is this simultaneity of colonial victimhood and perpetratorship. There is an expansion of global capital within which Indian capital too is involved. So instead of a singularity, if we constantly look at the shifts, it would be helpful to think in terms of relationships. Second thing, there is also a global rise of authoritarianism and hyper and muscular nationalism across several countries in the world. And it is in that context we are talking about systemic reform, nature and form of research, and teacher professionalism. Third, everyday violence and conflict, of which several examples have been given by my eminent panelists here and yesterday as well. They are part of our experiences. Fourth, contemporary global and national discourses about teachers, evaluating them in terms of accountability, efficiency, performance, learner outcome. They provide a technocratic and teacher-proof models of teacher and pedagogy, about which Padma and Rahul wrote in terms of new public management versus the humanist professional model of. So when we are thinking about professionalism, we also have, I had given reference to derision of the public education and teachers as leader discourse in Teach for India fellowship and discourse, about which Vidya has written repeatedly. We have increasing privatization in schools, which was already very high, more than 80% in teacher education. There is a scam of teacher education, which the previous speaker just referred to, but also what Subbu from Eklavya would term contractualization and proletarianization of teaching as a profession, okay, or as job. So there is increasing presence of the market and philanthropy in provisioning content and training of teachers. There is increasing access of the marginalized to schools and in higher education institutions. Teacher education also institutions also, which provides hopes of social mobility and making difference in the lives of self, family, community, and nation. So it is in this context and also diversification of the demography of teachers. My master's students on my suggestion, Aruth Kothuria, did this work about which I'll refer later. It's in that context that the three important questions which Mythili posed to us, we need to think about. Let me go now to the second and final section, answers to all the three questions. So the first question is about systemic things. So I want to say that when we are talking about system, there are two things we need to remember. Okay? A, that when you are talking about systemic response, she is drawing our attention to a difference which Professor Krishna Kumar repeatedly made, that education exists as an idea and education as a system. She is not asking to us at present to first start with idea of education, which we also need to, but to understand that it is a system. Now, what does this system do? This system does not only offer mobility, but it also reproduces structures and relations of inequalities. Okay, so sociology of education course or histories of education course, which we do. The second thing which we need to understand, so three things in terms of systemic things which I wish to point. A, redistribution of resources for public funded education, teacher education amidst school rationalization and closure, privatization, and changing demography of public schools. That has to be a systemic response. The second is representation in decision-making bodies of what groups and professionals we need to think. Third thing which Nidhi repeatedly pointed out, and from the very beginning, and we need to move beyond the discourse of deficit. But I wish to just add two more things here. She pointed to not looking at teachers and not looking at students as deficit. And yesterday I referred to not looking at teachers in terms of deficit and as termites, but also deficit in terms of certain marginalized groups, which was also referred to that they cannot do. So it could be in terms of caste, it could be in terms of gender, it could be in terms of when those teachers passed communal slurs in terms of religious ethnicity or identities. It could also be in terms of different abilities, but also of poverty, which my previous speaker alluded to. And the fourth thing, which we need to also say very clearly, and he said this, children, and I'm here quoting John Holt, children are not materials to be given certain forms as, but they are human beings with immense possibilities. And one of our colleagues' children asked her, don't mediocres also have a right to life? We teachers are constantly working with the idea of ableism. So when you are talking about teacher professionalism at systemic level, these four things. Now, second question, what is the nature and form of professional development that prepares teachers for social justice and inclusion? So first is, I want to say that we need to think about the terms themselves with attention to their historical lineages. So what is the history of professionalism in West, in England, in UK, in US, and in colonized countries? So yesterday, I think our friend from Tanzania and Nigeria pointed out that there were only 35 teacher education institutions. Now, why there were only 35 educational institutions in the entire country? Did it mean that in comparison to India, where there was also a shortage of teacher education institutions during colonial period, were there no teacher education institutions in these African countries during colonial period? So those colonial lineages and historical trajectories of the concepts also have to be seen, about which I'll discuss a bit later. And the second thing here I want to say is that we need to, Professor Said pointed to in his last comments in the evening that why it was so, because there was logic of instruction. The colonized have to follow what the colonizer instruct. So what is our opposition to this? I am suggesting two concepts. A is autonomy. Autonomy at the level of teachers and autonomy at the level of institutions as well. Academic autonomy as well as pedagogic and autonomy in class, but also capabilities. Because often this question that state functionaries or teachers don't have capabilities. So capabilities in Amartya Sen's concepts of both teachers as well as with reference to students is significant, where they are not only just delivering lesson plans, but there is also a question of problematization, but moving beyond immediacy. Second thing is, my colleagues have repeated Professor Said, teaching beyond as single heroic, so I'll not go on that. But we also need to ask who is asking the question and who is articulating it about teacher professionalism or questions of deficit health. So I'll here like to quote two works which come from whiteness studies, and I'll bring it to our own context as well. So anti-race and anti-caste critique of whiteness says, this is Nez Perce, who was an indigenous person from Canada. In 1877, he wrote, "The whites told only one side, told it to please themselves, told much that is not true, only his own best deeds, only the worst deeds of the Indians," these were red Indians, "has the white man told." And so when we are thinking about whiteness, or in Indian context, we are thinking about caste privileges. So we need to understand whiteness versus Brahminism or caste privileges as locations, discourses, and material relations, a location of structural advantage of race privilege or caste class privilege, a place from where the privileged look at themselves, others, and society. So when we are going to talk about professionalism, this idea that as if professionalism hangs in abstraction outside the structures of inequality and relationships, I think will be very problematic. We need to look at that. And again, I'll come from anti-colonial decolonization literature to look at how even the question of professionalism gets re-articulated or responded to. So we need to engage, and I was choose because this was a question asked yesterday, how do we engage with theory and practice? And again, the question came. So I want to say that we need to engage both theoretically and conceptually. And please allow me here. So we need to engage with both the words, the concepts, and their meanings. I'll read a small extract in Hindi and then translate it in English from a nazm by Javed Akhtar Sahab. मुझे तो ये लगता है जैसे किसी ने ये साजिश रची है कि लफ्ज और माने में जो रिश्ता है उसको जितना भी मुमकिन हो कमजोर कर दो, कि हर लफ्ज बन जाए बेमानी आवाज, फिर सारी आवाजों को ऐसे गडमड करो, ऐसे गूंधो कि एक शोर कर दो। ये शोर एक ऐसा अंधेरा बुनेगा कि जिससे में बिछड़ जाएंगे अपने अपने लफ्जों से सारे गूंगे मानी, भटकते हुए रास्ता ढूंढते हुए वक्त की खाई में गिर के मर जाएंगे। I feel as if someone has devised a conspiracy so that the relationship between the world and its meaning make it as weak as possible, so that each word becomes a voice without any meaning, so that all these different voices get convoluted in a manner as if it's just a noise which will construct a darkness in which the words and the meanings will be lost and they'll die. So I think repeated emphasis, in which Bindu was posing to us yesterday with reference to Sussex, that how we think about practice and theory, meaning making. I think there is no human life without meaning making. And any attempt at meaning making, even if you don't read Dewey, you are theorizing. But it's a training in theorizing as well as in engagement with practice, which I feel has to be central to the question of professionalism. So we need to ask what is practice and what it is meant for. So is practice means that we teach our B.Ed students how to fill registers, or is it a practice of compliance, or as I say, is it a practice of competitive subservience? So a common person, somebody, a vegetable seller said to me in our neighborhood, I was talking to him about my own life. We were having conversation. He said, sir, naukri means na nahi kari. Job means never say no. So if we are preparing for practice, are we also preparing for compliance, or are we preparing for autonomy? Okay. And then see relations and intersectionality of powers. So if you have to see at international baccalaureate and schools of excellence by the AAP government and rural schools without teachers, these are not discrete phenomena. There are interrelationships between them. And it's in that context, then one needs to think about, I'll just take 2-3 minutes. So that's where Hindi poet Kunwar Narayan tells us, तुम्हारी दृष्टि में मैं विद्रोही हूं क्योंकि मेरे सवाल तुम्हारी मान्यताओं का उल्लंघन करते हैं. In your eyes, I am rebellion because my questions violate your assumptions. So teaching that has to be part of professionalism, and we need to move beyond these smart boards and think of culture and professionalism, culture neither as ahistorical and ossification. There's a work on Namibia where when Dewey's conception of child thing goes there, child learning, so a lot of teachers interpreted it that we don't need to teach, and it led to higher teacher absences. So how in a certain context, the whole question of translation of terms and meanings happen, we need to say. Last question, 2 minutes. What is the nature of research required? So I, somebody who engages with both history and sociology simultaneously, look at historicity, not only with reference to past, but also of the contemporary. B, bring narratives. Recently, I was fortunate to evaluate Meenakshi Ravivanshi's MPhil thesis at NIPA, which was on caste and gender intersectionality of higher education institutions. And she points out through narratives of 20 higher education Dalit girls, what kinds of discrimination they face. Since I have less time, if somebody is interested, I'll talk about it in detail. But just 2 things about that. It is not just about experience and narratives. She points out that how when public forms of exclusion are getting reduced, how in the private lives in multiple forms, as she says, about how laughter, about praise, about being object of bets, about sexual availability, virginity and character, about how innocent inquiry about identity triggers memories of violence, or about friendships, peer networks, intimacy and marriage, how they are marked by caste, emotional and sexual exploitation. So when we are talking about teacher professionalism, we are not just teachers, we are also human beings who are also gender, caste and class. And that's where I noticed this earlier in UNESCO's, which CETE brought it, no teacher, no class. But Arushi Kathuria did this master's dissertation with me, where she points out that how both gender and caste demographics of teacher population in India is shifting. So when you are thinking about teacher professionalism, then on the one hand, that scam of teacher degrees, which Madam was talking to, in relation to who is coming to teachers, is something to be talked about. And we need to also think about violation and violence. And last thing, we need to think about feminist perspective on professionalization of teaching. Because women teachers are professionals as well as they traverse the worlds and divide of public and private. So what are how that 2 languages of public and private are coming together? And I'll give last instance where the language of devotion and commitment has received enough feminist theorization. And at the same time, the language of care, nurture as natural and expected from women also comes here. So when we are thinking about this, the questions of both conceptual engagement as well as experiences will be important along with looking at social movements. Thank you very much. No Bollywood, no food.
Thank you. Nevertheless, very captivating. Thank you very much, Manish. I think there were lots and lots of ideas in your talk. You laid down the context for us. You spoke about ableism, autonomy, and your articulation of, I think, professionalism, talking about practice, compliance versus autonomy, and bringing in narratives and research. All very, very interesting and incisive. I think we don't have so much time for me to pose any questions now, although I did have a few things on my mind. But what we will do is, since these are the only 15 minutes that we have left, I will open it up to the floor for some interaction with the panelists. Maybe we can take about three to four questions in the next 15 minutes. Okay. Okay. So one question that I actually had for all the panelists was about research. I think the epistemologies and sources of knowledge that we need to build knowledge in this area, I think, is a very important question. And I was hoping to get some responses from all of you on that. And the other question that I had in my mind was related to what comes across as a common theme, especially when we work in areas of inclusion and social justice, is about building what we call dispositions, right? About attitudinal overcoming what are commonly called as attitudinal barriers. So what implications does that have for our teacher education programs? How does one even build those dispositions? And what are those moral sensibilities? And how does one incorporate those in the curriculum of teacher education programs? Those were some questions that I had. If we could take some questions, perhaps from the audience as well, and if one of you wants to respond to either of these questions, perhaps we could club all that. Is that fine? Yeah, all right. I see a lot of hands up. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm inspired by not just today's panel, but the panels in the previous day as well, to suggest that maybe we need to be developing a much more deeper theoretical discourse about small island developing states. And here I'm not referring to them as a geographic construct. I'm referring to the relations of power between the big and the small, whoever that may be. They might be hegemonies that operate at international level, but they certainly, from the case studies that are coming through, a kind of discourse that's developing beyond exoticizing the small or exoticizing the demographics of a particular context, to move us to be able to ask questions of relations of power and the way in which we're understanding what is referred to in recent literature on small island developing states, a third generation of studies to move the discourse away from either the descriptions of demographies and all the categories of exclusion and inclusion, to move us to a discourse that is attempting to look at a not celebration of the difference, but the third generation to say, how can we learn from the small? What can the small teach the big? And I think those will deal with issues of relations of power. And I'm hearing a discourse across today and yesterday that there probably is a new discourse that we need to be pushing much more strongly around this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hey.
I think we'll have time for only 4 questions,
Okay.
right?
I'll be short. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Well, the question is, and the comments are for all the panelists, because one of the things that we kept on using is the idea of inclusive education. And
So little
one of-
louder, sir.
one of the ideas that we all use, and we repeatedly use this within the discourse of education, is the idea of inclusion and inclusive education. So I wanted to start from another point of view to suggest that in certain ways, and most certainly, we all are in certain sense disabled. All of us, intellectually, especially intellectually, because we are just, at the end of the day, human beings, just beings which move from here to there, to, you know what I mean. And we're just human beings who are trying to grapple with all kinds of things. So the idea of inclusion and exceptionalism needs to be changed, and that can be changed only when we understand. We try to say that we're all disabled intellectually in certain ways. We can't learn from the subaltern because we are disabled. We know that they are, I mean, it's politically wrong to say that they are less intelligent, but they are, because they've been denied intellectual labor. And somebody who's denied intellectual labor remains unintelligent. So in that sense, we all are, some get more education and they get intelligent, and they get into the idea that we have this intellectual understanding, but we are all in that sense destitutes. And in this together, that's one of the ideas to move the discussion pointer. And the second thing was, because in this whole discussion of inclusive, there is some kind of social Darwinism that creeps in, of able-bodied taking care of the disabled. So that needs to move if we want to think of education, especially in case of education. And there was one question of autonomy that was raised.
Yeah, could you
Yeah.
please limit
Yeah,
your questions?
And
I
I'll
think
just
we'll
say,
move to the
yeah,
others as well, if it's all right.
yeah.
please.
Okay. I just want to say, along with autonomy, we could also think of the idea of autocritique as
Okay.
as a way of thinking.
Okay, so
Thanks.
we'll take
I'm
two
sorry,
more questions.
sorry for.
Yeah, no
sorry.
problem. We'll take two more questions. Yes, ma'am.
As we were talking about the education system, so I want some comments from the panel on the power relations between the bureaucracy and the teachers, the way they are located. And another one is that, yesterday we were talking about the mid-level functionaries as well. So how we see how they should be, how we should be looking after their CPD or professional development in terms of inclusion. Because finally, when they go to the schools, they have a different idea, and again, the teacher is.
Yeah, got it. Yeah. One more last question, and then we will have to.
Hello.
Yeah.
So, of course, I'm lucky to get a chance because you have restricted the question. But what I'm thinking, I mean, I'm listening carefully this is because that the model of critique that is broadly delineated by the vocabulary that we are choosing, that is one set of our intellectual exercise. Then model of solution. The difference helped me to just go back and think about if when I listening the similar kind of panel of the hardcore practitioner, they hardly come into the articulation that there is a need of balance between theory and practice. It's actually come from the other side. See, sometime what happened, and this is my question, that the critic itself a problem. For example, the noted story writer, H.G. Wells, when he articulated Country of Blind. So he tried to help us to reach to a situation so that we should not be blinded toward the larger critique that emerging from those days society. But same time, eventually we know that once, if suppose that a person, I mean, a student who don't see and read this story, how can he react on this story? So when the practitioner listening to us, I mean that the need of theory, how they realize and how, what kind of vocabulary help us to reach them. That could be probably good to know. Thank you.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Yes, second to the last speaker, I'm just touched by your experiences, like you touched the lion's tail. We have worse situations like that in our country. Most often than not, we have two types of virus, the green and the red virus. And in the private sector, it is affecting teaching and learning, affecting teachers because of the proliferations we have all over in private schools. We have the board. Now, somebody asked questions about the union, like in my own country, what efforts, why are they in there? Yes, in your country now, do you have a pressure group like the unions? If such situations occur that can fight for the freedom of teachers and the learners, because also we have the industrial courts.
Okay, I think now we will allow the panelists to respond to the questions. You can decide how you want to. Nidhi, would you like to respond perhaps to the second question? Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Oh,
sorry, I was talking to myself there. So I'm going to take up the two questions that Professor Madan put forward, because I think there are other people who can take the other view or respond to this, and I'll keep my remarks very short. Sources of knowledge, type of research. I totally agree where Manish was talking about notions of narratives and teachers' narratives. I am not one for proponent of a certain kind of a research approach, but I think different stakeholder groups, involvement of their voices, seeking creative ways of engaging with different stakeholders within the education system to understand how they feel about the education system, what are the experiences, is hugely important. What has really surprised me yesterday and today is how little we've talked about children. Ultimately, we're training teachers to work with children, but they don't seem to be part of a discourse. So the question which was raised yesterday, quality teacher, I want to spend time thinking about how does a child experience a quality teacher, especially in a context where things are changing. The way children learn is changing so rapidly. If we assume they learn only in classrooms, we are so mistaken. They have the world at their fingertips on their mobile phones. So understanding children's voices, how they experience classroom, how they experience quality teachers is fundamentally important from where I sit. And that links in with building dispositions and how do we build moral sensibilities within teacher training programs. So, and it really resonated with me because we've just doing a project in Rwanda, which has undertaken a huge reform of the secondary school education system. And we are evaluating the reform agenda there. And as part of the reform agenda is focused on developing quality teachers. So we asked children, secondary school boys and girls, we did extensive focus group discussions, participatory methods, using very arts-based approaches to capture what is it that children was saying is a quality teacher. And it's really interesting. One of the most important things they highlighted was teacher disposition, how teachers behave, how they interact, do they value us in the classroom, etc. So absolutely, Professor Madan, that's extremely, extremely important. And I think one of the fundamental ways of building that is through reflection, reflective practices within teacher training programs, where programs are not just about content knowledge and delivery of the content knowledge, but also reflexive practice. And I think there is so much of scope. I was talking to Dr. Seema Nath here, who does work in Umeed, and she was telling me fascinating stories about how within the teaching training programs, they are building spaces for reflection. And I think that's really powerful. So I'm going to stop there.
please feel free to take up any of the questions. I think the panel is free to choose which question they want to answer. If you want.
Okay, I think many of the reactions that we got from the audience is not necessarily questions. Some are just observations, as I've seen it. Just responding to the, the power pull between bureaucrats and teachers. As I've said, I will talk about Mizoram only. There's quite a pull because teachers are never regarded as the, important, how do I say, important workers in the workforce, because the bureaucrats who are at the level of the making decisions, they will always be trying to, in Bhutan, you talk about teachers being paid the highest. But in Mizoram, what happens is that it will be the bureaucrats at the authority level who will try to pull down the pay level of the teachers because they felt that they are not doing much work, that their work is restricted to the 9 to 3, whereas they are working 9 to 5, not knowing that they regard teachers as someone not professionals, but doing just some job. So that has created a lot of tension between the teachers as well as the bureaucrats. Of course, in Nigeria, you talk about teacher union, we have teachers association, and they will be inviting top authorities in their conferences, asking for something. And I don't know whether it happens in other states also in India. Now we are going to face election in December or end of November. Now everyone has become a pressure group, trying to get something from the government which is ruling, so that this is the right time that they have to put, even from teachers' side. Now they are talking about getting the enhancement, things like that. But at the bureaucracy level, this is not, accepted by them. And we have, in a small state like us, although I talk about the teacher pupil teacher ratio, which is very good, but still we have a vacancy of more than 3,000 teachers, which has not been filled for maybe the past 10 years. Whereas at the civil service level, every year there will be an examination because they are the ones who are dealing with the files. So this is what is happening in our state.
Dr. Dorji, would you like to talk a little bit about unions? Do you have teacher unions in Bhutan? Maybe you could respond to that. Manish can take the next.
How about you put your chair?
Sorry. It's okay. Thank you. At the moment, in Bhutan, we do not really have any teacher unions as such. We are a small country. The kind of, the teacher number that she shared yesterday, not even 10,000 at the national level. We do not have, and because we are a small, community, as a person who has served in the education fraternity for the last 28 years, I also, at the moment, do not really see the need for a teacher union or a teacher association as such. The way we look at in the future, if ever we have such a union as such, is not a union or a community that fights for the rights of teachers, but we are talking about establishing a teacher, council, a national teacher council, or a national teacher service that fights to not just, that is there to not just fight for the rights and well-being of the teachers, but at the same time, an organization that monitors the quality and standards of teachers to ensure that the current shortcomings that we face in the whole education system are addressed adequately, with teachers being the pivot of any initiatives or efforts taken to address the quality, the concerns that we have regarding the quality or the standard of education in the country. Maybe I would like to just share my thoughts based on how we understand inclusion in Bhutan. When we talk about inclusion, although the focus often is drawn towards children with special needs or disabilities, every person who talks about inclusion should also be mindful that we are talking about the general differences that we see in our community or in the society. There are, needs that are observable, but at the same time, disabilities that are quite, inherent, very implicit, but at the same time, respecting the need that when we prepare teachers for the school system, every teacher is mindful that no matter, even in the absence of any forms of observable disabilities, children bring a great deal of differences in terms of the intellectual abilities, the emotional health, their social, and communication skills, their physical health, the kind of family background they come from, socioeconomic status, cultural background, all such differences need to be at least considered. And I think as long as that we are able to prepare teachers who are open and who accept such differences that children will bring into the classroom, such kind of thinking and attitude or dispositions towards inclusion will benefit the whole system and not just children with disabilities. So this is how we look at inclusion. And I think this is not different, in other contexts also. Thank you.
I don't know the name of the person who was asking questions about subaltern and social Darwinism. I'll be brief. We can have a longer conversation later on. First of all, social Darwinism says that only the fittest have to survive, and the others are lower in hierarchy. It does not, even in colonialism, it was used in case of African colonization on here, that being the higher intellectual race, where the others are children, and we are adults in social evolution, and we have the responsibility to progress, and it was a relationship of tutelage and domination. So to equate the idea that the able-bodied are taking care of differently abled is social Darwinism, I think is a travesty and a misrepresentation of the conceptual understanding. Rather, the perspective which Nidhi and other scholars pointed to, and as Jain Martin would say, that human life is also, if it can be built around violence, it can also be around care, concern, and compassion. So it's in that spirit of 3 C's of care, concern, and compassion that those who are in any way, it's a social responsibility, and it is a question of ethics from which it governs. Similarly, I disagree with the idea that subaltern have been denied intellectual labor. They have been denied from certain sources of knowledge. But what as scholars would ask, that what is the knowledge that they have? And in a different discourse, it is asked that it is their labor which also enabled others to produce a certain intellectual labor from which they themselves are excluded and misrepresented. So the claim is twofold: A, at the knowledge of the human society; B, at the exclusions; and C, as drawing on Nancy Fraser, I was saying representation, redistribution, recognition. So both representation and recognition of their differences, voices, experiences, and knowledge. The other question which Ajay asked about the model of critique and model of solution, I think often one is not looking at Kanun ka taraju, where Kanun andha hai, and sometimes it balances this side and sometimes it balances this side. One is not actually looking at balance, rather one is looking at, since Ajay himself has taught at schools, has been in policy spaces, and also in research and teacher education, one is looking at possibilities of conversations and learning from these various conversations where there have been absences of such things. And the question is about, so one is, and the second thing which I think is underlining importance is the difference of vocabulary but also maybe difference of questions from which and locations from which questions are being asked. So I think that's a question which requires definitely a greater engagement in how we conceive professional development, both in CPD and in initial teacher education, which we can carry on given the we have limited time. I feel.
Yeah. So I think we will end the panel now because the other sessions must begin on time as well. I would like to thank Professor Singal, Professor Dorji, Dr. Manish Jain, and Dr. Hnamte for their very, very enriching discussion that we've been able to have. And thank you very much, audience. I hope the conversations can continue on the sidelines of this symposium. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Professor Ankur. We'll be breaking for tea and we'll reconvene at 11:30. I kindly request everyone to please settle down. We are starting the next session. We have Professor Simon Thompson joining us online, and he'll be chairing the session. Over to you, Professor.
Good morning, everybody.
Hope you can hear us.
I can hear you well. Thank you very much indeed. Can you hear me
We can't
okay?
hear you. Can
Let
we
me
just
turn
have an
up.
audio check? Professor Simon, could you hear us, and can you please confirm?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me okay?
We can't hear you.
My mic is on.
Simon, we can't hear you, I think.
If you could just check your mic. That's our problem.
I think they can hear us on the Zoom. It's just in the room that you can't hear me.
Just a minute, Professor. We are checking from our side as well.
Can you hear me now? Unfortunately, I can't hear anything now that might be happening in the space. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Professor, we can hear you now.
You can hear me now. That's very good news. Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Right. Well, without any further ado, I shall make a start. Thank you very much. So I'm just going to share my screen briefly. Thank you very much. So, colleagues, good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are. I arrived in South Africa on Sunday, and as I got off the plane at Johannesburg, I was greeted with lots of publicity and excitement about BRICS being hosted in South Africa. And it was very interesting from someone from England to arrive and see lots of different states coming together in a purposeful, meaningful way, and Britain not being represented in that space. And it was useful then when I started to kind of rethink about the work that we'd done together on this teacher education project, to think about the British role within that and what's gained by understanding the position of different countries. So I just, before we begin, and I invite the speakers to present a few kind of words to get us started, the importance of this comparative study in initial teacher education is underlined, I think, by kind of 5 key areas, which I'm just going to share very quickly. One, most importantly, which drove the study, is this kind of engaging with global discourses, 2 particular areas around quality and equity, which dominate, recognizing them as kind of these twin imperatives which don't always work together, and are also very difficult to achieve. Secondly, the value, if you like, that came from the study is looking at not just the traditional structures for teacher education within each of the states, but also looking, if you like, at new actors who were also active in teacher education and how they manifested themselves in different states. Also a recognition, if you like, that it didn't matter where you were, whether you're in the global north, global south, in any of those systems, there was a drive towards competency-based, standards-based systems, which have been dominant, if you like, in Britain for some time and have been adopted by others, which is regrettable, if you like, because they're not always perfect and don't bring the best outcomes into teacher education, but was a kind of has been a prevailing theme. In this particular study, we'll hear about 3 case studies from BRICS. I don't know why it says Brazil there. I'm Brazil first, South Africa, and India being the 3 from the BRICS, and then Britain included as both a kind of lingering colonial presence, at least for 2 of those states, but also as another point of direct contrast and comparison, particularly since some of the trends that are identified in the study have emerged, if you like, initially within Britain and have reached a kind of an advanced stage. And just recognizing, if you like, something else that's is used and we'll hear about is this kind of multi-case study approach, where researchers looked at the shared and unique historical context, looked at the available secondary data and policy frameworks which are in the public domain, and then used interview records with stakeholders in teacher education, teacher educators, teachers, partners, students, in order to get the fullest picture. So I'm delighted and privileged to introduce our speakers, who will talk for 10 minutes each. And I'm hoping that if colleagues are in the room, it will be easier for them to see you, giving them a warning when we get to 10 minutes, but I will check my watch. Each will talk for 10 minutes on an overview of the project, and then we'll have the opportunity for a question and answer. So we will begin with my sadly missed colleague, Professor Yusuf Syed, who's left the University of Sussex, but now working at the University of Cambridge as Professor of Education there. Professor Mythili Ramchand, co-chairperson of Centre of Excellence in Teacher Education, and Aditi Desai, PhD student at the University of Sussex. So each will take it in turns to talk about the study, and then we'll have the opportunity to ask questions. So Yusuf, I hand over to you.
All right, Simon, slight change in plan. Mythili will go first and then I'll go second. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Thompson, for setting the stage for this presentation, and generous of you to have given each of us 10 minutes. We had actually planned for 10 minutes together to have time for more questions and to be fair to all the other panelists as well. So all right. So in this presentation, we are drawing from a monograph that Professor Syed and I are editing. And the next slide. We will very quickly walk you through the context, the purpose, the method, and the data. And the next slide, please. These are the collaborators. So as you can see, every one of these people have contributed to the monograph, and we are drawing from that. And we are indeed happy that our collaborators, Hakel and Luciane, could come in person for the symposium. The early 2 symposia they had attended virtually. So once again, a warm welcome to our collaborators. So the purpose of the comparative study is really to bring some of the understandings to initiate discourse around initial teacher education among the countries of the Global South, and attempt to address social justice issues under human resource constraints and unrest. And it is also to help get a more nuanced understanding of the diverse contexts under which policies and programs are framed and how practices are shaped. And that is the reason in the introductory chapter, we have a more broader overview about the historical and sociocultural context in all the 5 BRICS countries around policies and curriculum and practices of initial teacher education. And subsequently, the next 3 chapters focus on the case studies from Brazil, India, and South Africa. And of course, we have included England also as one of the case studies as a comparative perspective from the global north. And as Professor Thompson already indicated, both South Africa and India have English legacy to our teacher education. Now, why BRICS? I think we don't have to go into the details of it. BRICS has been in the news more recently. And so in terms of the methodological and conceptual framework, also Professor Thompson has already brought in the methodological approach that we have used for the study and organizing the chapters in our book as well. The next slide, please. So primarily, we are looking at the policies and the programs. The next slide, yeah. Policies and programs in initial teacher education, both from a broader global perspective as well as from the local aspects. And looking at how international influences and systemic issues impact on the programs, teacher education institutions, and then the players, the key stakeholders within these institutions, namely teacher educators and teachers, and certainly policymakers and the schools who are the primary employers of the initial teacher education programs. And yes, we've not lost sight of the learners. So we hold learners as the central focus of our entire monograph. So to provide you with a very broad level summary of what we found through, this is largely literature review, is that all the 5 BRICS countries have formulated policies which draw from international discourses and are framed within international education targets. Now, the education policies are fragmented, as was also pointed out earlier, and either there is a strong coupling with teacher education in the broader education policies, or they're not well aligned. And there are certainly many gaps within the policies in all the 5 countries. And largely it is regulated by universities, and there are external regulatory bodies for teachers and teacher education only in India and South Africa. Now, when we move on to the location of the teacher education itself, so this tendency to move from individual colleges offering teacher education programs to being within a university setting is strong in all the countries. Russia, of course, had a traditional system of university offering teacher education program, and Brazil made the shift a while ago, as my colleagues will later talk about. And South Africa recently made the move, and India is on the way to shifting all of teacher education provisioning within university settings. Then their school-based models is, of course, an outlier, largely in the case of England. Now, when it comes to the focus of teacher education itself, we found that across countries, there has been a narrowing of focus of what it means to be a teacher and what it means to prepare a teacher. And the narrowing of focus is largely related to the tendency for measuring learning outcomes of students, and therefore competence building and outcome-based approach to teacher education is what we are finding more common across all the country contexts. Then, the issue of practice also is, while it is certainly important that the practice focuses on schools and context within schools to prepare teachers, it is also the fact that practice is being conceptualized less as a cognitive task and more as a technical practice to prepare teachers. Then qualification frameworks and standards vary across the countries, but then standards are increasingly being used. And but the linkages to teacher education is right now not very clear, or the linkages are quite loosely coupled as of now in most of the BRICS countries. Then coming to the curriculum, while we do find linkages of the teacher education curriculum to school curriculum, the coupling is quite loose. And national level specification of curriculum and curriculum framework is something that we found of recent origin. So later I would also invite Poonam Sharma to add anything more to it. She has done the curriculum analysis of the BRICS countries, and the policy analysis was done by Meera Chandran. So I would invite both of you to add on. So in terms of the teaching practicum, which is the core of teacher education program, the duration and the type and the nature of the teaching practicum varies across the countries. And we found that in the curriculum, they're not fully integrated or tied. So it is more like an add-on teaching practicum at the end of the teacher education program in most cases. And literature shows that the quality of the teaching practicum experience is also very uneven across the country context. Now, since this entire project and the book emerged during the pandemic, we did look at disruptions in general and the COVID context in particular. And yes, as with the rest of the globe, in these 5 countries, also teacher educators were forced to transition to virtual teaching. And they began the use of ICT tools and platforms on the go, as it were. And many of the teacher educators that we interviewed during this period shared that it helped forming networks and being connected. And teacher educators definitely did show resilience in meeting the demands of online teaching, and also took on certain level of autonomy, which they had shared was not available to them before the pandemic. But they also did express the concern about inequitable access to learning opportunities, and also inequitability in access to devices itself for many of their student teachers. So in terms of teacher educators, this is my last slide, and then I will invite Yusuf. So no surprises here. We find that the teacher educators are the most neglected in literature. Then in case of Brazil, nearly 86.2% of the faculty of education work on a full-time basis, and one of the highest among the BRICS countries, and only close to 30% work in private institutions. And majority of them have a PhD degree. And so again, there is this difference. So those nearly three-fourths of the teacher educators working in public institutions have a PhD degree, while close to 30% have PhD in private institutions. Data on the qualifications of teacher educators in India is not easily available. So the database itself is missing. And we found that in the two teacher education institutions that we studied, again, the qualifications of the teacher educators in the public institution had better qualification and a greater number of PhDs among the 6 teacher educators. So 5 out of the 6 teacher educators in the government institution had a PhD, and the 6th one was pursuing PhD. Whereas in the private institution, it was the other way around. It was 1 out of the 6 teacher educators who had a PhD degree. Then in South Africa, again, there are no reliable databases for teacher educators and their qualification. And the integration of the teacher education colleges into the university sector again brought to fore the differences in qualification. We didn't have time to look into the turf wars that has been written about extensively in literature. I now invite Professor Said to share some of the key takeaways from the studies.
Thank you. So I'll just try to summarize some of the key takeaways and findings. I think we can skip this slide and just go straight to the next slide. So I think one of the things that does come out very strongly in the BRICS countries, and I guess many countries in the global south, the stronger push towards the integration and merger of teacher education colleges within university teacher education providers. I think there's a greater trend to make all teacher training university-based rather than college-based for various reasons. One of the reasons, but it's not the only one, and I'll give another one. One of the reasons is that the stated rationale is that teachers require a broader knowledge base in multidisciplinary research, teaching, and scholarship institutions. Otherwise, the assumption was that colleges don't give teachers the broader knowledge base, that only universities that leverage disciplines in a number of ways, in multi-site ways, provide that. This has often been the key stated rationale, and as Professor Mythili pointed out, it's evident to an extent in India in the national education policy. But there's another reason, which I think is important to also acknowledge, is that this is drawing on research that we know of. Monothetic institutions, that is dedicated institutions like colleges, or even dedicated other specialized institutions, are very costly. They're not cost effective. They can't spread cost. When you offer teacher education in a university setting, you can spread costs because the people who teach teacher education can also do other kinds of things, right? And you can also leverage other kinds of sources of other effective sources. So monothetic institutions that are dedicated to teaching tend to be very expensive, I think. That was part of the other argument that made. But South Africa tellingly does tell us a story, and there's been a huge debate for over 30 years whether the government made the mistake in closing teacher education colleges for 2 reasons. One main reason in South Africa is that with the closure in colleges, the feeling was that universities are mainly theory-based. Now, whether that's true or not is another matter. And that the practice component of teacher education gets lost when you move teacher training to university setting. Now, whether you agree or not, that's another matter altogether. But there's a strong argument about the loss of practice-based learning and links to school that universities don't have in the same way that colleges have or used to have in South Africa. The second argument around the integration is that colleges were established in places where universities did not exist. In fact, they became for many a source of access to higher education. Because if you think about it, and so this is the history, the South African case study tells you this, right? There were like 100 colleges before they were all closed to 23 providers. So if you reduce from 100 to 23 providers, clearly some areas are going to be underserved. And that means that students who want to access teacher training or education have to relocate. And that's been a strong argument in South Africa that access became a problem when colleges were closed. Now, whether you agree or not is another matter. Okay. One of the interesting things that come across when you look at the programs across the BRICS countries, and I would say in fairness across any programs, not just in BRICS, is two things. What is regarded as valid knowledge for prospective teachers? What is it that teachers need to know? What's the consensus? What is it that any graduate needs to know? Which is why Professor Mythili pointed out that standards are weakly linked to teacher training. Standards are meant to have provided a framework for teacher education providers to know what to provide. So what counts as valid knowledge? Assuming that you have valid knowledge, the one consensus that emerges slightly is that over the career of a university degree, people need to know both discipline or subject matter knowledge. Bernstein would call that vertical knowledge, right? And they also need to know pedagogical content knowledge how to teach content. In other words, if you're teaching maths, you need to know both the content of maths and how to teach maths. Which is why, by the way, the other trend we do pick up, and we need to discuss, and sorry, we didn't write it on the PowerPoint, is whether over time the 1-year postgraduate qualification is going to lose favor and in favor of a 4-year integrated teacher education degree, right? South Africa has taken a decision to close all majority of 1-year postgraduate certificate education programs. The argument that if you're teaching primary school, after a 3-year BA and then 1-year training in a college in teacher training is not enough to give you the sound foundational knowledge to teach foundational literacy and numeracy. There's an assumption. Now, we can debate that, but the point I'm making, what we need to recognize is the debate of what counts as knowledge and the balance between disciplinary knowledge and content knowledge. And I've heard across the 5 countries, we had different balances. You know, how much maths do you need to put in a 4-year degree? And how little maths do you need to put in a 4-year degree? Do you stop maths at the end of 2 years? Or is it the same maths as if you did a pure maths degree by contrast? And so that, but the one gap we think, and hopefully our colleagues from Brazil will add a bit of flesh to it, is the one gap in most teacher training program, and I suspect they lost it during the previous government's regime, is the knowledge around how to support teachers around dealing with issues of equity, anti-racism, social justice, inclusion. In other words, we call it the knowledge of the factor. Because teachers need to know more than the ability to teach their content. They also need to know how to mediate learning in context of inequality, context of diverse learners. And those kinds of things challenge teachers' assumptions. I think throughout the 2 days, we've seen our own assumptions about learners and who can learn. And in a sense, it's difficult because we need to challenge the privileges of those who enter teacher education. And it's really hard. Let me give you a very practical example. Sorry, Professor Mythili and Professor Simon, I'm going to take this 1 minute and give you the example. We looked at a teacher training program in South Africa for this, and it was hard to get white teachers to talk about their privilege, right? They were the ones who were going to teach in Black schools, right? We needed to confront them about their sense of privilege, right? Because they're white, and their sense of race, racial superiority. You can substitute it with any other kinds of inequity in any society. And how do you get teachers to address that, and how do you get them to deal with it in the classroom? The Rwanda example that Professor Manish gave, when we did that study, we found that what teachers did when it came to the genocide, they skipped that in this content. It's too difficult to teach. Let's not teach it, or else they brought in an NGO to teach it. So they don't have to address it, right? So when you have controversial or sensitive topics in your curriculum, you skip it or you bring somebody else. In the US, I had a student who looked at sexuality education in Texas. Now, anybody who knows a bit about Texas know that they don't teach sexuality, or they teach in a particular, she refused to teach it. She just skipped the content. That made sense, right? We don't have to deal with it, but we talk about that. Now, the third takeaway for us is the teaching practicum, right? I think Professor Mythili made the strong point. It is a core component of teacher education, yet it remains marginal in scope, duration, and coverage. Across programs, in some cases, it's less than a third of time devoted to the teaching practicum. And when you look at the quality of the teaching practicum, often it's spent on sending kids out to school, so student teachers, kids, to observe things, not to actually get immersed. So they spend a lot of time observing things, which I think is helpful if it was done properly. But the actual chances they get to practice in a guided way under the supervision of an experienced mentor is limited. Because the other extreme of the teaching practicum we found is that they simply get thrown with a series of classes because that's what the school needs when they arrive, right? So they're given a whole series of things to do just to substitute for a teacher who's either not there or needs to do something else. So the idea of clinical guided practice is not existent in many of the countries or the institutions we studied. So we do point it out. We do notice examples of innovative practice. In the South African case study, there was a deliberate attempt to send teachers to school, student teachers to schools that they weren't comfortable with, right? So in other words, if you were a white student teachers, they deliberately sent you to a school that was historically Black or currently Black and historically marginalized as a way of forcing you to confront from a practice point of view. Am I running out of time? Okay, just 2 more minutes, so I'm out of time. So that was it. I think this one I can pay less attention to because Professor Mythili has made me. The lack of attention to teacher educators. One thing about teacher educators who became college, university educators is they're often in the college system. When you have college system, the progression path is from a school teacher to a principal to a college lecturer. That's the conventional path. There wasn't any systematic career progression, and it simply was an upward career progression for those who taught a long time on the assumption that if you taught for a long time and you ran a school, you would become a good college lecturer. And we realized that you don't talk about that, and we don't talk about their bios and their backgrounds and their beliefs as well, because their beliefs about who their learners are and the student teachers shape that. Okay, so then we do talk about, and I'll end off with this slide, some of the research things we don't know in the field of initial teacher education. We talk about an absence of large-scale longitudinal studies about the experiences of student teachers and how the quality of provision shaped their practices as newly qualified teachers. Unpacking what and how students learn and how they translate and mediate their learning in classroom context is of critical importance in improving teacher preparation. We don't have a longitudinal study. It's just hard to do. We tried it in South Africa. It's almost impossible to do. You need to keep people for a long time, and you need entities that invest in it, and you need funders that are prepared to invest in something. Funders are not keen on anything more than 1 year. So to get them to commit to 5 years, because 4 years of degree, 1 year of 2 years of newly qualified, that's 7 years of funding is hard to get. Okay. We also say that there's little research about teacher educators, so that's not surprising. And lastly, we say there's a dearth of robust comparative studies of initial teacher education, which are rooted in understanding the historical and sociological context in which provision takes place. And what we're pointing to here is that comparisons of teacher education and of education studies in general tend to be somewhat superficial. They look at things, they don't get to context. So they rank countries on pearls and terms without looking at how the construction of those learning assessment means in diverse contexts. So we then think that undertaking such research, which are historically and sociologically rooted in context and culture, will shine a spotlight about what kinds of provision works, for whom, under what conditions, and which contexts, thereby facilitating conceptually embedded and nuanced comparative learning. So if nothing else, we've got a better questions at the end of our study. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Professor Simon, would you like to make any remarks?
Thank you very much.
Time.
Do we have, is Aditi presenting or not today?
Check. Aditi, is there anything you would like to add to what we said or not? I assume she's online. I hope so.
Yeah, hi, good morning. No, I wouldn't like to add anything now, but if something comes up in discussion, would like to, say something. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to, but my kind of final question, if I might, was I was going to ask about what was the most significant gain by looking at teacher education in this way, which I think was kind of addressed in the by you, Yusuf, in the final slide. But then my other thought was, what was the most significant challenge, if you like, in looking at four different, in a comparative study such as this, what did you mightly consider to be the most significant challenge in bringing together the study and the findings?
I think one of the challenges was to make sense of the conceptualization of inclusion itself. So while we did speak about traveling ideas yesterday, and the ideas appear common across the different contexts, because there is a lot of international policy borrowing as well as positioning within declarations and commitments that are internationally decided. But at the same time, in terms of understanding a concept like inclusion, for example, takes on different hues and forms and colors in the different countries. So we were indeed fortunate to collaborate with local players to bring out those understandings. I don't think if we had done just a desk review or a synthesis of literature review across the three countries, we would have been able to understand these differences in conceptions.
Thank you, Mythili. I have to go and catch my plane. I've got about 15 minutes to get to the airport now, so I have to say goodbye to colleagues. But I'm wondering if there are questions from within the audience, if there is time, and maybe someone else can take that on.
So Thompson, unfortunately, we've run out of time. I'm very sorry, extremely sorry. We have the next session. But I promise we will take your questions during lunch hour. We'll not run away. We'll answer your questions. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Take care.
Thank you, Professor Simon, for joining us. Thank you, Professor Yusuf and Mythili. We are moving on to the next session on teacher education policy and practice. I kindly request Professor Karanam Pushpanathan from University of Baroda to chair the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. There are two sessions which are very complex for the chairperson to handle. One is just before the lunch, and the other session is just after the lunch. And before the lunch, you see the fire in the stomach. And after the lunch, you see the heavy loaded eyelids. I think both are very challenging, not only to the chairperson, but also the speakers. So it's a very challenging session. Friends, the task is given to us to discuss about education, teacher education policy and practice. We have three eminent speakers. One is Mr. Ino Rabotapi, the Chief Director, National Institute of Curriculum and Professional Development from South Africa. And he's joining us today online. I'm sure Professor Enoch Rabotapi is there. And the second speaker is Mrs. Mufida Hussain, lecturer, Department of Science and Technology Education, Bayero University, Nigeria. And the third speaker, we have Mr. Paul Ikwaba, Professor of Physical and Environmental Education, the Open University of Tanzania. So we have three eminent scholars representing the African continent, sharing their stories about teacher education. Friends, I have been listening since yesterday about teacher education quality and what is worth teaching in teacher education. And a lot of researchers was talking about the knowledge domain, talking about the practice, talking about the pedagogical skills, talking about the very humane nature of teacher who can really connect to the learners in the classroom context. And thereby, we need to understand the teacher education program from a very broad perspective. For me, if I say something about teacher education essentially be a response, a thoughtful response of ever-changing, emerging educational challenges and priorities of any nation. And therefore, teacher education is a kind of a strategy through which you prepare teachers, and these teachers ultimately educate children, and with a hope that they lead the country to new heights. Therefore, the cultural element, which is predominant in teacher education at one side, and the aspiration of making education global, and also making education a well-identified and recognized across is one side. Therefore, how to meet these kind of dichotomies in the system of teacher education and education? If I talk about the dichotomies that you predominantly see when we were actually working on a project of writing a book on the teacher education in the global era, perspectives and practices, we could see the dichotomies that predominantly happening in teacher education programs. One is the diversity. And we have a lot of diversity and we accept. Perhaps it is an identity of a country. And the kind of actions that we see is the standardization. So how do we go about it? The diversity is one, and standardizing the process is the other policy imperative. Therefore, friends, we are actually have the conflicting ideologies and conflicting aspirations. And education is essentially culturally dominated. Therefore, the dichotomies is the local and the global, and how to meet these challenges. So my basic three important questions to the three speakers today is to see that what is the status of teacher education in your country? When I talk about status of teacher education, I mean the quantity, the quality, and also the future steps forward that where you want to take the teacher education program in the next the 5-10 years of time. What are your future goals? And the second question, which I would like you to deliberate, is on the issues of teacher education policies and how you have come out with the locally empowered strategies to face them. So every country, as I told, faces developmental challenges. And these challenges need to be addressed with thoughtful actions. And these thoughtful actions necessarily be the outcomes of the voices of the practitioners at the grassroots level and the policymakers who can really bring into a system to bring a systemic change. Therefore, the second question you need to address about the country's specific issues and challenges. And the third is what kind of autonomy that universities and the teacher education institutions are actually practicing. I think these important aspects will really tell us how teacher education institutions are positioned in respect to countries and the political ideology and also at the practice level. So without taking much time, I request the first speaker, Mr. Enoch Rabotapi, to make your presentation for about 10 to 12 minutes. Okay, yeah. So he will be joining us soon. I request Mrs. Mufida Hussain to make your presentation. And restrict yourself to 10 to 12 minutes.
Good afternoon to all. I'll start by requesting the chair for additional time. I came all the way from Nigeria and I don't think I'll just talk for about 10 minutes, but I'll try. Next slide, please. So I'll start by introducing what a teacher is in the Nigerian context. A teacher is a professional that is capable of imparting knowledge that will help learners to build, identify, and to acquire skills which will be used for overall development. And this expertise and professionalism are acquired through a series of training called teacher education. And this training depends on certain policies and practices. Now the target, next slide please. The target of the federal government of Nigeria on teacher education, as enshrined in various official documents, such as the National Policy of Education, is to produce efficient classroom teachers at all levels. Now, literature describes teacher education as a major key to educational development in the country. So there are a variety of Nigerian tertiary institutions which offer teacher education programs. And these institutions have various supervisory bodies which oversee the activities of teacher education. We have the schools of education, which are found in many polytechnics, and they are supervised by the National Board for Technical Education. We also have colleges of education. They offer sub-degree programs, professional diplomas in form of Nigerian Certificate of Education, and they are supervised by National Commission for Colleges of Education. We also have National Teachers Institutes, and these are supervised by National Universities Commission, and they offer long distance training, part-time programs, and in-service trainings. We also have faculties of education in various tertiary institutions, particularly Nigerian universities, and they offer they are supervised by National Universities Commission. They offer a wide range of bachelor's degree programs, master's, and PhD. Next, please. Now, coming down to the curriculum of teacher education, according to the benchmark minimum academic standard, the curriculum of teacher education in Nigeria, in various awarding institutions, is structured to have 4 basic requirements. The first requirement are the general studies, which has to do with general knowledge, the economy of the Nigeria, use of English, which is the medium of instruction in these institutions. Now, another component of the curriculum is the general education, which covers principles and practice of education. And this includes aspects of educational psychology, curriculum, and others. Now, there's another component which has to do with studies related to the student's field of teaching, be it maths, biology, chemistry, and others. And we also have the practicum aspect, which is a minimum of 12 months of supervised teaching practice. Next, please. Now, there are 3 basic components of teacher education like we have in many other countries. We have the initial teacher education, which is a form of pre-service training given to a teacher trainee before entering the classroom, and is provided by the accredited teacher education institutions highlighted earlier. We also have the induction, which is a support given to newly qualified teachers in the first few years of teaching to help them develop a professional identity and competences. The third component is the CPD, continuing professional development, which has to do with in-service education for practicing teachers. And this will be in form of conferences, seminars, and workshops. Next, please. This brings us about the issue of pedagogy to the forefront. At the tertiary level, the curriculum to a large extent is expected to dictate the teaching methodology. In the sciences and the technology, for instance, learning objectives will be better achieved with the use of practicals, projects, and other hands-on methods dependent on the content. While in the arts and social sciences, methods like discussion, case study, and field trips are better used in the achievement of learning objectives. However, the lecture method and the incorporation of CETE in teaching and learning cuts across all departments and curricula. Next. Next, please. So the question is, do we have issues of teacher professional development in Nigeria? The answer is definitely yes. Recent studies have shown a number of significant overlapping issues. The first issue is the problem of uniformity in teacher education, where the responsibility of teacher education is vested in multiple institutions. And these institutions are supervised by different quality control bodies, and this lowers quality and standards. Another issue is the minimum entry qualification into the teaching profession in Nigeria. The Nigerian Certificate of Education is the minimum entry qualification, and it is a common knowledge that no non-profession in the country has the entry point lower than a bachelor's degree or equivalent. Additionally, the one-year postgraduate diploma in education in the consecutive model of initial teacher education is grossly inadequate. This short period of training is not found in any esteemed profession. For instance, it is unthinkable of any university graduate in whatever discipline, no matter how related to medicine, to take a one-year postgraduate diploma in medicine and be allowed to practice as a medical practitioner. Not even in the law profession is such a thing accepted, but it is accepted in the teaching profession. Another issue is the inability of the Teachers Registration Council to regulate entrance into the profession. Now, this is a major shortcoming because anyone in any discipline can be employed as a teacher in Nigeria with or without qualification. even after several years of the establishment of the Teachers Registration Council. The matter is worse in private schools, where proprietors employ even secondary school dropouts so as to get cheap labor. And they are the ones that teach at the basic level of learning. Additional issue has to do with the components of teacher education. The induction component and the CPD component are not given much attention. There is hardly an organized program like an internship period where newly qualified teachers are placed under the supervision of an experienced teacher for the purpose of mentoring. And we know that the internship program cannot take the place of the practical aspect of teaching practice, which is at the initial stage of teacher education. Now, the CPD program, it is very much practiced in Nigeria, but the major problem is, I believe I can say it since I'm not from the government. So the problem is, it is very common to find senior officials from the ministry and top government officials enrolling for this CPD program at the expense of the practicing teachers. And the practicing teachers who require the training are not given the chance to get trained. Next slide, please. So this brings us to the next segment, which has to do with policies targeting teacher education issues in Nigeria. Now, the National Policy of Education, which was released in 1977, and it was revised over the years from 1981 to 2013, clearly articulates the importance attached to teacher education. And it affirms that no education system can rise above the quality of its teachers. The formulation of the educational policies is the sole responsibility of the three tiers of government. That is the federal, state, and the local governments. Now, these educational policies are formulated to solve an identified problem or series of problems. One major area of concern as identified by the National Policy of Education is teacher education. Various educational policies have been developed with regards to teacher education in Nigeria. Some have been successfully implemented, while others are yet to be achieved. For the purpose of this presentation, 10 policies with their corresponding implementation and issues that led to their establishment and the current status we are at today after policy implementation have been identified. But we can't go through all the, next slide, sorry. We can't go through all the policies. Next, can you move to the slide 14? Yeah. We'll just take one of the policies. Next. Yeah. So out of these 10 policies, I'll talk about previous like this. I'll talk about the last policy, which has to do with the expansion of NCE and degree programs for the requirements of vocational, business, and special education. And the issue that led to this policy is the increasing population and the growing rate of graduate unemployment in the country. I know that Nigeria is a heavily populated country with over 200 million citizens. Now, this policy was implemented, and the implementation was it included the incorporation of entrepreneurship skills and development courses as part of the teacher education curriculum. Now, the status we are at now is that most of these teacher education institutions in Nigeria can only provide the theoretical aspect of this training, while the practical aspect is left hanging. So also with regard to the issue of insufficient, the previous policy, insufficient knowledge in the use of information technology, the implementation has been done. It has been added as part of the curriculum, but also the theoretical aspect, it's only the theoretical aspect that is taught, leaving out the practical aspect due to a number of issues. Next, please. Now the last segment to answer the question has to do with the autonomy. The autonomy with regards to universities and teachers in practice in Nigeria. We have 48 federal universities and 54 state universities with 99 private universities. Next, please. Next. So generally, we know that there are about 3 major components of university autonomy, which includes self-governance, collegiality, and appropriate academic leadership. Historically, the university system in Nigeria was ably represented by these 3 major components. However, over the years, Nigerian university systems are becoming increasingly less autonomous, with government as a major funder, key stakeholder and decision maker of university overall activities. Now, the question is, can we say that Nigerian universities are enjoying full autonomy? Next, please. Okay. Just an additional minute. So Nigerian universities are not enjoying full autonomy with regards to student admission, which is handled by strong government agencies, Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, and the National Universities Commission. The accreditation and evaluation of programs is also managed by this government agency, eroding the power of the University Senate. The NUC's financial demand on the universities is carrying out the program evaluation and accreditation has been a very huge burden, creating room for corruption and compromises the quality of such evaluation due to the handsome honorarium paid to the evaluators by the host institutions. It is true that Nigerian universities are essentially free to recruit their lecturers, but funding limitations restrict them on who and how many they recruit. That is why hundreds of vacancies exist today in the nation's public universities. And the continuous inconsistency of teacher to student ratio. It is very common to find, to witness a ratio of 1 teacher to 400 students, particularly in faculties of teacher education, with many first-class graduates from those faculties seeking employment in any available parastatal, private organizations, or even working as taxi drivers because they cannot be employed. Next. Next one. So I'll conclude by saying that in Nigeria, like many other developing countries in the world, teaching is the most vital and strategic profession for national development, but it is not given attention. Secondly, teacher education, which is a lifelong experience from the initial education to retirement, has several stages as identified earlier, have to be intrinsically connected. Although teacher education, both pre-service and the in-service programs are offered in Nigeria by different teacher education institutions, and varying degrees of successes have been recorded. However, various problems still confront the program with far-reaching consequences in Nigeria's educational system. Many issues in teacher education are related to quality and professionalism, all under the general umbrella of lack of robust policy enforcement. The policies are there, they are enforced, but not to the fullest. The Nigerian universities have not enjoyed full academic freedom in its fullness to cope with the multifarious problems affecting tertiary education in Nigeria. One thing is certain, Nigeria has the requisite human and capital resources to boast of the strongest and the most sound education system in the world. Thank you all for listening and for giving me the opportunity to be on this panel.
Thank you, Mrs. Mofida, for detailing out what is happening in the context of Nigeria. She presented, as in many countries, we design various teacher education programs for various levels. But the problem is quality of these institutions, and also the professionalism that is cultivated through the programs that we offer. And she said boldly that there is no academic freedom in the institutions. Therefore, how the programs and the voices of the practitioners can be reflected into the policy making. A good presentation. Please record your questions on this presentation, and you will get time once all the presentations are over. Let me invite the second speaker, Professor Paul. It's your time to present your country case. He's from Tanzania. So address the 3 questions which are given to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, thank you very much. I will present the 3 issues from Tanzania. And first, I will try to explain the status of teacher education in Tanzania. But also, I will point out the major issues which are addressed by the teacher education policy in Tanzania. And I will try also to provide the level of autonomy in universities and lecturers in practice in the case of Tanzania. Yeah, but to start with, let me highlight the education vision in Tanzania, and I would like to quote that our education vision states that we want a nation with high quality of education at all levels. And therefore, we have a nation which produces quantity and quality educated people that are sufficiently equipped with the necessary knowledge to tackle the problem which faces the society. And therefore, according to the policy, an educated Tanzanian should have necessary skills, knowledge, ability, and a positive attitude that adds to the development of the nation. And therefore, the way we see education in Tanzania, we see education as the agent for mindset transformation that creates a well-educated nation with sufficient knowledge, skills, and positive attitude to tackle the challenges which is facing the country. Now, how do we achieve that one? Our education system is structured in this form that you have 2 years of pre-primary school, and then you go to 7 years of what we call primary, sorry, the first one is pre-primary school for 2 years. And then the second one is 7 years in primary school. And then you have 4 years in what we call ordinary level secondary school. And from there you go to advanced level secondary school for 2 years. And then you finish with the ladder of education by going to the university. It depends on the course you take. The minimum is 3 years up to 6 years if you are taking the medicine ones. But for most of the education courses, it's either 3 years or 4 years. That's the structure of the current practice of education system. I will point out what is next in the few years to come. Now, the question of the status of education in Tanzania, like most African countries, we have 2 types. One is the pre-service teacher education, and then the other one is like is the in-service teacher professional development. And quickly, I'll take you through each of these streams. The pre-service teacher education has 3 streams, and the first is what we call grade A education. And in order to go to grade A education, you must attend and pass what we call ordinary level secondary school. And at the end of the day, you will be provided with what we call the National Examination Council of Tanzania. And if you pass, then you can go to grade A education. And teachers who go to grade A education and they have certificate, they are qualified to teach in either pre-primary school or they can go to primary school. That's the first kind of teacher education. And the curriculum for this teacher education is developed or is prepared by the Tanzania Institute of Education, which under the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. You remember the people of the Paris in Tanzania explained this one yesterday. And the second stream is what we call diploma education. And in order to go to this stream, you must pass what we call advanced level secondary school, called Form 6 in our country. And if you qualify and you get the certificates, you are allowed to teach in ordinary level secondary school. And remember, the grade, this education, the three education is either is grade A education, diploma, and university. They are provided by either governments or public universities. And then the third stream is what we call university education. There are different ways of going that one. You can have a diploma, and then when you qualify there, you can teach in ordinary level secondary school. And you have postgraduate, you have bachelor degree, but you have master degree and PhD. And remember, under this education, you have theory, you have also what we call teaching practice, so that you can be oriented to the career of teaching. Now, by the year 2020, the number of qualified teachers in both governments and government and primary, government and private schools, they were like this one. About 70% in primary school, teachers were having grade A certificates, but there were some of with bachelor. For example, like 10% were having bachelor degree. If you look across the government and private schools, the year 2020. Now in secondary school, about 67% were having the first degree. That means bachelor degree, whether in arts or in science or in mathematics. But also a good number, 3.3% were having masters. And the situation obviously has changed by this year, 2023. Now, that was pre-service teacher education in Tanzania. Now let us look about the in-service teacher profession development in Tanzania. We all know the reason why we should provide the in-service teacher profession development. So you can skip that one and take me please to types of teacher training types of teacher profession. Yes, there types of teacher training profession in Tanzania. We have different teacher training profession in Tanzania, and this one depends on the situation. And the teacher would be subjected to teacher training profession when there is an event. And for example, if there is a change in policy or change in curriculum, then teacher, they have to be oriented to the this new curriculum or the reviewed curriculum. And if also there is, for example, instruction needs, and teacher will be subjected to training so that they can orient this teacher the new instruction design. But also we have explained about the instruction design. Most of the teacher training profession development has been centered on the STEM. And remember, yesterday we had a presentation about the connected learning in the 3 countries. This one was addressing about the instruction needs. But also you are subjected when there is an extension on the issue of the implementation. As yesterday we heard from the minister that currently the countries on the reform of various policies in the country, and we want to shift now from the 27423 structure system to 26423, meaning that now the primary education won't be 6 or 7 years, it will be 6 years. And by changing that more, therefore teacher has to be oriented on the coming reform. The issue of STEM. It was presented yesterday. So please take me to the autonomy of the, take me to the issues addressed by teacher education policy in Tanzania. That one there. There are several issues which are being addressed by the police in Tanzania regarding teacher education. And for the time being, I would point out maybe 3 of them. One, we want to have trained teachers for the entire education system. Remember, I said we want to have quality education from the baseline. That means from pre up the university. And remember, we have shifted also from the content-based curriculum to content-based curriculum, which is similar to UDL principle. And now that's where now the project of connected learning comes in to provide some kind of higher order thinking and inclusion and equity. But also, we need to strengthen the quality of teacher education. And remember, the minister yesterday pointed out that we want to shift from a teacher being able to teach all subjects to specialized. If you are teaching physics and mathematics, then you have to go to the college specialized to teaching physics and mathematics rather than teaching arts, physics, and mathematics. But also want to improve access, equity, and inclusion in teacher education. And we are paying specific issues related to special education. We are paying issue of gender, but we are paying issues of students from rural areas and urban areas. The other issue addressed is the issue of the improving the performance in STEM. We all know that in most African countries, the performance of physics, chemistry, and mathematics is not that as good. So our target in Tanzania is we want to see on how we can improve these subjects. Early childhood is one also of the issues we need to address. Now, Mr. Chair, my last slide is about the autonomy of universities and lecturers at the university. And in Tanzania, the autonomy of universities are grouped into 4 dimensions. And maybe this conference is interested on the academic autonomy rather than on the organization, staffing, and financial. But I'll try to point out the difference in between. Yep, I will try. When you talk about academic autonomy in Tanzania, we're referring the university to decide on which academic program they want to establish and developing the teaching methodology. On that aspect, I can say the university in Tanzania, they have authority of developing what they want to develop, provided it's not complex as it was pointed out by the first presenters in the morning session. Therefore, to some extent, universities, they have autonomy. You can establish the courses provided you are online, you adhere to the TCU, what we call Tanzania University Commission's guideline. Organization setup, you don't have choice, is actually given by the government. I'm talking about the public university. In the privates, you have semi-autonomy. Staffing, in the case of public university, recruitment, salaries, and the promotion, they are governed by the government. So you do not have choice. And in terms of private universities, the government provide minimum qualification for those who can teach in private universities. So also they have semi-autonomy. The last, Mr. Chair, next is about lecturers at university level. Their autonomy is so limited. You cannot teach outside of the syllabus or what is actually presented on your outline. So you have to make sure that you follow the outline. What is presented there is what you are going to speak in the class. And you are not actually allowed to bring your issues into the lecture. you are teaching mathematics and then you start telling the story about political issues. You need to adhere to the hours which is allocated there. So we can say that in terms of the education tutors, they have limited autonomy. Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the other speaker, Mr. Enoch, online. And yeah, please join Mr. Enoch. Are you there?
Yes, I'm there, Chair.
Yes, yes, I welcome you. You are the last speaker of this session. The three questions which I would like you to address is the status of teacher education in your respective country, the issues and challenges, and the kind of autonomy that you exercise in practicing teacher education in your country. Over to Mr. Enoch.
Thank you, moderator, and let me express my greetings to the conference. So my brief presentation will try to address the three questions that have been raised. If we can move the presentation to slide number 3 under background. Yes, so just to understand the context within which teacher education is delivered in South Africa, up until 2009, we had one department that was responsible for both basic and higher education. So we had a single department of education. But in 2009, then a decision was taken to separate higher education from basic education. And that separation happened, as I've indicated, in 2009, so that now the Department of Higher Education and Training is responsible for both public and private universities, as well as other colleges. So in a nutshell, it's responsible for all the post-schooling education, whereas the Department of Basic Education is now responsible for schooling. Next slide. Right, so teacher education, as indicated, is delivered under the auspices of the Department of Higher Education and Training. And initially we had colleges of education that were also responsible for training teachers, but these colleges were closed down between 1994 and 2000. And now teacher education is actually the responsibility of the universities. Now the Department of Higher Education and Training is responsible for providing oversight to these universities. They still maintain their autonomy, but they have to meet minimum criteria in terms of the norms and standards that are set by the Department of Higher Education and Training. So the reason why the colleges of education were closed was because of questions that were raised around issues of quality. And so that's why a decision was made that this will be under the auspices of the universities, and they had to meet certain minimum standards in order to ensure that they deliver quality. And also, based on their achievement of this minimum set of conditions, they can also be entitled to some subsidy from government as a way of ensuring that they always keep up to their quality requirements. Next slide. So there are a number of policies that have been set as part of the process of setting the norms and standards. So the one policy that I will talk to that is relevant to teacher education is what we call minimum requirements for teacher education qualification. Now, this policy makes certain determinations in terms of how programs that must be delivered for teacher training have to be developed and how they have to be packaged. And some of the principles that are outlined in the policy include some of those that have been reflected on the slides there. Firstly, ensuring that there's suitable qualification types from the higher education qualification framework for purposes of teacher education, ensuring that there's an appropriate knowledge mix for this qualification, also setting minimum and maximum credit values for programs leading to this qualification, and also defining minimum set of agreed upon competencies for teacher education. Now, this policy, basically what it does is that it ensures that every qualification and that is developed is able to meet those different standards. There's a prescribed knowledge mix, for an example, that is emphasized. For an example, ensuring that there's disciplinary learning, ensuring that there's pedagogical learning, there's practical learning, there's fundamental learning, and that there's also situated learning. So those are the different types of the knowledge mix that are encouraged in the policy. Next slide. Now, this is an indication of the different types of qualifications that are there. You have your degree portal where you will be looking at the Bachelor of Education degree, which is the minimum qualification that you need to have in order to be allowed to practice. And then, of course, you have your honors, your masters, and your doctoral degrees. But we also have got diploma programs for education, starting with a diploma in grade R teaching, going to advanced diploma and the postgraduate diploma in education. And then you have the certificate program, which is the advanced certificate in teaching. Next slide. Next slide. Right, so this is just an indication of the mandate of higher education in terms of what is it that it's supposed to respond to. Now, this diagram, I hope we can be able to read it. It shows that firstly, the context within which the policies on teacher education and the qualification need to respond to. On the outside, you've got your skills for the 21st century, your fourth industrial revolution, and the mandates that are contained, for an example, in our National Development Plan, in the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, as well as our SDG goals. So this provides a context within which this qualification must respond to. Then secondly, you have got the 3 dimensions that the qualification has to be able to address: the size, the shape, and the substance. Now, when we talk about the size, it means that our universities and higher education must produce the required numbers of teachers that are needed within our education system. In terms of the shape, They have to ensure that they produce the right numbers in the correct areas. For an example, in your pre-primary, in your foundation phase, in your further education and training phase, but also looking at specific specialization. They have to respond to the need in terms of the numbers that are required there. Then the last area is in terms of substance, wherein we have to ensure that each of these programs deliver the required quality, that it is able to meet the standards set and produce the knowledge mix as I have initially explained. So these three dimensions contribute to what we refer to as quality that our education programs must respond to. Next slide. Right, this is in relation to issues around university autonomy. Just like in other countries, universities are autonomous, but that autonomy must be within the context of the prescribed minimum sets of conditions. So universities have the freedom to package whatever qualification to do research and to focus on whatever programs that they want to focus on. But also as a minimum, they have to meet the national imperatives. They have to meet the quality imperatives as defined in our policy on minimum requirements. Of course, there has been questions raised about the quality of these teacher education programs. And these questions are raised within the context of some of the challenges that we are experiencing within our own schools. For an example, the challenges around the ability of our learners to read and to count what we refer to as foundational skills. And I think after the COVID pandemic, the performance of our schools in relation to these foundational skills was challenged, and that caused people to ask questions about whether our teachers leave the university with the requisite skills and competencies to be able to teach in our schools. The issue of the state of readiness of our newly qualified teachers, and specifically challenges with regard to what we call work integrated learning, which others of course refer to as practice teaching, where there are concerns that many universities don't give student teachers sufficient time to actually have this experiential learning, resulting in a situation where they experience challenges when they actually go into schools. Of course, there are issues regarding the coordination between basic and higher education, and some of the schooling issues and policy imperatives in basic education. There's a feeling sometimes that higher education through the universities is not able to respond adequately on both issues and of quality. Then the third issue there is around support for practicing teachers, which is in relation to your continuing professional development, where we expect universities to develop short programs to constantly engage in research that can help us to improve the quality of schooling. And clearly there are issues in relation to how universities are able to be responsive to some of those needs within our basic schooling sector. Next slide. Well, this is just a summary of the challenges, some of which I have already referred to. I've talked about the differences in the quality of programs, which is something that has been raised. Some universities, there's a feeling that they are really delivering substandard quality of programs, and that needs to be addressed. I've talked about the challenges of work integrated learning. I've referred also to the issues of poor coordination and also the issues of inadequate support for our in-service training. So that's in a nutshell some of the issues that I have highlighted. I'm sure I can share more if there's a chance for further engagement on this topic. Thank you very much, moderator.
All the presenters have given their ideas, and I'm sure you have several questions, but I need to check with the organizers whether they have little time to consolidate or to take few. Thank you. So, friends, if you see all the 3 case studies, they are different and they have evolved by keeping their local context in mind. And one word that I liked very much in the last presentation is African epistemology, which talks about the teacher education need to be built on the local wisdom. That's how the National Education Policy 2020 in Indian context talks about the Indian knowledge systems and how these Indian knowledge systems can be identified and integrated into the teacher education and practice in the institutions of learning. We'll take 1 or 2 questions if you have, quick. And when you ask your question, you need to be very brief and to the point. I can take 1 or 2 questions, please. Open to you. I know this is the lunchtime. Yeah. A professor from South Africa. Yes, please. So please, very brief. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I want to raise a theoretical question about the 3 presentations and ask the issue about whether we expect too much from teacher education institutions and we expecting that they are going to produce work-ready graduates. I think what this does, it underestimates where learning to become a professional happens. And I think there needs to be much clearer articulation between the relationship of what's going on in teacher education institutions and what's going on in secondary and primary schools. I think that the continuation of induction programs, the continuation of newly qualified teachers is completely underestimated. And therefore, what happens is we have this transference by critics to suggest that higher educations are not doing a good enough job. And I think that's a problematic because it's a problematic understanding of how we develop competence to become professionals. It's a journey. It's not that we learn the theory in universities and then we go out and we apply it in context. That is a rather dated conception of what and how we produce professionals. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other?
Sorry for Tanzania. Yeah, I can understand that lecturers in the universities are not allowed to go outside what they are supposed to teach. And most universities in Nigeria are the same. But I don't know what modalities have the government put in place to ensuring compliance because most often than not, while giving your lectures, you give examples, and most often than not, again, you can go for or pro or against the government.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe a quick response to the questions, any of you? You have Mufida to say something? Yeah.
Directed to the presenter in Tanzania, but just a rider to what the second person asked with regards to, like, in Nigeria, like I mentioned earlier, the universities do not have the autonomy with regards to the curriculum, but then the teachers have the autonomy on the pedagogy. You can use various teaching methodology to teach different contents, but then you cannot deviate from the curriculum. So I think that is it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's like most of the African countries in terms of what you are supposed to teach in the class. In Tanzania, all the universities, they are regulated by the Tanzania Commissions for University. And when you develop your program, when you develop your academic program, there is a template which you need to follow. There is a guideline which you need to also follow and submit for approval. Now, what we are free to do, lecturers or education tutors at university level, yes, you are allowed to teach according to the syllabus or the subtopic which has been outlined in your course. But you are free actually to apply any methodology which you think it fits to your students in the classroom, taking background into consideration. So there are different mechanisms, and under universities you have what we call the quality directorates, which are responsible to ensure that what is taught is online with the university guidelines, but also what we call the Tanzania University Qualification Framework. So there is like somebody who is watching you during the teaching. That also applies to basic education when you talk about secondary schools, meaning the ordinary level secondary schools and the advanced level secondary schools, where you have this what we call quality assurance. They will come into the class without telling you that they are coming, and then they would sit down with their papers, and then they would not. So they would not something which you don't expect. So when you are teaching in the class, assume that there is a camera watching for you, and you must be cautious with your words.
It's Mount. It's your time. Yeah.
No, thank you. Thank you, moderator. And thank you also to Professor Samuels for the question. I agree with the professor in terms of saying that schooling has got a critical role to play in enhancing the quality of newly qualified teachers. They are not expected to be experts when they leave university, but the expertise must be built within the schooling sector through effective induction programs, but also ensuring that there are proper systems for mentoring and support within our schooling system. We accept that, but we still are of the view that there are certain minimums that universities still have to do. Certain cultures have to be inculcated in the training. For an example, if our teachers have got to be researchers and they have to be lifelong learners, that culture must be inculcated in their training. I have a typical example. We have a big issue of language, for an example, particularly in the foundation phase where foundational skills have to be built. Universities continue to teach our foundation phase teachers in English, but they are expected to go back and teach in mother tongue in the schools. And our teachers are struggling. Hence, the challenges that we have with learning in the later years, because if we do not address the issue of language, of learning and teaching, which is at the core of the skills required for learning other languages and for learning other content. So these are some of the challenges that are there. And hence we're talking about the need to foster stronger collaboration between higher education through universities and basic education so that we can fill the quality gaps that are being created by this lack of coordination. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me congratulate all the speakers for their excellent presentation. And they really focused what is happening under the umbrella of teacher education in their respective countries. There are a few things which actually emerged out of the deliberations. One is most of the countries, or almost all the countries in the world, they prefer to have a quality teacher for which they aspire to design quality teacher education programs. But the question remains, who holds the responsibility of creating a quality teacher? Is it the novice teacher who with a lot of enthusiasm enter into the system, a pre-service teacher, or the policy which is framed by the government and then percolated to the institutional level, or the institutions of teacher education? And the question remains, who holds the responsibility of preparing a quality teacher and a quality teacher education? Now, the moment you say it is the teacher, and you need to understand what are the determinants of the teacher motivation, a teacher satisfaction. And if you see the research at large, apart from many of the determinants, the three most prominent determinants that the teachers voiced out about their motivation. One is the clarity of roles and responsibilities when they work in the institutional level. And number two is the enabling environment, where really they need to exercise that leadership within the classroom context. And the third one is the career progression. Friends, the moment you see all the three dimensions into any national context, the clarity of roles and responsibilities of teachers working in schools, are they well-defined? Are they really fixed? Therefore, they know what they're supposed to do when they enter into a school system? Or the question is, are we preparing multitasking teachers into our teacher education programs? Why? Because they need to do many activities when they get into teacher education institutions. So friends, these questions need to be addressed in a more vibrant way. And in a very lighter sense, I say, if you want to make a good teacher, you must ensure that the teacher is good in communication and good in common sense, good in compassion, and finally, he also should be good in a sense of humor. And only those teachers can make classrooms lively, and we need to really check, are we really focusing in our teacher education programs in our institutions? Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and thanks a lot. Yeah. So before I end up, I would like to present the recent book of ours, The Teacher Education in Global Era, to the Center for Excellence in Teacher Education. I request Professor Padma to please come and have this.
Thank you, Professor. And thank you, Chair. We'll break for lunch now and we'll reconvene at 2:15. For online participants, we are running a 15 minutes late. Sorry for that. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start the session shortly. Before that, we have a report release of state initiatives and innovations in technology-enabled context for school education in South Asia. I request Professor Padma Sarangpani to release the report.
This is a report prepared by my colleagues Sadakat Mullah, Dr. Bindu Tirumalai, and Dr. Anusha Ramanathan. This was one of the background papers for the recently released GEM report on education and technology, and they contributed this background paper to that. All of us in the sector deeply appreciated the key observation of that report on the centrality of pedagogy and strong pedagogical frameworks to integrating technology into education. So I'm really pleased that Frida is here. She's one of the people who has guided thoughtful integration and use of technology and for teacher professional development. So Frida, I'd like you to release the report. Please come. Thank you. Thanks very much.
We have Professor Frida releasing the report, and we have the authors Sadakat, Dr. Bindu Tirumalai, and Dr. Anusha Ramanathan.
And then we'll have, maybe you can give Jim a copy. Give a copy. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Congratulations, authors. I
was
request.
going to ask Sadakat to say a few words, but Frida actually has been able to read the report, so I thought it'd be lovely to hear from her. So please, Frida. Okay, we'd love to. Right. Shall I go over? Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just to say, it's been a real pleasure to introduce the report to everybody, to release it, and to read it. So just a few reflections on having read the report. If you haven't had a chance to look at it, I do really commend it to you. It looks at state interventions, initiatives and innovations for digitally enabled content in countries of South Asia. So it particularly looks at 4 countries: Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, and Nepal. So some of the things that I found really helpful in this background paper are the way in which it notes the fact that there are high-level policies in place in these countries. And I think that's really common across the globe. There's been a lot of movement to push for policies around digital content in education. But as the paper points out really, really clearly, those high-level policies are complemented by just quite small pilots often on the ground. There might be a plethora of content sometimes, particularly in India, in these large repositories, but there are very few projects that are looking at what kinds of content, digital content, is most valuable to learners, to teachers. How can teachers adapt it? How can they integrate it into their practice so it becomes really a way of working for them, something that they do every day. The report also notes, somewhat sadly, I fear, that a lot of the content is just really kind of straightforward, what I would call flat content. It doesn't really utilize technologies. It's just presentations, or it might be video, but it's very didactic. It's very one way. It's not very interactive. So I think that's quite problematic in that we're not really harnessing the potential of digital technologies to make something that is more interactive. So that was really the first of my reflections was, does this lack of diversity in the digital content, is it limiting teachers' ability to innovate with their pedagogies? Is it kind of ignoring the potential pedagogic affordances of digital tools? Is it stopping us moving from EdTech to PedTech? I heard a few people mentioning that earlier today, and I have a colleague in Australia, Peter Twining, who talks a lot about PedTech, and I think we need to get much more interactive in order to be able to do that. As I mentioned, I think, and the report highlights, there's little sense, particularly in these large repositories, of what's useful, what has efficacy, and what supports equity in learning. And one of the things that I got from the report was there's little sense out there of kind of building on content that's gone before. You know, sometimes we talk about this might be second generation content or third generation content. I actually don't, I may be wrong looking at the report authors, but I think what you're saying is there's just a lot of different stuff. There's a sea of materials and there's no sense of a story of kind of learning, well, these work, so now let's deepen our engagement with these particular properties or affordances of digital content. I think there's a real, the report highlights this real need to move from pilot to scale. I know that quite a few of us in this room are involved in GPE Kick scaling projects, and perhaps to emphasize the need in scale to be empowering teachers to use this digital content, supporting their professional development, which we've been talking about here, complemented by infrastructure improvement and consideration of how teachers can make these shifts in their practice, given what we know about the curriculum and the pressures of time. I think we need to, I think Professor Samuel was reminding us about this earlier, about being realistic about what is achievable. If we're asking teachers to complete this huge curriculum and suddenly integrate all these different ways of delivering it, maybe we need to relax a little bit about what we're expecting them to do, because they need time to experiment in the classroom. And then finally, I just wanted to really say something about an aspect of the report. It talks a bit about open resources, particularly being used here in India, but less so in the other countries. So that did raise for me, but I know I'm not from this part of the world, raised for me a question about whether there could be more sharing of these practices across countries. It felt like these countries were also developing in silos and at different stages, but whether there could be more cross-fertilization of ideas there around OER. And maybe just to share that I feel that using OER is a really powerful way for teachers to become familiar with new participatory pedagogies if the OER are well designed, and the whole process of localizing, adapting the OER, even if it's only in the moment for their own classroom, this actually helps them to develop new practices and to become much more participatory and learner-centered. So overall, really great report, which I commend you to read. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Frida, and thank you for the conference organizers in allowing us to fit this into the program. So we are in a panel in which we're discussing networks and partnerships. And all the people we have in this panel, Frida, Jim, Dheer, and Tara, I hope you've joined online, are people who are engaged with the sector, working in partnerships, and having also thought about how they work, why they are important, and how to get them to work for the sector to actually be able to meet its own ambitious goals. So I'm going to invite each of you, as we've done before, to make your preliminary remarks. I will try to keep you to the time of 10 minutes because I'm hoping we'll have some interaction. So we'll start with Jim.
Thank you very much. Will I see it on here?
I think the mic is on actually.
No, I'll just, when I see it on here, the presentation, I just see it on here, yeah?
Okay, well, thank you very much. So it seems like everyone's pretty awake actually. That can be a good thing or a bad thing. Can mean I'm going to get some hard questions, or better if people are sleeping, but no, Wonderful lunch. And first of all, just thanks very much to TISS. We do pronounce it TISS, don't we? For inviting me to this symposium. I actually retired from UNICEF last year, February 2022. UNICEF been making presentations like every 2-3 days. So I haven't made a presentation since then. So you have to tell me how it went. Okay, you can be brutally honest. But it's nice to be at a podium again. So I'm going to be talking about sort of the global narrative as I understand it, in terms of the global narrative that I was engaged in. First of all, working for DFID, and then in my latter 18 years working for UNICEF and also working for UNESCO International Institute for Educational Planning. So I was very much involved with the evolution of EFA, MDG movements, etc. I hope I'll give you a fairly objective analysis, but I don't know if there's any such thing as objective analysis. We all have our different personal narratives and so on. But I'm no longer a staff member, so hopefully that will make me more objective than I could be otherwise. But can we move to that? Shall I just tick like that if you go to the next slide, yeah? So the first thing I'm looking at is key moments and challenges in ensuring equity through partnerships between the global north and the global south. That's the title of the first part. So if we look back to the 1990s, I think there were multiple priorities amongst the donors. Donors were doing different things. So for example, in the days pre-DFID, it's now FCDO, used to be called ODA, not to be confused with Overseas Development Assistance, but administration. I was actually working on a big English language project in Senegal. So the main thrust of British overseas aid in education was actually English language, globalizing English language. And there was a lot of fragmentation at the country level. A lot of, the NGOs, it's quite a good period for the international NGOs and for the national NGOs. The donor governments were often giving money directly to NGOs, not so often to governments. There was a lot of duplication. There was flag waving. So anything that ODA gave at that time, you get a little Union Jack on it, etc. And there was a lot of tied aid. So if you look, for example, Japan was tying its overseas development to the purchase of Japanese goods, use of Japanese technical experts. And the Japanese have done incredibly well since then to move away from that. Sadly, as I'll say at the end, I think maybe now we may be reverting a little bit to what it was like in the 1990s going forward. I hope not. And then from around 2000, you got the development of these two global agendas. You had Education for All, which is very much led by UNESCO, and it had its 6 goals for education. So it's a relatively holistic approach to education, lifelong learning. And then you also had in parallel the development of the MDGs, which were the predecessors of the SDGs. Now, if you listen to some of the discourse about the MDGs, a lot of countries, a lot of people, particularly developing countries, were upset about the fact that the MDGs became so narrow. Essentially, universal primary education, that's what the donors are going to finance, and that's what we want you to focus on in your country. So it was quite an unequal agenda. On the other hand, I think some countries felt, yeah, maybe we should be building from the base, using models like South Korea, really focused on basic education and then developed higher education, etc., very successfully. But of course, their GDP was also going up like that. So it's much easier in South Korea. But there's a lot of talk about models like that. And then, of course, 2015, we have the Sustainable Development Goals. So in my career, I suppose, particularly with the latter, we were very much involved with the development of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Can you hear me okay? Yeah? for Asia Pacific, because we had a big collaboration with UNESCO in Asia Pacific. We convened the ministers to come together and discuss the goals. So hopefully the SDGs are more holistic and more representative of the member states rather than a narrowed kind of curriculum of the MDGs. That's background. Okay, next one. So another key moment, I think, in the early 2000s, because you know, donors and governments were really getting frustrated with all this kind of fragmentation. One of them was that the donors agreed. When I say the donors, I'm talking mainly about the northern donors, the Nordic countries, UK, the EU countries, etc. Not so much the US, okay? So they agreed on, we need this kind of declaration so that based on certain principles, the first being ownership. So the government must be in control. You can't have donors doing their own things in different countries. The next one was alignment. So if the donors come in wanting to do projects on certain areas, they have to align with the central policy and the plan. Another one was harmonization, because a lot of governments have found it incredibly difficult. You'd have UNICEF coming, UNESCO, World Bank, all had different modalities of how they're going to disperse funds and how they're going to track funds. So governments were spending a lot of their time chasing around trying to satisfy multiple donors. And then the other one, more controversial, managing for results, probably not controversial in itself, but then what are the results? What results are you looking at? And mutual accountability. So I personally felt these were very good principles, which made the work that we're doing much more coherent, less internally competitive, etc. Next slide, please. And at the same time, we've heard from Tanzania, for example, the other day, talking about sector dialogue. You know, in Tanzania now, the government sits with all the donors, I think once a year, used to be, brings them together. There's field visits. You look at how is the education sector now at this point in time. Very good practice, I think. So these sector-wide approaches developed, focusing on sector policy and planning, one education sector development plan, as we heard, and the coordination of these other issues. There's a very inclusive approach to sector dialogue. It's very powerful, this mechanism in Nepal, even to today. And essentially the Fast Track initiative, which then was a predecessor of Global Partnership for Education, built on these principles. So if you're going to get a grant from GPE, it sounds like very much conditionality, but you're going to have a pretty sound education sector development plan. And you're going to have to sound education sector analysis. I think those are good things, but unfortunately, my own government, the UK government, doesn't have a sound education sector development plan. So I'm sure they wouldn't be financed by GPE if they asked GPE. But I personally think it's a good thing. Next slide, please. So what was the impact of MDG 2? At least I've gathered this from various reports. Well, one was that the primary net enrollment rate, which was really the focus, children had to be the right age. That was actually quite problematic. But that improved from 83% in 2000 to 91% in 2015 in developing countries. There was nearly a 50% decrease in the number of out-of-school children, radical improvements in access to primary education, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, but from a low base in many countries. Global increase in youth literacy rate, although the adults, the older adults, were just forgotten about in terms of the MDGs. Gender parity in primary education. There was massive gains in terms of girls' education and gender parity, which lay the foundations for gender equality now. That was a major success. And then some of the contributions from the UN agencies that I was involved with were SACMEC, Southern African Consortium for Monitoring Educational Quality, and CPLM in Southeast Asia, much more recently. Global Out-of-School Children's Initiative, which looked at household data to get real data on how many children are out of school, because most countries are misreporting, and partnerships around girls' education. How am I getting on? Oh my God. Right, okay, next one. Next slide, please. I'm going to skip on to the next one because I want to now some examples of good practice. I want to show you some models. I love talking about models on slides rather than words. So this is a very dated model now, but this guided a lot of what we did. For example, when I worked with DFID in Kenya from 1997 to 2000, there were these models of school effectiveness, which were very holistic models and way ahead of their time in a sense. If you look at it, you've got inputs. And I think a colleague was talking before about how when there's monitoring now, we think too much about inputs. There was also issues like enabling conditions and the process factor. Teaching and learning processes was seen as being very important. And then you've got the outcomes, which are not just in terms of academic outcomes then, contextual factors and children's characteristics coming into school. So if the children are coming in very young, 4 or 5, and they haven't had a good early childhood development, there's big problems. So for me, this is a very powerful model. And I think this underlay a lot of the approaches to development. Next slide, please. Okay, this was a project that I was involved in Kenya, and I mean, very quickly, why was it successful? It combined looking at teacher training at a national level, gender, school-based teacher development, systemic, whole country, and evidence-based on learning outcomes, classroom processes using video, etc., and it could measure impact, had a baseline, had impact study. And it was the modalities were good. It built on internal capacity, addressed classroom realities, etc. So that's a very effective program. That's 2 slides really quickly. Yeah, next slide. Now, just in UNICEF itself, I just want to show you this. It's very interesting because when I first started with UNICEF in 2003, we're working on child-friendly schools. Maybe a lot of you heard this. And we're working at quite a micro level with a finite number of schools in each country. But of course, I was in Nigeria and we had 100 child-friendly schools. I said, well, what are we going to do in future? Well, next year it'll be 200. The year after it'll be 300. And I said, well, how many primary schools are there in Nigeria? This cannot be the way that a UN agency should be working. If you're an NGO, maybe that's fine. So we try to transform this approach at the school level to the next slide, because I want to show this because before we're talking about teachers and then national systems, policies, etc. Then who comes in between? So this was a kind of conceptual model we used, which we developed in Eastern and Southern Africa. So at the top, you've got your policy frameworks, etc. At the bottom, you've got the field level stuff. And then on the right, you've got the key things you're looking for: quality, learning, and equity. And in the middle, yesterday, I heard someone saying standards, neoliberal standards. For me, standards are incredibly important. They kind of guided everything we did. But the idea was that there should be minimum standards for every school in every country, a minimum package of interventions for children. One of the reasons why that was very difficult during the EFA and MDG era was expenditure per child in Africa was about $50 per year compared to, $500 per year, compared to $10,800 per year in the OECD. And I don't think anyone took that seriously. How can you provide a good education on $500 per year? Everyone talked about percentage of state expenditure and stuff, but how can you achieve a good education on a budget like that? Last slide. So I'll just leave you with a few questions. And I'm a man who's just retired. I'm sort of reflecting back on what I did and my concerns for the future. Well, one of them is, will internal external education financing continue to decline? Because it's really been in decline recently. Will global and national systems of convening and accountability decline? Because that's the important thing about global agendas. You have these mechanisms. Will South-South partnerships address the critical gaps? Now, having been with you for a day and a half, I'm really impressed with what's going on in the South-South. And South-South has to address the gaps. Will civil society and academia be able to influence government commitment? If you look at the latest Global Watch report on democracy, many countries are moving towards authoritarianism now. The space for civil society is shrinking in 3 times as many countries as it's enlarging. That's a major concern. Will the private sector address or deepen equity issues? I've heard quite a lot about that in this meeting. And finally, will bridging the digital divide help address the education equity divide? And I think it possibly could. I'm very optimistic about that. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jim. I think that was a useful starting point, looking at especially the perspective from global agencies, aiming to achieve coherence in partnerships between and mediating between aid or loan agencies and national education systems. So I think that is very good. I'm going to ask Rita to go next.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, and I will be very brief because I've already had a little bit of airtime here, so please do keep me to time. So just to start, innovations in teacher professional development networks and partnerships, I was kind of set the task of thinking about examples of equitable and fair partnership practices between government, teacher education providers, schools, and other educational sites. Good examples. So trying to think of good examples was really difficult, actually, not because there aren't good examples, but because they're always situated in their historic, social, political, geographical contexts, which can demand much description. And I could always think of actually challenges to them when trying to promote them to you as good. So instead, next slide, please. I'm just going to reflect on some of the partnerships and programs that I've been involved in recently, or which I've studied as a researcher. So in this, I'm drawing out what has been complicated and what has facilitated movement towards more equitable and fair partnerships. So I won't go through those examples at all, except to say they're all to do with teacher education in one form or another. And perhaps just helpful to say that none of them, to my knowledge, involved the kind of direct transfer of models from the global north to the global south. Some of them were very much global south to global south, collaboration, sharing, or they were development of new models. Next slide, please. So most analysis of partnerships that I've come across really draws on organizational theory, where it focuses on barriers to effective coordination or effective collaboration, and how these can be overcome on a what's perceived often as a very linear journey towards ideal organizational forms. I want to take a very different perspective here, and actually very social cultural perspective, draw on activity theory. I'm not going to go through all those points here. I'm sure many people in this room are very familiar with activity theory. Just to say that what I find attractive about it when thinking about partnerships is that collaboration is viewed as emergent, and the associated tensions and contradictions in partnership are the driving force for change. Right? So then they're not something to be a barrier to be kind of knocked down, there's something to be worked through, which enables us to move to new productive practices. And so in thinking about an activity theory approach to partnerships, the focus becomes on boundaries of practice between the different groups of actors, stakeholders involved in the partnership. So next slide, please. So what do I find is really helpful here in facilitating effective partnerships? So as I said, these are drawn from some recent projects. So the first thing is shared problems or challenges. Some examples might be when we were working with school leaders in Chile, there was a new governance structure where pre-primary school leaders were being brought into newly designed local authorities. So everybody came together to think about networks and communities within that revised structure. New structure for TPD in Uzbekistan, moving from the old Soviet style model of there's TPD every 5 years where everybody goes away for a month, to a model where it's continuous, it happens every year. That meant huge reorganization, brought together people. But you can't always kind of engineer a problem like that in the external environment to focus your partnership around. So what else has been helpful to us? The second thing I want to highlight is in the program design, the co-creation and use of common models, tools, and objects, which are able to withstand contextual adaptation for inclusion across diverse contexts within a country or across different countries. So we find that using common objects or tools mediates collaboration. Can't really underestimate that. In particular, digital tools or open practices, right? Really, really important. And we've found that in many contexts, those have been able to improve understanding of teacher professional development at multiple levels within the system. So for example, in our GP TISS work in Honduras, we were adapting some principles of TPD at scale, TPD mediated by ICT for a system for the whole country. And in doing that kind of adaptation of the principles to generate a model for teachers in Honduras, brought together agencies who had never, who had never worked together before. Is that working now? Yeah. Okay. Also, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, localizing OER can also bring together different groups of actors through that process and create new practices. Next slide. This is something which has been mentioned actually earlier today, the idea of autonomy. I think that effective partnerships really rely on giving different groups within that partnership autonomy to adapt for their own context. It's not about delivery with fidelity across the system. It's recognizing that systems are not homogeneous, and it's understanding where the points are that you need to make those adaptations. And one of the ways in which you can do that is by using continuous improvement tools. So LN Digital was a large teacher development project across the entire Philippines. And they introduced into that points where people use these plan, do, study, act cycles to think about making local improvements right down to a school level within the program. So you get a huge variety and diversity, but within an overall structure. Now, for me, that kind of really helps to shift a little bit. I'm going to be very cautious here, just a little bit towards more equitable and fair partnerships. We've also been using similar kinds of tools, work with school leaders in refugee camps in Pakistan for Afghan refugees, where they have been looking at issues of inclusion within their school and thinking about what actions they can take to improve that. Slightly to our surprise, they have taken actions that we didn't predict or anticipate, which is kind of wonderful, actually, including organizing delegations to UNHCR about issues of language and so on. So really empowering those local educators. And then lastly, really having time and resource for collective diagnosis of what problems are and how you can reach a collective solution within a program. So recent example here from Ghana, which I observed within a program called Communities of Excellence, which is about where schools and people in the community that the school serves, so teachers, traditional authority leaders, religious leaders, and so on, come together to kind of talk about how they want their school to improve. And in northern Ghana, one of the problems that was identified was that teachers were not really moving towards the new curriculum that has been implemented in Ghana. But also there was no new ideas in the school because the schools were not part of practicum of teachers' colleges. And when they kind of investigated that, why was that? Because there was nowhere for those teachers to live when they came on practicum to those schools. So the people in the village organized somewhere for the student teachers to come and stay. The student teachers brought the new ideas from teachers' colleges, they supported the teachers. Teachers felt happy they were learning in an unthreatening way. And so example of actually giving time for that local diagnosis and also about the disposition of colleagues and relationships. So just whizzing on a couple more slides, which I won't talk to you very much. Next one, challenges. We're all familiar with all these challenges about boundaries in partnership working. Challenges of kind of identities, clarities of roles, varying competencies. In particular, I find something that's very challenging is varying knowledge of the context. People that you talk to in government agencies not really being aware of what languages are being used in far off schools and so on, of the real social conditions in which teachers are working. And so lastly, I'll just leave you with some thoughts about what we've learned about trying, I want to emphasize this, trying to move to more equitable and fair partnerships in teacher education. And perhaps just to draw attention to the third bullet point here. I think this is often underestimated, and perhaps links to your point, Yusuf, earlier about kind of effective dimension that people don't pay enough attention to. Identity work and working at boundaries can be uncomfortable, right? Lead to unexpected emotions. That's not because people are not working hard, trying to do what they want to do, but we need to recognize that emotional work needs to be done there to support people to move into new practices at boundaries in partnerships. Thank you.
Commentary drawing on your experience, and I like the way in which you use chat theory to think about what goes on in partnership. And I think the idea of emergent partnerships as being emergent is very important. So thank you for that. I'm going to invite Tara to go next. Tara, can you just unmute and say something? Maybe hello, and we know we can hear you.
Hi, Padma. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. So let me know when you can see it, when the screen is up.
We can see it, and I'll let you know in case the slides don't move.
Okay, is it in slideshow mode yet?
No.
Okay, I think it should be now.
Yeah, now it is.
Okay, excellent. Well, once again, thanks, Padma. Thanks so much for inviting me, and thanks everyone for allowing me to join virtually. My name is Tara Bete. I'm the program leader for human development, covering health, education, and social protection at the World Bank. I'm based right now in Laos, but I've spent a lot of my time and career working in India and in South Asia. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to talk about some of the recent work the World Bank has been doing in understanding how to make teacher policy work. This is a knowledge product. It's forthcoming. It's being led by two of my colleagues, Ezekiel Molina and Adele Pushparatnam, and I'm part of the team. And it's a result of partnerships. It's a result of partnerships between the World Bank and the governments with which we work, and through them, the schools and teachers, partnerships between the World Bank and other development partners, and partnerships between the World Bank and the private sector, partnerships between the World Bank and academia. So a whole set of partnerships, I would say, have helped us come up with this piece of work. Now, one of the things that should come as no surprise in this room is that merely implementing a policy or an intervention does not mean that it will work or it'll achieve its intended results. And yet we see a plethora of such intervention types, a tendency to focus on what type of intervention will lead to an improvement in learning outcomes. When it comes to teacher performance, some of the ones that are very commonly talked about is structured pedagogy interventions, or teaching at the right level, or computer-assisted learning. And these are all intervention types. And the assumption is that if it's been successful in one context, then it's likely to be successful in the other context if we adopt the main principles behind it. But let me give you an example of two cases where we found that this is really not true, right? And we know from the work that we have all been doing that many things determine success. So the two examples I want to talk about are Kenya and Malawi, and this is a tale of two early grade reading interventions. In terms of the basic principles, the features were really very similar. Both in Kenya and in Malawi, there were structured lesson plans which were provided to teachers. There were student books, new books, and there was a sort of ongoing system for training and supporting teachers on how to improve and implement these new pedagogical strategies. But the results couldn't have been more different. TUSOME in Kenya was very successful, and within a very short period of time, a large percentage of readers, it almost doubled the percent of readers, more than doubled, were able to read. Whereas in Malawi, there was actually no impact, right? So this makes you wonder, this much doubted structured pedagogy interventions, what's happening? There seems to be something that's missing. And just to repeat, the theory of change was really the same in both. Okay, you provide student books, nicely done student books, structured lesson plans, ongoing training, support for teachers. And then here's the rub, right? Because what do we expect teachers to do? We expect them to adopt these new strategies for teaching. We expect them to sort of completely absorb whatever training they are being given. We expect them to utilize these new tools, all these lesson plans. And then at the end of the day, voila, we expect student learning to have improved considerably. But, we're all missing one thing, which is that teachers aren't robots, they aren't, you can't just program them to work in any way. They are human beings. And we're really not helping them necessarily when we focus on intervention types, improve their behavior in the classroom, help them do that. So, this is a picture of a teacher, it's Salim. After he's finished with his day at school, he goes back. He finishes grading assignments, then he spends about 15 to 20 minutes on his lesson plan for the next day. And life has been proceeding pretty well for him. He feels kids are learning in school. Then he and his colleagues are sent for this training program on competency-based learning. And they were told that, you would adopt these principles, you try and do this in your classroom, your students would learn a lot. But when Salim came back, he was really confused because, he didn't know what he needed to do with his structured lesson, with the lesson plans that he'd been spending, coming back home and working on every day, what needed to change in that? That was very unclear to him. The second thing was that he didn't have the capacity, frankly, to be able to implement some of those changes. That training had given him and hundreds of other teachers a very bird's eye view picture of what needed to be done. So he didn't know how to make those changes that he was expected to. And frankly, finally, he didn't know why he needed to make those changes. There wasn't any real reward in doing that for him. So human beings do tend to need clarity. You have to be able to tell them what they need to do if you want them to do something. You have to tell them how to do it. You have to also make it rewarding, whether it's intrinsically motivating or extrinsically. So this has sort of been missing when we just focus on an intervention type. And for instance, at the World Bank, we've certainly been guilty of doing this, where we have advised a government to follow a particular approach, but haven't gone into the details of which parts of human behavior and how to change that. So just to repeat what I was saying, there's this, from the teacher's perspective, there's a knowledge gap, the what gap. There is a how gap, how does the teacher do it? And then there's the why gap. And I just want to go back to this example of TUSOME in Kenya and Malawi. Now, these are examples of two teacher guides. And, if I was in the room, I'd have probably asked you to do a show of hands to guess which one was TUSOME and guess which one was Malawi. So just to reiterate, TUSOME in Kenya had really good impacts and Malawi had none. The one on the left is TUSOME, Kenya, and the one on the right is Malawi. And a few things, I know you can't read the fine print here, it's sort of very small print, but something should jump out at you. And one is that in TUSOME, it's just much simpler and clearer to a teacher. The teacher knows what they are supposed to do in the classroom, what they're supposed to do outside. In a given day, they have to do some 7 or so tasks for a particular lesson, whereas in Malawi, they have to do 16 tasks, okay? So the what part is clear, and then the how, a teacher in Kenya can do those 7 tasks, but for in that same period of time, the teacher in Malawi is expected to do 16 tasks. Now, how do you do that? You know, you haven't been told what to get rid of to be able to add time for these 16 new tasks. And then the why should you bother doing this? Now in Kenya, the teachers are seeing into they are seeing an improvement in student learning, and that's motivating them. But in Malawi, they're not, because this is just so complex for them. So once again, you know, this knowledge gap, the what, the how, and the why. Now, this new piece of work that the World Bank is coming out with suggests 3 simple ways of addressing these problems and to help improve, you know, so that we can help with expected behavior of teachers changing. One is to make things clear for teachers. You know, don't give them vague lesson plans or give them vague ideas. Tell them clearly what they need to do and what they don't need to do. Leave room for autonomy by all means, but for most of the context that we work in, autonomy will come later perhaps, but initially I think just being clear on what they need to do and what they can decide on their own will help. The second is to make it doable. So it has to be clear, it also has to be doable. You cannot give them something which they are not trained to do, or you cannot ask them to add on several new things onto the curriculum without telling them what they can get rid of and expect them to finish it at the same time. And finally, it has to be rewarding in some way. It must make sense for them as to why should they invest all this time and energy in doing this. So just to sort of go back to that theory of change that I showed you, what was really missing in that was this framework. Like, we have these intervention types, but are they clear? Is it doable? Is it rewarding? Why aren't we thinking about the teacher as a human being, as any of us who needs clarity and practicality and some amount of motivation to do things before we're able to adopt new strategies or use new tools? And you know, this is just a sneak preview because we don't have very much time, but when focusing on teacher professional development, for instance, the kind of things that you want to do to be able to make things doable for teachers is you want small group training, you want to be able to give repeated feedback. There must be adequate time for it. There has to be ongoing coaching and so forth. Sorry, I think I just, yeah. And that really is it from me. So thanks so much.
Tara, I think we certainly got a view of how the World Bank is approaching at least trying to reconfigure how we think about teacher professional development, and probably in a manner of speaking, partner with the teachers who are the key subjects of the professional development journey itself. I mean, if you don't factor in them and take them with you as partners in this journey, then it's unlikely to work or make sense. So I think that is a valuable addition to our thinking about partnerships and networking. And I'm sure we'll come back to you with more questions on how do we get systems to take teachers more seriously and place them at the center of our imagination of how to develop their capacity. So thank you. Indeed, we'll listen to you.
So I will be mainly talking about in-service teacher professional development in primary education. The organization that I work with works with state governments, 6 state governments, and works on academic reforms, including teacher professional development. Now, let me begin by saying that we are swamped with evidence that says that professional development for teachers is really not having much of an impact. There is a lot of evidence that we see which says that professional development initiatives do not result in significant change in teaching and learning practice and student learning outcomes. There's one meta-analysis of a large number of quantitative studies which shows that the effect size of large-scale professional development initiative for teachers is about 0.01. There is the global advisory panel, which Tara just showed. This is a panel on cost effectiveness of interventions, which basically says which interventions have high impact and can be done at not such a high cost. And it classifies interventions as great buys, good buys, and bad buys, let's say. And it puts teacher professional development in the bad buys category, of course, qualifying it by saying, and I quote, in-service teacher training that is generalized, overly theoretical, and does not respond to demonstrated teacher needs is not a good investment. Qualifies that again by saying that training can be effective. It is part of an evidence-based pedagogical reform, etc. So it looks like it's quite concerning for us, for practitioners, for organizations, for state governments, that there is really no evidence of impact of professional development. And what makes professional development effective? It is concerning because while we work with some anecdotal evidence, we do small process studies, some surveys, we understand the limitations of the cascade model and other ways in which professional development is being implemented, but we don't have hard evidence in India. And look at the extent here. We are working with 5 state governments with 860,000 teachers who are trained on a regular basis. Uttar Pradesh government alone spends 96 crores, that's about $11 million each year on in-service training of primary school teachers. So it's very important to know what's happening as a result and how can it be done better. While I said that we don't have enough evidence here, there are international studies that are sort of meta studies. I apologize to people on the left-hand side. I think your screen is not working. So this particular one on the left-hand side is a meta-analysis of about 35 good studies, which says successful PD has the following characteristics, and they're quite clear. You can read them. It seems to be intuitive, right? That this is right. On the right-hand side is a meta-analysis of a large number of quantitative studies that have looked at impact of large-scale teacher professional development programs. And what it says is that whatever is to be done in professional development, it should definitely include the following 4 components: improving knowledge, motivating teachers to set goals that I want to do it, I want to do this particular thing, supports them into initiating that change when they get to their classrooms. And then, of course, helping that to become consistent and as a habit to sustain. That's where often there is a fade out. We find some impact initially. So the study says these 4 things should happen. And of course, it goes on to say, how can it be done? What kinds of mechanisms help to do that? So there is international evidence. And I come to my final conclusion here. I am going to take my 10 minutes, but this is what I want to say finally, is that we need more research and evaluation of TPD in India. In different contexts, what works well, what are good designs that result in better adoption at, in the classrooms and on a sustained basis. And that requires a greater collaboration between research-oriented academia and practitioners. Practitioners is not just civil society, but governments. We're working with governments. So it's very important that this should become an important agenda. We're investing so much in this training every year. What impact is it having? How can it be done better? There's a huge need to do more research and evaluation on this. That's what is my, the basic point of what I'm saying. But I will use my balance 7.5 minutes to talk about some insights that we have got from our work. And I said, these are insights based on discussions, brainstorms, small surveys. It is not evidence from good research. But still, because it's been so many years of working on large-scale teacher training programs, teacher education programs. This one is really about the face-to-face trainings that happen within, let's say, Samagra Shiksha every year. We'll come to the other components. Our understanding is the first that it's very heavy, loaded with too many things. It's not just about, it's about language, math, English, toy pedagogy, Nipun, new curriculum framework, everything has to be put into those 4 or 5 days. So it's very heavy. And as someone said, the expectation is this, that it's all been laid out. It's all been decided at the top. It's a conveying, it's telling teachers that this has to be done. So the whole modality is about, this is what you have to do. It's quite centrally decided. Limited time for reflection and discussion. Often concerns of teachers like, how do I do in a multi-grade classrooms? Or my classroom is so multi-level. You know, there's children who are reading fluently at 60 words per minute. Some children don't recognize letters. How do I handle this? They don't get addressed fully. And of course, there's not enough demonstration or practice that happens inside the training room. And of course, we do it the same way for all teachers, even though we know that teachers are at different levels of practice and understanding. It's a one-size-fits-all that is happening. Even in terms of delivery of training programs, as we go down the cascade, Uttar Pradesh has 400,000 teachers who are trained in one round. And obviously, you start with a 50-60 set of state-level trainers or resource group members. You've got to have 4 levels. So a lot of the essence is lost as you get down to the teacher level. Master trainers are often underprepared. They're just picked up and they don't get to practice what they have to do. There's inadequate planning, time availability. As you go down to teacher, a plan is made at the state level for 5 days of 7 hours a day. But what you get in the field is 4 hours a day. Teachers come in late and leave early. And teachers also are not really excited about that. It's a routine exercise. You've got to come and complete the training program. Online is something that we have and all of you have experimented with quite a bit in the past few years. We use it a lot, but there are limitations of a pure online program. As you can see here, engagement is often limited. There's isolation. Often assessment is very routinized. It's easy to do. Sometimes access is an issue as well, technical difficulties. What we have seen is it's very important to introduce some kind of mentoring even within the online programs. Diksha, which everyone wants, all state governments want Diksha. The government of India wants Diksha. There are technical glitches, yeah, and it's not sequential. You can go here and go to the next module. There's not enough conditionality. You can just do next, complete the quiz and you're done. And even the quiz that is there, you can do many times. So anyway, there are limitations of these. So what one of the last points here is this, that what we now think, along with several state governments, is that the model for continuous professional development has to be really comprehensive. The face-to-face workshop in-service training is one part of it. But can all of this be dovetailed into an annual plan where each component reinforces each other? You've got an initial in-service training, a face-to-face workshop. There is, the academic support people, you call them block or cluster level staff, who are going, they should carry the same messages. They understand what is the change that is required. In fact, often these teacher training programs, the problem is there's no clarity of what change is required in the classroom. It's all about explaining an entire teacher guide. How do you want classrooms to change? So preparing this academic support group to be doing this well, short bite-sized courses, using 5-minute videos from time to time that teachers can do. Cluster meetings. We're finding this to be a very strong potential. Teachers come together for about 2 hours, 3 hours once a month. And if that meeting is done well with a lot of reflection, discussion, clear agenda, with a video or a handout, it can really be a good place to reinforce what was there in the training and go beyond that. And of course, resources in WhatsApp. WhatsApp is a very difficult tool to manage. It could become just a, but then if done well with very limited messaging. And the last, of course, peer networks. I wasn't there yesterday, but I think this must have been talked about quite a bit. We've got networks like, professional learning communities in small groups in Uttar Pradesh. A group of teachers in a district comes together. There are more loose networks where there are online resources that are shared. And of course, like CLICS, as well as the Karnataka Subject Teachers Forum. So peer networks are very important and usually undermined as a way of learning. We just think that every knowledge is to come from, what's been decided. Subject to what I said, clarity on the desired change, that's very important, and consistently message. We keep changing the messaging and we keep loading our training programs with newer and newer things. Some segmentation in training. All teachers don't have to get the same training every year, every 6 months. System enablers. Of course, we have to do something about our antiquated pre-service teacher education programs and the induction training. Even now in northern states, teachers come in every year and we don't do their induction training very well. But this, we think, is a model in which continuous professional development can do well across the year by reinforcing the inputs from one to the other. And so I come back to what I said at the beginning, that I think there is a need for good research, good evaluation of what's happening in these programs, what is being learned, how can they be improved, what is effective TPD in a large-scale training program done in Uttar Pradesh for 400,000 teachers. It's important that academia, research institutions like CETE and others engage with this, and organizations like ours and governments also take this seriously. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm really grateful to all the panelists for staying with the time, because then we have more time for discussion. Thank you, Dheer. I think you drew attention to, I think from your remarks, it was what came through very clearly is that partnerships are often efforts to partner with the state and to be able to influence the state. But there is always this tension of shifting the status quo. And I was just wondering whether when we are successful partners, does the status quo shift? Or do we have to actually step on each other's toes as partners to shift the status quo sometimes? It's open for questions and comments from the audience. And while you just gather your thoughts, I thought I will just add to this panel on partnerships. A question on, how's the ecosystem or the space of partnerships. In fact, I don't want to use the word ecosystem. I feel we don't quite know what we're trying to convey when we say it, except that there are many entities out there, both conventional and unconventional. But definitely in the space, in the landscape of partnerships, there are deep asymmetries, which we have to navigate and work with. There are also, it's not that everybody sees the value in partnering. And in fact, sometimes activities are very monopolistic and competitive. So I'm really wondering, although it is all oriented and directed towards a public good, in fact, the practices seem to be very market-like. So I was wondering from your reflections, and how do we understand what is going on? And is there the possibility of cultivating a different ethical way of approaching this idea of partnerships, finding a value in it beyond saying, let's all make space for each other? I mean, how do we get partners to value partnership and the state as well to value partnership? But I also thought I'll just observe that you noted the value of partnering with academics and bringing in rigor of academic research. So perhaps all our panelists can also help us reflect a little bit more on that. Where through what kind of partnerships, what role is there for academics to play in this? So these are just questions from my side, but I'm going to open it up to the, please, Yusuf.
Thank you for the questions. It's part comments, part questions. I think the problem with the language of partnerships, it fails to address who is responsible. And ultimately, it's the state that's responsible because it manages the public education system, it manages the teachers, it manages the school. Talk of partnerships presents a false symmetry and assumes an equivalence in responsibility. It doesn't mean the state has to provide. I just thought that comment. And secondly, I think we do know a lot about what makes good professional development, and we've known it for some time now. We've struggled with trying to make it work to scale. That's the issue. We know, and also I think it's useful if the panelists could address whether in their discussion of CPD, it's all the same thing or are there different types of CPD? Because there's a topology of intervention. PD for changes to routine administrations are different from PD for changes to pedagogic practices, are different for changes to encouraging peer learning. And each of them requires slightly different methods approach. The assumption that there's one single model for all kinds of PD has been the result why PD has failed in the past. If you change routines, then cascade, straightforward information flow is important. But if you change pedagogic practices, which I think the panelists might want to comment on, it's about fundamentally people's beliefs and values about what they think. The examples we were given, people are saying, the teachers are saying it's about what we think is right, and they're exercising agency. One more comment. I didn't hear any of the panelists talk about teacher unions. I would be interested what the panelists think about the role of teacher unions across the board as partners. There's been partners like NGOs, partners like state development agencies, but teacher unions are a partner, and the 1966 CEAT recommendations are fairly clear of teachers' needs on social dialogue. And so I would like to know the panelists' comment. One last thing, this is a comment. It's not how much the state spends on PD that's important. It's how much the state spends per teacher on PD. If there are 6 million teachers in the state, then the question is how much does each teacher is entitled to PD, and to what extent PD is part of the working contract of teachers. In South Africa, for example, and I can give you other examples, 10% of your working time, either days or instructional hours, is reserved for PD. And the extent to which the state makes that possible, funds it, and provides needs-based PD is the question. And I think, therefore, what we don't know, and I think we tried to do this in sub-Saharan Africa, we can't find out from development agencies how much they spend on PD. OECD doesn't report on it in the same way. We can go through individual agencies, and there's like the World Bank evaluation reports where you get some ideas of how much it spends on PD, but FCDO doesn't report on PD in the same way. So what we don't know is how much money is circulating in PD from development agencies. So we can't talk about impact at one level till we know how much money is being spent, because in a relative sense, each agency knows how much it spends money, but there's no global or even national reporting. In South Africa, there's no mechanism for reporting the spend on PD across a diversity of private, NGO, government, development agency provided. The law is going to change in South Africa to make that a requirement in future, and a requirement for each provider to register. That's the other thing. The regulation of PD is a problem. There's no, sorry, I'll stop there. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I think one more question from the floor, and then we will invite our panelists. I think if there's a student hand up, I want to give that privilege. Yeah, here there's one. Yusuf behind you.
Okay, so when you mentioned CPD is failing, how do you really measure it? For example, let's say in Indian context, let's say how a school runs, like one teacher has to like complete the course within 1 year. And let's say in class 9 science book, there are 21 chapters, and each chapter is 20 topics, 20 different topics, and each topic has like 5 to 6 different subtopics. And teacher, while policy and NEP says that every teacher should include teaching learning materials. Every teacher should include 3 language formula, or they should also emphasize on implementing ICT and mother tongue. But do the teacher get the time? Because it's not 1 year, because 2.5 months to 3 months will be gone for vacation. 1.5 to 2 months. Yeah.
I think
so. How do we really measure? Is it the teacher development training is failing just because of the teacher, or it is not working, or it is because of the ecosystem which is not supporting enough?
I think I'll let the panelists respond. Please feel free to respond to any or all of the questions. Take a few minutes each, and then we'll have another round. Please start, Jain.
Yeah, I think at the national level, I tried to show how the sector-wide approaches brought about a lot more coherence. I think they were very successful at that level, at the national level. But sometimes governments will allow key agencies to come to the big meetings. They're sometimes not so keen on allowing civil society to come. You've got different types of civil society. You've got the organizations that are very much supporting operational things. You've got the more critical civil societies who might try and embarrass governments. So there was always that kind of issue. But then I think, you know, the UN agencies and the bilateral agencies at the national level, particularly the UN agencies like UNICEF, for example, has a convening role. And we used to put pressure on governments sometimes to bring in civil society. I'll give you an example. When I was in Tanzania, ActionAid was doing teacher development in one district. Now they're using their own kind of modalities of practice. They were using inspectors to do certain roles which inspectors normally don't do. I remember them coming to us and saying, can we scale this up now in all districts? But it wasn't scalable because they were getting people to do things they didn't normally do. So the best practice really is ideally every government, whether it's a state government or district level, would say to the CSOs and academia and stuff, if you want to do research or you want to do projects on education, come and see us first. Then we can map out who else is doing what, and we can try and bring some kind of coherence into the system. It's much easier in, I think, countries in East Africa than it is in India or very big African countries like Nigeria. But you know, there are effective models. And in any partnership, the key factor is one of the agencies willing to play a following role, but everybody wants the lead role. So you've always, in practice, you've got to give and take. And you've got to say, okay, UNESCO, you lead on this, UNICEF will lead on this, etc. But you have to do that, otherwise you'll have duplication.
Actually, so many issues. I'm kind of slightly stumped where to start. Maybe just start with what you said, Yusuf, about the state being responsible. But I just wanted to say, you know, the state is quite an amorphous sometimes body. You know, there are different levels. Sometimes there are real tensions between vertical levels within the state, between you know, the government agency and then district authorities or sub-district authorities or, you know, provinces or states, different countries. So I think maybe we have to kind of unravel that a little bit more and say, how do you distribute that ownership? Maybe I would want to talk about ownership, not responsibility, ownership amongst those different parts of the state. And then maybe I'll just say a tiny bit about your point about different parts of TPD. Absolutely. I mean, I think there are, for me, it's about TPD becoming part of what it means to be a professional teacher, that you have to put your learning is, if you're not learning yourself, it's not at the heart of your identity as a teacher, then really you haven't, for me, you haven't maybe perhaps fully embraced that idea of what it means to be a teacher as a professional. So I think I would say that one of the challenges is we have all these, although we talk about them as being continuous because they happen every year, but they're very sporadic, they're very episodic, different kinds of forms. And so actually, I think what many teachers need is a kind of something that happens on a regular basis and that really supports them to become inquirers of their own practice, because that's what's at the heart of TPD actually, is around observing what's happening to the learners, back to Nidhi's learners, to the learners in your classroom, with your relationship with them. How are they learning and how can you improve your practice to support increased learning? And so I think we do see in some countries, and there has been here in India with the cluster resource, center meetings and so on. But we're seeing in Ghana that the government has mandated that every week or 2 weeks, it's kind of open to flexible interpretation. School teachers get together in the school in a professional learning community. But as we talked about yesterday, that didn't get off to a very great start because there really wasn't enough structure behind it. Teachers were struggling to know what to do. But the aim, I think now they have got some structure, must be to move them away from kind of, this is what you're going to do this week, to actually self-organizing around what they identify as being the problems of practice in their school. And that's, I think in several other countries, we're seeing this in Zambia as well. Primary teachers meet regularly. It's something that's being kind of institutionalized across the system. And so for me, that's maybe at the heart of TPD. But as you say, if you're introducing something new, a new way of, I don't know, recording children's progress or something, maybe you need to have, an online course that everybody has to take, and then they talk about it in their PLC. So there will be other things that will sit on top of what should be a basic, as you're saying, a right really, as a professional, as a teacher, to have that written into your contract. So just a few thoughts there. Thanks.
Tara, would you like to go next?
Sure. If it's all right, I want to answer the questions asked in the room, but there's a question online. And the question is, I totally agree on the importance of providing what and why, but providing the how as well compromises the agency of teachers. Having said that, how do we then approach this while not compromising on teachers' agency in a particular context? This is a really important question. I think this is what gets to the heart of what's a good, for instance, structured pedagogic plan and what is not a good one. Now, the fact on the ground is that we're often dealing with teachers at very different levels. There are some teachers who have very basic skills and need a lot of structure and guidance, who are scared or don't know how to use their agency and need the guidance. And there are some who are really quite proficient. And I think this is where the how, the capacity building, comes in, right? What is good quality? Are they able to give enough autonomy to teachers who know how to do the job? So if you look at the TUSOME material, for instance, there is autonomy for teachers who are proficient, but those who need more handholding and help, they get it. Similarly, some of the things that Dheer mentioned and what I was talking about, having much more mentorship and coaching, again, that would speak to the abilities of individual teachers. Some teachers might benefit from a particular type of mentorship and coaching, and others might not really need it that much. So to answer your question, I think it's very important to keep in mind that we don't want to spoon feed teachers if we really want to think of them as professionals. But at the same time, sometimes we do need to do that because our ultimate focus is to make sure that students are learning in school. And here, sometimes if it means that we have to have a somewhat very structured, laid out plan for teachers, we might have to do that, because I think we need to focus on what the eventual goal here is. And the goal is for students to learn and to come out of school being able to read and write. And to the extent that having teaching capacity building programs that help towards that, great. But I think ultimately we have to keep that bit in mind. Thanks.
So I don't think we say that TPD is failing. It's just a concern that if there's so much evidence that it's not having significant impact, we should be learning about it in our own situations and understanding how TPD can be done more effectively. So I think it was more a call for action for more research and evaluation, not to blame teachers, definitely. there is asymmetry, definitely. The government kind of decides, got the resources for training, and several civil society organizations work with the government. Often work gets outsourced to them. Sometimes they get co-opted, and how much space is there really to take positions and say this is not correct and this needs to change. Really, it depends on in different situations. I think civil society organizations need to create that space, even if they're working closely with the government. The challenge, I think, for research is the funding for research on professional development effectiveness. We get, there are funds available for implementing a program. There are funds available for, some technical support to states, but research, not too much. And I would say that if we can ensure that we can get more funding for research, I think CPD should be an area we should definitely look at in a couple of states, at least in India. And I made the point, and Freda again reinforced that the important part is not just having many pieces of CPD, but the fact that they're all aligned. It's not that they're doing their own thing, but what is the prioritized messaging, what kind of changes are desired, and that all of it, whether it's cluster meetings or it is, short courses, all of them are, or even reflections that happen in peer networks, are moving towards a certain direction of change in the classroom. That's important.
Couple more questions and have our respondents have one more round of reflection. So are there questions? That's you wanted to ask me.
So I want panelists' opinion on this idea of generating Southern knowledge. I think he is also referring to that in some way. We need local information, local understanding what's happening, and link it to this discourse on South-South partnerships. I would like to hear the opinions of the panelists on what do they think are we trying to do when we privilege South-South partnerships, and what may be the dangers or pitfalls of privileging South-South partnerships. And I'm assuming we are talking of South-South partnerships contra North-South partnerships, or what is it against also?
Yeah. Maybe that's a good question to ask the panelists to respond and bring this panel to a conclusion. So.
Try and respond to the first question, yeah, about generating local knowledge. Yeah. I mean, in my experience working in countries in sub-Saharan Africa and so on, often there's actually a dearth of research around useful work, useful research at the country level. But there's often a lot of gray literature around. There's things like annual reviews of education. There's evaluation reports. There's inspection reports. Now, the inspectors are meant to go to schools regularly. So what I think we need to do is to sort of try and narrow that gap so that the researchers are working alongside those people who are doing evaluations, so that you've got at least a fairly good idea of the realities of what's happening at every level of the system. And sometimes I'm a former academic as well, so speaking of it from experience, sometimes academic discourse is a little bit esoteric. And when you get down to the sort of district level, you're talking to teachers, constructivism and so on in a sort of regional part of a sub-Saharan African country, they just roll their eyes. I'm not saying constructivism isn't important, it's very important, but sometimes it just has to be a little bit more focused on things that are actionable. And so, yeah, I think there needs to be a stronger partnership between things like inspectorate, evaluators, and the research community so that we build that base.
Hi, thanks, great questions. Just, yeah, what do we hope to achieve through South-South partnerships? So I'm saying that probably is a slight outsider really in this, but I would suggest that that's about people having common starting points perhaps, or share common, I would use this word, complications, particularly say language. Language diversity in many countries of the global south is immense. That's just an amazing resource to be used, instead of which all too often it's seen as problematic, right? So I think that kind of South-South partnerships can actually engage in dialogues and maybe sharing of strategies and so on around that. But I mean, I guess with any kind of sharing like that, there is a danger of assuming that there are too many commonalities, and actually there are unique histories within countries and within countries, which mean that perhaps the sharing is kind of limited. Back to Yusuf's point about the role of the teacher unions, that's very different in different parts of the world. So you can't always kind of assume that the nature of that social dialogue with the unions will be the same if you're talking about South-South. But I've recently just kind of facilitating a project that involved teacher educators from Uzbekistan, Ghana and Honduras. Unfortunately, we weren't able to meet in person very often because of COVID, but when we did, everyone was always hugely excited about understanding what kinds of things had been implemented and been successful in those very, very different contexts, but actually where there were shared challenges of rurality, of, as I was saying, of language, of kind of resources, of infrastructure, maybe not being as good as it might be. So,
Sarah, maybe you want to make your remarks and you have a meeting to go to, so we can excuse you.
Thanks. I actually don't have much to add. I do think, though, that when we talk about partnerships, and especially partnerships with academia, India and South Asia are quite unique in terms of having a pretty vibrant academia within their countries. South Asia, Latin America similarly, but a lot of countries in East Asia Pacific, for instance, where I'm working right now, don't have that kind of vibrant academic culture within the country. All the vibrant young minds are in northern universities, and the links then are with those universities, and then you're able to attract those students. Similarly, with a lot of countries in sub-Saharan Africa. So I think I see the point of the North-South distinction, but actually there's probably a lot more fluidity if you think in terms of just the people who you want to partner with, and not where they are so much, and the expertise that those people bring, of course. Thanks.
Thank you, Tara, and thank you very much for joining us from Laos. It's okay. All right. That's thank you very much. I think this has been a good panel, and probably the starting point of many more conversations to problematize this even more, because I think the space in which the discourse of partnerships is becoming more complex. And today it includes vendors who come on board as partners. So, all kinds of relationships are being reconfigured as partnerships. And it's actually fuzzing how conversations take place and how we all sit together at a table for discussion. So I think we will really have to take this term apart and probably engage with the very complex landscape of different kinds of offerings that there are for governments to quote unquote partner with. Yes, all kinds of arrangements involving money, receiving, giving. And I think we can't escape from the economics of the whole thing as well. So I think that's something that we should engage with, because I think it's becoming more and more dominant in the field, and it's definitely directing the discourse. So while we assume that there's a certain publicness in partnership and the knowledge from which partnerships grow, a lot of the new entities in the space are actually operating with private IPs. through which they enter into these things called partnerships. And I think it really complicates things when they are a part of the public education system. So I hope we will come back to this conversation, recognizing the growing complexity in which this sector has to roll. It's suddenly becoming very important because it's a new source of revenue for many groups as well. Because one area in which governments continue to spend. And so we cannot, I think, fail to recognize these dimensions that are queering the landscape of people who are coming together and becoming interested parties in this entire discourse of partnership. I also wonder whether this entire topic of partnership is something of the global South, and how much is it a problem or an issue in the North at all? And why is that the case? That this is really something that in the global South we must think about and invest in. I think that also merits attention, and I think it will tell us more about where we are today and likely how things are going to shape going forward. So thank you very much. I think this has been a good panel, and I hope we are getting back somewhat to our schedule. When do we meet? 4:50. Please announce that we will 4:10. We are going to save a little bit of time as we go forward. So back at 4.
Very good as well.
Policy and Practice. This is the second session on country case studies. And I request Ms. Reshma Agarwal from UNICEF India to chair the session. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. And do you know something, notice something very special about this panel? Yes. It's, I think, the only all-female panel we've had since morning. So yeah, I mean, I think we've just had tea and coffee, so I hope that there's going to be a lot more discussion in this session. I think this is something we all walk away from every conference saying there wasn't enough time for discussion. So what I've told my panelists is that we will sort of stick to 10, 12 minutes. And, hopefully we'll have a good 20 minutes for open discussion, because when we say that this is important for teachers to do the reflection, I think for all of us, when we're in this room trying to learn from each other, we also need to engage and reflect. And just PPT after PPT doesn't do justice. So having said that, I just want to talk about, I missed yesterday and apologies for that. But I'm sure that we talked about the three very important areas of professional development, right? The in-service teacher education, pre-service teacher education, and supportive supervision. These are generally understood as the three important components when we talk about teacher development. And now this is taking many different forms, like we heard from previous panelists, in terms of MOOCs, in terms of LMS systems, online, and PLCs, and many different other forms. And I think what we will do in this session is also hear from three other countries here. We have Maldives, Sri Lanka, and Brazil. So very interesting two island countries and one very large country. So any preference on how you would like to start? If there is, yeah, you would like to go first? All right. So Brazil, our large country, we have Raquel, Melanie, and Luciane Bertini. Please, let's hear from Brazil.
We would like to thank the invitation. It's an honor being here. Our presentation is about tea in Brazil, including information and discussion on policies and challenges. Brazil has a national education policy defined by the Ministry of Education, which included legislation and regulatory documents. We will show some important aspects to understand initial teacher education in Brazil. After the schooling, if the student wants to be a school teacher, he has two options at university. Licenciatura in pedagogy to teach at kindergarten and primary school, or licenciatura in maths or biology or music and so on, to teach at secondary and high school. Both programs take around 4 years to be completed. The IT takes place at the university, private and public, and the most of IT programs are offered by private universities, as the chart shows, 64%. At private universities, most of the IT programs are in the evening, from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m., because a lot of students working during the day. Distance ITE continues to grow in Brazil. 82% of the IT programs are offered in the distance model. The vacancies in distance IT programs are very different at public and private universities. As you can see on the charts, in the private university, 76%, and the public only 30%. Most IT students are female, 73%. An important concern for us, the dropout rate in IT programs is higher than 50%. Some possible causes are difficult in reconciling work and study, and economic and social devaluation of teaching working. The workload in IT programs must be 3,200 hours. These hours are divided in three groups. The first groups with 800 hours, scientific, educational, and pedagogical knowledge. The second group with 600 hours to specific contents of the different areas. And the third group with 800 hours to pedagogical practices. The pedagogical practice includes 400 hours to supervised research and 400 hours to practice distributed among the curricular components. So now we'd like to present to you some issues we would like to address about teacher education policies in our country. And we will start with I think the most important, talking about from a political view and almost a survival view at university. So a big challenge and a struggle that we are passing in Brazil is the revocation. We are trying to revocate the resolution from 2019, and we'd like the return of 2015 resolution. And for us, this try to understand the relationship between policies, government policies, and notion of culture and society and education is very important. So we agree with Freitas and Molina, who say that policies for teacher education reveal a lot about a project for society, which changes according to historical time. Well, the last resolution was enacted by President Dilma Rousseff government. She is from the left, from a left-wing party, the Workers' Party, and this resolution was widely discussed by teacher educators and different discussion groups on the subject. It valued dialogue with different worldviews, and it considered diversity for undergraduate education, equal conditions and pluralism of ideas addressing ethnical and political values of knowledge. On the other hand, the current resolution was enacted in 2019 by the president, oh my God, Jair Bolsonaro, and which is from the right-wing party. So this resolution was not widely discussed with the academy, not even with the service teachers. Okay, and the focus is the training for the implementation of a document called BNCC, which is a normative document which regulates the basic education in Brazil. It's a kind of list of more than 200 abilities, which involves contents, a methodology, and skills.
And this resolution not focus on the foundations of education, for example, including how to build or focus on how to build the critical posture of our prospective teachers. About continuing education, teacher education in Brazil also has a resolution. It's from 2020 and is very similar to the previous resolution that I showed to you. The main purpose is also the implementation of this document for basic education. And we can see related to these two resolutions, a neoliberal and marketized vision of continuing education, teacher education. We can try to translate in our point of view in three aspects. For example, the teacher is responsible for their own education. If the students learn, and it means if they get good scores at the evaluation set by federal and state governments, so the teachers receive bonifications. The teachers did a good job. And the success of education is a responsibility of the teachers. We are proud in Brazil of this quota system. For us, is important affirmative actions for social justice. And we have sold this system for entrance into ITE programs and other baccalaureate and other programs in our universities, mainly in federal universities, but we can realize it's grown in private institutions as well, and this is good. It's a law from 2012, which guarantees 50% of the vacancies in federal institutions for students who have studied at a public school during the high school. And part of this quota, this 50%, is for Black and indigenous students and students who have some disability. So the main purpose of this quota system is to reduce inequality and structural racism, which often do not provide opportunities for access to higher education and the world of work. Because we have a diversity, a cultural diversity in Brazil, we also have two other specifically licenciaturas, bachelors in the education. One of them is for indigenous group, and there are 93 indigenous ITE programs at public university, mainly concentrating on the green and blue regions of the map, Brazil, and teacher education for peasant population. We call field education. There are 43 programs provided by also public institutions, university, widespread in all regions of Brazil. It's important to clarify for you that these two licenciaturas works in an alternating pedagogical scheme. It means that the students spend time in the communities, indigenous or peasant population communities, and time at the universities. And the political goals are to respect intercultural and territorial difference of each group and to maintain culture, language, traditional customs of that particular populations. We are also not proud, but we are happy with these two programs. We are benefiting many students in our university. Two programs called PBD and Residência. And these programs involve the contact between students and the teaching workplace through activities developed in basic education schools. And please. The first aim is to improve the relationship between higher education institutes and public schools in the initial teacher training. And scholarships and funding are awarded to students undergoing ITE, also funding to program coordinators at universities and to supervising teachers that accompany the students in the school context. These programs, is important, are not for all the students nor all the universities in Brazil, and it represents a possible policy for supervised internship. The idea is to turn these programs into part of the curriculum for all prospective teachers. Other challenges, we are just almost finishing, is the regulation of the distance IT programs is rigorous evaluation is urgent. And we know that there are very good courses, distance courses, but in Brazil, the most of these distance programs are not with good quality. So it's urgent evaluation of these programs. IT should be developed in public institutions, and the concentration of the IT students at private institutions generates a concern over the quality of education. Here you can see that the data can validate this concern. The number of PhD professors at public universities is much bigger than the number of the non-holders PhD numbers. The opposite happens in private universities. The last slide. In Brazil, many teachers have 2 or 3 shift works, and it implies that these teachers must move from one school to another school, sometimes to a third school. In a big city, São Paulo, for example, is a waste of time. And another challenge and struggle is enforce the federal law that sets a minimum wage for teachers. The law exists, but it not applies for every state in Brazil. And the other challenge is try to that the time at classroom with students be the same as the lesson plan time and continuous education. Nowadays, the current ratio is 1 hour at classroom with students and 1/3 of the hour planning and discussing with colleagues in a collaborative way. This is on the papers in the policy, but not happens. Thank you so much. Obrigada. Next one. Obrigada.
I think that was a very interesting overview. And I think just for countries to present their country models in 10, 12 minutes is very hard. So, but interesting aspects that you described, especially I think the cultural and language immersion that happens in the program. Yes, I think it would probably be very useful for mother tongue education and ensuring the value of that culture in the classroom. All right, so maybe we'll move to Maldives now. Ms. Shuhuda Rizwan from the National Institute of Education, Maldives.
Good afternoon. It's always a pleasure to be in India, whether it is spending time with family, having your holiday spent here, or professional collaborations like this. So yeah, presenting to you the Maldives, please. I've tried to stick on to the 3 questions given, but I also thought of showing you where the Maldives is, because yesterday I had some conversations with some of the delegates from different countries, and some people had no idea about where the Maldives is. It's not really India, but very close to India. That's where it is. And I took just 2.5 hours of flight direct to Mumbai from the city that I live. So it's very close. Thank you. Yeah, there is the Maldives. It's like a very small place, but then also spread across 700 something kilometers, which is actually a large area, but we have very small islands. I think, I can't remember the exact number, but it is over 1,100 something islands. So you can imagine how spread the whole country is. Yes. And yeah, presenting to you my beautiful country, the Maldives. It's like people describe my country as the paradise on earth. And I assure you that it is true. I also never get tired of the beauty there. Yeah. But then also there is another thing beautiful about our country, that is the constitutional right for every child of the country to have quality education and also to grow to his or her fullest potential and be a successful citizen. And because it is a constitutional right, it is also ensured everybody responsible is made accountable. And then, of course, like I know this is the same situation, the constitutional right is true for like almost all countries, but then because of the smallness, we have perks and of course we have challenges. One of the perks is that we are able to monitor, and like, for example, the school principal will be able to go to a child's home if the child is like not attending the school. So we very proudly celebrate like 99% of school attendance by all children. And also we also celebrate over like 98% of literacy rate in our country. So these are the perks, but then we also have challenges. We have a very small population, which means like we have very limited teachers, and we import teachers, especially from India. Yeah. So teacher education in the Maldives. Yes. India is special to us. I told you at the beginning also. Yeah. So we have is presented by all the different countries. We also have in-service and pre-service teacher education. But these in our context are two very different sectors. So pre-service teacher education is the responsibility of universities and registered higher education institutions. And but then for in-service, it is the National Institute of Education where I belong to. And so just like in other situations, accredited qualifications with rigid procedures and structures are in qualifications, right? So I don't need to go into details about that, but yeah. But then for in-service, it is like very flexible and not, there is no such structure for in-service teacher training, and it is very much encouraged to have different types of professional development for teachers, like for example, short and long workshops, action research, mentoring, lesson study, online programs, conferences like this, and many different other models. And also it is mandatory for all teachers to participate, but then I'll be giving details later. NI is centrally located in the capital Male, but also we are spread to the atolls. We have TRCs just like as presented by some other countries. Can you please change the slide? Yeah, so I'll give a little bit of more details to in-service teacher education. So we have like three different types of in-service. So the first is a school-based professional development, which is the responsibility of the school principal, along with trained professional development coordinators established in the schools. So the school-based professional development is like conducted based on school self-evaluation, external research, external reviews, and also individual teachers' professional development needs. And then we have the regional level or the middle level PD, which is managed by the TRCs. So our TRCs may be a bit different from the other countries. We have a teacher educator established in the TRC, in each of the TRCs. The teacher educator is a staff of NI. So we have like a more manageable system there in our system. And then of course we have the central level PD managed by or conducted by NI. So in the national level or central level PD is very much based on national needs or like policy. So sometimes we have some policy initiatives, some changes that need to be that need to be brought to the system as identified by policy decisions. Like for example, I have given teacher capacity building for mainstream in vocational education. I just wrote this example because this was the training we had last week. Okay, please end session. And the issues of teacher education policies that we are trying to address. I have identified 4 very important policies that are trying to address the issues we have. In 2009, 2 different professional development policies were implemented. The first one was the general professional development policy, mandating every teacher to complete a minimum of 15 hours of professional development. And also this policy dedicates 3 days in the school academic calendar for teacher professional development. That means like student-free days in the academic calendar. And school-based professional development policy, I think I have mentioned a little bit more, a little bit about that in the previous slide as well. These 2 policies came into existence because earlier we had problems, issues, challenges with trying to reach the teachers in the outer islands and all, and it is very costly, time consuming, and we don't have enough resources. So to address that, these policies were introduced, and then only we started realizing, okay, now earlier we did not have any questions about whether the programs are effective or not. Now, when all the programs came into like, is possible for everybody, then we started thinking about the effectiveness. The questions that were raised, I think in the previous session about the quality. So schools do implement, I mean, these 2 policies are implemented very well, but then we don't see the quality that is intended in the programs that comes. So now we are very optimistic about the other 2 policies. There are, I mean, the Education Act that brought a legal framework for all the professional development and like a more robust kind of legal framework. So teacher licensing has been introduced. Teacher registration board is now like functioning. Teaching portfolio is introduced, and that is linked to the national professional standards for teachers. So unlike the presentations we've heard earlier, our standards is going to be measured by teaching portfolio instead of like giving assessment for teachers. So teaching portfolio will be introduced, is already introduced, but then the first round of portfolios will start coming from next year. So, this, because of it, this is ensuring quality teacher training in the pre-service sector, because graduate teacher standards will be taken care of and by the training institutions. And then the other is like the other 3 levels will be like a career path development, which is also linked to the pay framework. The pay at the moment is very good in the Maldives. I don't think it is the best in the civil service, but I think the second best. Okay, and very quickly I will go to the next. So I was going to explain to you how the standards work, but maybe I don't really have that time, so please change the slide. Actually, there is going to be, the standards is bringing about a very beautiful symbiotic relationship. So this is going to ensure that teachers' capacity is really developed. Like, for example, I have taken a screenshot of 2 pages for one of the standards. I think it is standard 7, 6 actually. Yeah, one of the focus areas is graduate teacher and accomplished teacher. The graduate teacher is supposed to present evidence that he or she has worked with an expert teacher who will be probably at the accomplished stage or distinguished stage. So the accomplished teacher also needs to bring evidence that he or she has worked with a graduate teacher. So that means it is a very beautiful symbiotic relationship which will ensure teacher capacity building. Please stand. And then, please stand. And about, I'm stopping now. Okay, about the autonomy, I have just autonomy that teacher education institutions have. I think we have a program accreditation, program audit, certification or graduation. I mean, this is a very rigid structure followed by the Maldives Qualifications Authority. And I think, I mean, this is kind of, this is quite unique to even our, this region as well. We have a very strong, like qualification, quality assurance mechanism, which sometimes may be questioned as like not giving authority to teacher education institutions. Yeah, can you change? So I have to ask you whether, can you go to the previous? I have to ask you this question. Where do we actually draw a line between institutional autonomy and quality assurance? So this, I will leave up to you. And yeah, the last slide, please. So teacher educators have the autonomy and freedom to teach whichever way they wish to, as long as they adhere to quality measures. So they can have their own pedagogy and everything, just adhere to the quality assurance measures. Thank you.
Is that today, I mean, for the first time in your presentation, I heard some talk about a career pathway for teachers, right? And steps towards moving that, and maybe perhaps some choice. Yeah, I'm hoping that that's there as well. So let's move on to Sri Lanka. Professor Manjula, I'm not going to attempt to say your last name. Sorry. Okay. From the University of Colombo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, my Maldivian colleague, for showing Sri Lanka also in your first slide. That's a bonus. So I'm going to address the 3 questions. And the first slide, so status, as all of us have discussed for many, many times, it's like pre-service, initial, continuing, pre-service, in-service, all that. The next slide, please. So the initial and continuing. So initial means that, it's at the really at the beginning, and continuing after you are in service. So National Colleges of Education and NIE, teacher colleges specifically in service, and NIE is National Institute of Education, and universities, we have 2 faculties and 3 departments, also on teacher education. Next slide. So we produce BEds and National Colleges of Education. We produce national diploma holders, and the continuing teacher development is mainly by the NIE and the zonal officers, and the school-based and teach centers are also doing the continuing teacher education as well. So teachers, I have a slide here just to give you the numbers, and also the recruitments at central government level or at the provincial levels. So we have these all these teachers coming out of diploma with diplomas and also BEds and graduate teachers who have not completed education components are also getting their teaching appointments. Next slide, please. So after that, they would do their PGDEs. And I have this slide here just to show you at this moment, you might be quite familiar with the news and, the contemporary discourses. The teaching, they are all, the unions are out. And then they are talking about the salaries, the service minute that talks about the teacher salaries is quite old. And they're asking to revisit the teacher service minute and then revive the salary scheme and the career pathways. Next slide, please. So these are some numbers. You can see the ladies are dominating, of course, in the teaching profession. Next slide, please. And what are the issues? And so pre-service BEd programs. So our policymakers are now worried about these BEd programs because the BEd programs are not addressing the entire range of the needs of the school curricula. So we have the social sciences BEd we are producing, and Peradeniya University, they are having the science BEd. But, the entirety of the school curricula, we were talking earlier in this conference, whether these school curricula are addressed by the teacher education. So we have this problem of trained teachers for mathematics, science, and English, also especially for rural areas. And the practical components of the BEd programs are being challenged because it's 100 hours of teaching practicum that we have, and it's like they ask whether it is enough and whether it should be more, because the diplomas, they have these 1-year internships, but I too conducted a recent research to see whether this has some meaning about making these issues without doing any research, is whether it is fair or not. But it seems like that they have issues of teaching practicum. It has to be intensified. It has to be more guided. It's guided practice, of course, but more and more it has to be strengthened. And of course, the teaching practicum is done in the closer vicinity schools, and the schools which are with a lot of deprivations are not taken for teaching practice as practicing schools, because it's very inconvenient. And therefore, when these teachers are posted to these rural and deprived schools, they are like in a devastated state where they are not familiar how to address the contextual situations without having had any training. So this is one of the issues. And then theoretical and practical components, whether there is an imbalance. Of course, there is an imbalance. The practicum and the theoretical components are so much, dealt in detail that, there is absolutely, there is less time for practical applications. And the next slide, please. And of course, now this is completely another issue. It's about whether, I don't know whether it's related to teacher education or not. It has many factors affecting this situation, because students are abandoning or, keeping away from schools, because there is a mistrust of teaching and learning in schools, because there seems to be a problem of implementing this the fine student-centered learning and teaching and learning, and then versus examination, excellence. So because the teachers are doing all the pedagogical, the theoretical, constructivist approaches to teaching and learning, but then students prefer the tuition classes where they are sort of given the by heart methodologies to pass examinations. So next slide, please. So therefore, these authentic assessment schemes, although we teach them, although the policymakers, the curriculum developers, the teacher educators are trying to make this happen, no one is willing to accept it. So authentic, we talk about authenticity in assessment and authenticity in teaching and learning, but no one is bothered because, you know, there is absolutely, I mean, it's better to go spend some time in the tuition class and do a few past papers and then take a shortcut to pass the examination. And of course, technology. Now, since COVID, we never had this technology integration except for, you know, learning ICT as a subject. Because of COVID, we started integrating. We were 100% or 200, 300% face-to-face, even teacher education, even schooling, face-to-face, face-to-face. So now this has become a problem, and now not a problem, it's an opportunity, people say, but it's a problem to implement because, you know, there is a huge digital divide and the facilities are just being installed, but as you know, the funding is too low. And also there is a problem of teachers of having readiness to teach, integrating technology into their teaching and learning, because lack of training, lack of you know, facilities, all that is going on in the system. Next slide, please. And then there is a policymaker is now shouting away. I hope I'm okay with this comment. So we must include STEM. I mean, no one is trained for STEM. Nobody knows what STEM is. I was asking the TISS for, you know, for us to come and, you know, at least learn something on pedagogy of STEM, because you have done, I learned a few things yesterday. And so therefore, I mean, without any training, without any exposure for, I mean, our policymakers are just imposing, bringing something from somewhere, asking us to do, and people are devastated. Next slide, please. And of course, the disability perspective, and because teachers are teacher training, this is the least preferred stream in teacher education. People are not getting into, the special education stream. They have they enter the stream because, you know, if they don't enter, they would lose the opportunity of becoming a teacher. So they have to sign a contract so that they would continue being a teacher in the special education school, or rather inclusivity is the policy, but even inclusive education, you know, there is no way. I have presented in one of your earlier conferences also. I mean, the methodology for inclusive education is very poor in our country. And so people are not willing to be trained for disability, you know, and perspective. So that's an issue, because there is some kind of a stigma. If I don't know, it's a myth, but people think, ladies think that, you know, if they work with disabled children, they also will get disabled children. It's a very, very sensitive thing. It's nothing to do with, you know, it's a personal thing, but then I don't know, it's a very difficult thing to uproot also. Next. And autonomy, the universities and also in the teacher education, teacher educators in the universities. So NIE is the authority, universities are there, NIE is there, no collaboration as such. We are both, you know, doing our work, and teacher educators are the members of the university faculty. So we are under the UGC. If we want to introduce a program, we have to, you know, do all the quality assurance stuff, and then submit an application and get the UGC approval for a program. And so apart from that, there is no big problem of academic freedom. Next slide, please. So I do a lot of research, collaborating with, next slide, with others, action research, design-based research. So service learning, this kind of, academic curriculum development study I did with the Faculty of Science. So I have the liberty to do so. So industry, Faculty of Science, and education, we all got together to develop a service learning project where students are into the industry or a career before they come out of their undergraduate study. So co-creating all these courses are also happening at the faculty level. I am free to do whatever I want. I mean, depending on the quality, as my colleague from Maldives said, securing the quality assurance and also looking into the basic curriculum framework. And of course, doing psycho-education with aesthetic innovations, developing pro-social attitudes of adolescents and other kind of a PhD kind of a research. So we can do interdisciplinary stuff and we are free to do so. And I'm happy at the university as an academic. I have enough autonomy and I know how to take it also. Thank you very much. So perhaps the magic statement, it was your last statement, right? How do I take it, whether I'm given it or not? So you'll have to give us a special class after this conference on doing that. But yeah, thank you all for your wonderful presentations. I think there's lots to learn. So I'm just going to start with a couple of questions that I had. And they are sort of taking from some of the presentations this morning as well. I'm very curious to understand when we talk about our curriculum for teacher education and what Yusuf you called the affect knowledge of affect, right? And it is the disposition that we develop in teachers so that they can have more engaging classrooms and better engagement with students, which is where children would learn, right? How is that developed? My question is more on the how. I'm sure it's part of your curriculum, but I know how it's taught in India, in the teacher education colleges. I'm curious to know how it's taught there. And the second part is on supportive supervision. And this question comes from the struggle that we're currently having in India about this cadre that exists in some states and not in others. And what is the role that these people can play in terms of providing on-site supportive supervision to teachers? And what are the challenges there? And is that an important component of your teacher education systems? And the third was what I started off saying as well is, and I think some of you have addressed, is with the onset of all of these LMSs and MOOCs and online, how much of that is part of your teacher education programs, or is it being added to it? And I think you addressed some of the challenges with it as we move forward, but where do you see it going in the next 5-10 years? That's from me, but I think let's open up, yeah, and maybe take 1 or 2 more questions, and then we'll do a second round. Can we have the mic over there?
Hello. My question is specifically for Professor Manjula. Okay. You spoke about the mistrust of students resulting from their attending private tuitions. And I was wondering about the perspectives of teachers, how private tuitions influence teachers' perspectives and therefore their practices. Because based on my own research in this state of Maharashtra, teachers here have spoken about how they are forced to resort to mechanistic practices because of this pressure. And in fact, they talk about being caught in the crossfires. On the one hand, they are expected to resort to progressive pedagogical practices. And on the other hand, they have pressure from students, families, and private tutoring centers which prefer or to resort to these rote rote memorization, drilling, and other such mechanistic practices. So what is your experience or and thoughts on teachers and how it affects their practices?
Okay, we'll take one more question.
Thank you. I want to know from Maldiv that how do you create a teaching portfolio and how it is used to assess the teaching? So I'm wondering about assessment of teachers.
All right, thank you. So let's have one round where our panelists can respond, and then we'll take one more round of questions if that's okay.
Of how to inculcate the favorable attitudes in teacher education. So it's one of the three main things that we address even in each lesson plan. So cognitive, psychomotor, and the affect. So we try to sort of train them. I use the word training them first for this affect component. Try to sort of build in some kind of effective domain learning outcome. That is one of the key things that we say. And then, they automatically become, so empathetic about it. And then they gradually become more realistic, and then they get it. So that's one way of sort of drilling that into their system. And also we have the field excursions. We ask them to go and see the schools and then observe. So all those things would add to field study, and then come back, report, present, all that. So that's two things that we do for attitudes. And LMS, of course, I told. And the tuition thing for me is like, you have answered the question, my dear colleague. That's exactly the thing that's happening in Sri Lanka as well. So they are compelled to get into these mechanistic ways of doing it. And then from the other side, from the school-based supervisions, and then from the zonal officers, from us, the teacher educators, we are asking them, where are the student-centered, learner-centered methodologies that you have been, taught, what's happening to them. But at the end of the day, you have to cater to the parents and students' needs.
Yeah, first I will try to address the question about teaching portfolio. So your question was how it is intended to develop, right? So I was going to explain a little bit more about the professional standards for teachers. So if I was able to actually explain it there, this may have been a bit simpler for you to understand. But okay, so in the standards, we have altogether 7 standards. And for all these 7 standards, we have 30 different focus areas. So for each focus area, we have like a competency level descriptor for all the 3 career stages, all the 4 career stages. Like, for example, we are taking the career stage of proficient teacher. So like, for example, I know that I am a proficient teacher and I have 4 years, a period of 4 years to develop my teaching portfolio. So for each of the focus areas, there is a list of performance indicators and sources of evidences that you need to present. So throughout the 4-year period, the teacher will be collecting these evidences. Like, for example, you may be, if we are talking about the focus area for like the one I took, making professional development plans. So you need to present evidence that you plan for your own professional development based on student learning outcomes, based on the observations that your colleagues do in your classroom. So these are the needs that will be there. So there should be like evidences of work that you do with colleagues. Like, for example, it could be a lesson observation note given by your leading teacher to you. So you keep that as evidence. So you keep collecting all these artifacts through a period of 4 years. And so that will be the portfolio completed and submitted to the teachers registration board. So there is a certain procedure for assessing the portfolio. I hope that answers the question. I think I was a bit long with answering. And then I also thought of responding a little bit to your question about what do we teach in for teachers in the classroom, right? So I was actually talking to Professor Yusuf also yesterday about this. I mean, we are so like engaged with what we teach the teachers. Like, we know what are the good methods, like group work is a good one, collaborative, cooperative learning. So we teach all these methods to the teachers in the during their teacher training programs. And what they do is they simply go into the classroom and apply this. And like most of the time, when we go into the classroom, if we don't really go deep into what's happening with the student, you will see a very good show by the teacher, because you see collaborative teaching, you see like students assessing one another and teacher supporting, teacher facilitating. But then if you go a little bit deeper into what is happening, most of the time it will be like, you know, factual knowledge imparted in the students. And we are not really preparing children for the 21st century. So this is something that we have observed. We are trying to address this through the even teacher professional standards, but still this is just, I mean, we are at the very beginning stage, so we don't know what's going to happen, but this is an observation. Thank you. Thank you.
It's okay. Sorry, my English is not very good. I will try organize my ideas in English, and Raquel help me if it's necessary. About support supervisors in internship, it's a big challenge for us, because to the internship, we have a collaboration with the professors of the university and teachers that receive the students in our classes. And the work to the teacher are voluntary. It's and because of this, we need improve this relation with the university and with the school, and recognize the important work that teachers in the school make in this relation. Thank you. I can add a few words about effective relationship between teachers and students. For me, this relationship can be built from the discussion with prospective teachers about who are the students at school. And in our case, we are mathematics teacher educators. We talk to them and say, which mathematics do the students bring to school? Try to legitimate and validate this knowledge, because this mathematical knowledge works in their context. So validating this kind of knowledge, this mathematical knowledge, it's a way to improve and to grow this effective relationship between teachers and students.
Do we have time for one more round? Questions? Can we go ahead? No? 2 questions? Okay. All right.
Yeah, this is just an observation, not a question. In fact, I've been looking at the comparative perspective that talked yesterday, we spoke about, and I was also looking at the Bhutan study and also here in Maldives. They're using this professional standards for teachers. And I was able to remember something Australian professional standard of teachers, which also categorizes teachers into 4 categories like graduate, accomplished, kind of thing, proficient. But my question is, how exactly this is a traveling idea which has traveled. I'm able to see in this forum itself, 3-4 people are using that, the countries are using it. How exactly these standards are really used and interpreted is really a question, because when it travels, when we say that it gets internalized with the context, how exactly it opens up? I think we must have some kind of a discourse on that. That would be quite helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody wants to address that? Respond a little bit to that. Actually, we were aware of that context when we were developing our standards. So we tried to like contextualize as much as we could. So that is the reason behind having a list of performance indicators and sources of evidence. So that like when you know what is expected of you, then it is easier for you to bring it about as well, right? So the whole idea behind this is, like, for example, graduate teachers having to work with senior teachers to develop a professional development plan for himself or herself is a good step. So if we are collecting all the 30 different focus areas, this is just one focus area and just one of the competencies. So if we collect all these together, I am sure a lot of good changes are bound to happen. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists, and thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Ms. Reshma Agarwal, for chairing the session. We are moving to the last session of the symposium. I would request Professor Mythili Ramchand and Professor Yusuf Syed to join us. The session is on reflections on the global agenda for quality teachers, which will also include open-ended Q&A moderated by both the professors.
All the sessions we've been touching through. So Yusuf suggested that we begin the session with an open round of questions. So all those questions that you were not able to ask in the previous questions, you could get them asked now. No promises about answers though. Of course, Michael, yes.
Thank you, Mythili. I wanted to ask the debate around professional standards and the issue about whether we've policy borrowed to such an extent that we're not looking at what's the theoretical understanding behind those professional standards. So, for example, the model gives in different languages, in different vocabularies it's used, but it's kind of grading teaching into a stage development model. So the way in which it suggests that you move from novice to newly qualified to experienced to expert or whatever the language is, but it creates this discourse that is the growing development. And what's ending up happening is very much a commodification of each of those stages. And it's creating another kind of internal hierarchicalization of the teaching profession that I think might lead to another set of social injustices within the profession itself. So that comment being made, there's another way of thinking of career trajectories and career pathing, which I'm going to represent, but show or share how it's failed as a construct. The idea of, are we looking sufficiently on the career network that a teacher could possibly move through in things such as moving into management, moving into professional services, moving into the administration, moving into any kinds of parallel in trajectories or career paths. Unfortunately, and this is a comment or critique of that conception, is that teachers understand promotion to be promoted outside the classroom and into management. And that includes a climbing up the ladder. And they do not understand the responsibility of, for example, being a mentor as a horizontal kind of career trajectory. So I'm just thinking in the South African context, there's even parallel ideas of you can be promoted horizontally rather than just vertically into the management structure. It doesn't work because people think I want to be the boss. That's the real agenda. Not I want to be the developer. I want to be in charge. So I think that I'm just suggesting that we need to open up the space about how we understand this issue of trajectories and career pathing, and the possibilities are endless for creating a network of supporting teacher development.
Yeah, so actually, when we look at in-service teacher education across the countries, what we are hearing is that we are talking about the number of days and the mode of in-service teacher education seems to be largely still through workshops or trainings. Just wanted to know if there have been certain imagination about other ways of in-service teacher education across different countries, which engage teacher in much more continuous professional development and giving them this kind of career pathway into developing knowledge for the profession and sharing it with other teachers and teacher educators as professionals. So find the next question going on. I just wanted to go back also to the panel earlier than this, where there was a mention of cluster workshops as a imagined parallel as an alternative to and as an addition and addendum to regular workshops that we have. One of the elements in that kind of practice is very under-researched, and also when we are looking at some of these elements of what works where and how, there is also an element of what fails where and how, and these cluster elements, cluster workshops are something that have both been known to fail and succeed. We wonder whether there is any research and imagination in other spaces than Global South and what we children have pointed out. So that was my.
I have a question, and as well as I have a comment on Ma'am from Maldives. I do agree with the Professor Michael, who said that when we have the standards, we are, we're categorizing our teachers and they will not like it. Yes, we agree with that. But we talk so much about quality. And what does quality teaching mean? What does quality? So we have to have something, to benchmark. So that's what I was thinking. But like I said, though we have the standard, we have not done the assessment, yes, but we have oriented our teachers. This is what it is. If you are this type of teachers, you should be doing this and that. Okay, but we have not done the assessment yet. And to the Maldives, I would say that just collecting the evidences, I think that would be just not observing the lessons, just what do I say now? Just compiling your evidences in the portfolio. I think we will not be able to judge a teacher by that. So that's my, but I think it looks like Maldives also has not started yet. The idea is like we are in the same stage. Idea is there, but the thing has not begun yet. Okay, and the one thing that I asked Professor Yusuf yesterday, see, we are here in this hall, all the way from different parts of the globe. Why are we here? We are here to improve the teaching and learning in the school, improve the quality of the teaching, improve the quality of education. So us also saying we have very experts among ourselves,
develop a policy for teachers, how long should they be in the pre-service? And after they graduate, what PD should they give? What PD should they get? And as they mature, do they need a standard? If it's not standard, then what else? No, if all the people could, like the experts could work together, then like small countries like us, and of course big countries as well, we would be able to benefit, from that work. Since especially this place, TISS gets a lot of project, I would like to request if you could, and if you want to rope us up, we would be very happy to join as well. Thank you.
I have a few observations about the question that you are talking about. The moment you
One, I think that it's hope for us as a community to really think more critically about what in-service tries to achieve in teacher formation versus what in-service tries to achieve. And personally, I feel that the in-service conception is heavily mixed up with the need to address gaps, the need to make up for deficits of ICT, and a list of agendas that in-service seems to be burdened with. And I think we should be thinking critically about the different agendas for in-service. But I feel we really are neglecting the need to focus on in-service. And I'm thinking, how can we bring the discussion back to the very foundational and recognize all the things that it. So I feel, yes, we have had a lot of insights into locating pre-service in the university, why it should be there. I'm feeling that it will also be good to ask the question of what is the knowledge formation? The second is that I'm thinking also that it will be useful if, from all the country contexts, we also understand what is the theoretical basis which is going into teacher formation. What is it that it is trying to do? If you can share from your country context more about this, I feel we will be in a position to actually think about what is the knowledge, where is it coming from, can it be indigenized, are there other sources for this theoretical understanding? I'm thinking that so looking at that knowledge base and bringing that into the discussion, not only looking at the formats. I just have an observation about standards and professional development. I think the discussion about standards is more important than the standards themselves. When we discuss standards, we as professionals think about what are the standards. Learn about, understand the discrimination, complexities involved in teaching. And I think that makes us more aware in our practice as teachers. I don't really think we need to use the standards for measuring. We need to discuss standards to be live, to be so I really think discussion of standards is really important. And if we do more of it, it's better. It's not about arriving at it's the journey, not the destination in the case of standards. And I think the use of standards, I think it's like reviewing a movie. We read a review from YouTube and get a static understanding of do I want to watch it? Am I going to recommend it? And I think about things like that. Here's the report and give us the insight. These are looking different. Doing something that is better rather than standards, not diversity ways of being different rather than
right? I think we must wait because people so much about the life a living person that
Yeah, as good are good at posing questions. So I think Professor Pushpanathan is already ready with the answers for the first question. Please, over to you.
Thank you, madam. These are some of my reflections about the system and the reimagining the education system in the context of the very recent UNESCO report of 2021 talking about the futures of learning. They categorically mentioned about the futures of learning is on the social contracts. Like the institutions of education, whether you talk about schools, colleges, or the universities, cannot survive by their own. Rather, they need to establish connections with the other stakeholders. I think the first point to reimagine the teacher education system is to see whether the isolated functioning of the institutions or the interconnected functioning of the institutions with other levels of education and also the wider institutional context. And the second important point is when you understand the schooling system happening in the global south, probably more in India, you see that there are different parallel systems of education happening. Systems. Certain schools are government managed, government funded. Certain schools are privately managed. And even in the privately managed, we have institutions which are following the international curriculum. For example, the IB International Baccalaureate curriculum is one of the most popular curriculum, and the schools are actually increasing in India. Therefore, the teacher requirements in these institutions are not the same. For example, a teacher working in a rural context need to possess different set of competencies where he will be able to understand the context of the rural area and try to make use of those resources. And also work in a context in which there is a research crunch. I think, are we really focusing about those teachers who are really needed to work in the different diversified contexts that we have? Whether we talk about rural and urban, we talk about the national and international schools. I think this is what is emerging in the context. And the second important point is we also need to take into consideration about the private partnership. I have seen, in spite of the sophisticated policies that we have, still we find in certain private institutions, they name under the international schools or the global schools. And by the by, if you study the nomenclature of schools that are there in the global south, you come across n number of nomenclatures. You call it as a global school, you call it as an international school, you call it as CBSE or many other names you find. But what actually happens in those institutions? And who are the teachers actually transacting the curriculum within the institution? I think that is also a very, very significant thing. And I don't know really how do we control the quality in these institutions. These are the emerging systems of education which are basically in operation. How do we address? Thank you.
Just wanting to respond to your comment on the different professional pathways for teachers. And I just wonder if we could do a little bit more work on that area. In which countries do teachers actually have pathways which are not a default? And how does one achieve that? And is there agency in the teacher to be able to choose a path for themselves, whether they want to be a teacher mentor or a teacher educator or a teacher manager? And just like in every other career, there are choices that we make. And we might choose to be a teacher and still feel very good about it. It's not like I'm lower or higher than anyone, but do we have a choice? I think most systems don't give this choice. And that's why I think we need to provide that kind of a structure for teachers to also make a journey out of it. And then hopefully it will not be a default profession for people who can't get into any other professional area. And I think the other area that I feel that there was a buzz and a discourse several years ago, and now we're sort of a bit silent on it, perhaps because governments are not talking, but on the supportive supervision bit. I know TISS did that brilliant piece of work several years ago, but after that, what's happening? And I think if we could, Padma, request maybe next year look at a symposium just around that. What are the different models of supportive supervision, on-site support to teachers? What does that look like? And what has been working? What are the policy recommendations around that?
Thank you. Yeah, one issue which came up on one of the slides, but it hasn't been discussed in this forum, is the role of teacher assistants. Now, in the West or in the North, whatever you want to call it, inclusive education is only realizable normally because there are teacher assistants working in the class. Often they're trained at a lower level, but sometimes their pathway can get into being a teacher, etc. And I've been doing some work recently with VSO, for example, voluntary service overseas. So the concept of volunteerism, which really came to the fore during the COVID crisis. And I wondered if that was, appropriate, but certainly for areas where you've got very high pupil-teacher ratios. There's no way you can do inclusive education or student-centered education with huge classes like that. It's impossible. So maybe we should be thinking about volunteerism and some kind of pathway upwards like that.
I wanted to add a little bit into the need for professional standards. Okay, I spoke on behalf of my context only. So in our context, it is like it has been like for a while now that teachers, when they keep working in the profession for a certain number of years, they get promotion, but then there are other conditions also, like for example, to get the next promotion, you may also need a higher qualification as well. And then also another condition could be performance appraisal that also must be scored at a certain level. So in that case, you get the promotion means you also get the pay raise. So it has been there for some time now, that system. So the professional standards is adding into the same system here. So it is still the promotion, but then it is, my colleague from Bhutan has just mentioned, it is ensuring quality of teaching. But then, of course, teacher promotion is still in place. And then the other thing is, I just mentioned about performance appraisal, but then we know that it is, it is just a form that you fill, somebody else fill, and it is done at a very superficial level. I'm not saying that standards will not be superficial. There also will be a certain level of superficiality in the standards as well. But then it is, it is another level of ensuring quality, because we are talking about quality education. And then, our countries develop from one step to the other. And then development also includes, somebody coming from a developing country, we always, have the desire to do what is the next best, and then keep going. So I just thought of adding that. Thank you.
Can I? All right.
Dorji, students get the first
No,
preference.
it's all right. I respect them.
Yeah. So in Maldives, ma'am, Sudha ma'am said ki in their country, teachers, educators have authority and freedom to teach whichever they wish. So if we see in our India, they have no authority and freedom to teach in our they want to wish. So I just wondering, and I am curious to what is the benefit and disadvantage if we use the freedom and they give authority. So I just know ki what will be happen if we give authority and freedom. If we, if the state ki, if we give teachers to authority and freedom, so somewhere will be happen in benefit and will be disadvantage also. So I just want to know ki what will be advantage and disadvantage if they give freedom and authority.
Is someone going to respond to her question? Or?
Well, try and consolidate it.
Oh,
a
is
bit.
it? Okay. Mine is not exactly a question. In response to what Professor Padma was, expressing about the need to think about reimagining pre-service teacher education in our own respective countries. For Bhutan, I've always been seriously thinking about when you talk about the future of teacher education, pre-service teacher education, the kind of problems that we have been witnessing and observing in the system for the last few years have not been very encouraging as an educationist. Sometimes the kind of things that we have been seeing has been quite disturbing. And based on that, I actually took time to note down all the issues and the concerns that I have observed over the last few years and thought of the possible interventions that the government of the day could take to address such issues. And here, in response to Professor Padma's, concerns shared, I would like to, share some of the thinkings that I had of reimagining pre-service teacher education in Bhutan. I thought for a country like Bhutan, making education system more enabling, attractive, and welcoming in terms of leadership at the Ministry of Education at the policy level, at the same time leadership at the local education authorities level, and at the same time leadership at the school level. Oftentimes, when I talked with some of the teachers who have exited the system over time, despite the increase in the salary, many of these people who had left the system seem to talk about the work environment, the teaching workload, the leadership, where some of the leaders, and most often school principals are not really appointed based on the leadership competencies and the skills that they demonstrate, but maybe because of the kind of popularity that they enjoy in the eyes of the bosses or the supervisors. So then the next one was, next one that I have been thinking of was to attract the best of minds from universities and the schools with scholarships and incentives from the government, so that these people also again choose teaching as a career and a profession out of choice, and because they want to be teachers, because they have that innate desire to keep learning. People who do not just believe that, pre-service, the knowledge and the skills that they acquire during the pre-service adequately prepares them for teaching career, but people who are willing to keep learning even after completing their pre-service teacher education. For a developing country like Bhutan, resource constraints are always an issue. Teachers always, are not very happy and satisfied with the kind of resources that we have. And investing in, infrastructure development, that are adequate enough to promote and support quality teaching and learning in the school. We talk a lot about standards. Sometimes we could be talking about standards in the absence of a basic infrastructure facilities in the school system. Sometimes it could so happen that, we talk about standards, but you could have a school who does not have the required number of textbooks to be issued to the students for their own learning. The other issue is, the rigidity of the curriculum that the schools are prescribed centrally by the, the department that has, a stake in developing the curriculum for the country. A curriculum that is flexible, a curriculum that is fluid and dynamic, enough to allow teachers to apply their creativity and innovation in teaching and assessing students' learning in the classroom. I've been hearing that, the curriculum is very prescriptive. Sometimes even the kind of instructional strategies or the methods that the teachers could be expected to use in their classroom teaching could be scripted in those curriculum or the textbooks that they use. Teacher professional development that are need-based, but at the same time where the school teachers become a key partner to decide and determine what they actually need in the school. Oftentimes,
Dr. Dorji, sorry to
all right.
intervene. Yes.
Then maybe the last points that I would like to share is
because Padma's question is actually a research agenda. So,
but at the same time, understanding that pre-service teacher education is not the responsibility of TEIs alone, but it involves a systemic issue that needs the support and collective efforts of multiple stakeholders. Such things. Sorry.
I think there is a student waiting. So yes, we will have the student's question and then Jyoti's will be the last.
So, I wanted to ask that, like, in the discussions in these 2 days, mostly we were discussing about pedagogic knowledge of teachers. So in my experience as a student and even now as in my internship during observation, I've sometimes seen that teachers give wrong information about content also. And since we are also talking about how there is mistrust in teachers now, so is there any way that training can address this issue in content knowledge? Also, this is coming from the fact that teachers, despite the fact that they are preparing students for higher education, they are not in contact with higher education once they come out of it. So, yeah.
Adding to Mathri's point, our assessment process is also designed on the basis of content knowledge. So most of time, the teachers do mistake while they are in their teaching process. So what can we do in our assessment process to improve mainly we are focusing on content knowledge. So
we've been talking at a larger scale regarding policy and training. I've actually written down my questions so I can be brief. But finally, at the end of the day, what we're discussing human teachers. They're on the front line. They're the ones who are getting trained and they're the ones who are showing up in the classrooms. So my question is actually regarding what Ms. Tara was discussing in the morning regarding the CDR model. It is, how do you really incentivize the teaching profession, especially in underreserved areas? And the follow-up to that, can we truly attempt to incentivize the profession considering there are individual differences and preferences. And if we do manage to move a teacher and incentivize a teacher, doesn't that solve a significant portion of the problem that we are discussing? And can this somehow be addressed in pre-service training?
I have a very short statement to make. Returning to pre-service teacher education, in my experience as a teacher educator, I feel it must achieve two things. One is deep theoretical knowledge, a knowledge base, because pre-service teacher education is the only time in a teacher's life when you have that kind of an extended long duration time to go into to study theory. And why I say this is also because integration and practical courses are made into such a virtue. Second thing that pre-service teacher education I feel must achieve is to prepare students to address the social disparities in school education. And what just now has been called parallel systems is actually a multi-layered hierarchy of access. And the social anthropologist A.R. Wasabi has shown that we have actually 9 different types of school systems in our country. It's not a government, private, and private-aided system. It's a very highly graded, layered system of hierarchies. So she has divided the school system in our country actually into 9 different types of schools. Because actually when teachers will go into the profession, they will work in specific contexts. So pre-service teacher again is the only time where you can get informed and prepared for understanding these multi-layered hierarchies of school education. So these two elements, a sound theoretical base and understanding the social disparities of schooling, I feel pre-service teacher education must achieve this.
Request Professor Syed to make his brief observations. You have 2 minutes.
Are important in particular. So let me just think about teacher performance system. I think people are confusing or conflating 3 different parts of the performance system. One is you're evaluating the performance of the teacher on an annual basis. Other one is you're using the performance system to determine the professional development needs of teacher. Now, whether it's linked to promotion or not is a different matter. And the simple criteria for performance management systems that are global is not novice proficient. It's simply whether you meet the competency specified or you don't. And then the third one, if you have a 3-level distinction, whether you excel in it. Because if you can't teach inclusively, it's not like you have a choice. You either do it or you don't do it. You know, it's not like it's graded. I mean, it's graded to an extent. Most performance. That's the one thing. The problem with the Australian and most teacher standards is they conflate standards with this novice, proficient, all of them. They don't work, right? Where you have the novice proficient one is when you have a career pathing model. And the short answer factually is many countries do actually, because we did a review for EI, have diversified horizontal and career pathing models that work. And I'll give you 3 examples quickly, Mythili, if I can, right? Now PDR has created a policy which it talked about multiple horizontal and vertical career structures, allowing people to, one path is to remain in teaching, one path is to move out of teaching and leadership, the third part is to move out of it into more official positions. And they treat each part as equivalent. So the salary of a mentor is the same as the salary of a principal, and that deals with it. Similarly, it's not yet in application. In Shanghai, which is considered an example of high-performing country, they have a multiple career path model divided into academic or administrative, with strong salary and non-salary in structures assessed linked to it. Similarly, Mongolia, similarly, Philippines, etc. So it's not something that's unknown. That's the point, right? Whether it's successful or not is another matter, right? But the key point about making it work is the salary is equivalent across the pathways. And the promotion criteria are equivalent. So that's just on teacher. Teacher standards are not linked to pathways nor to performance. They inform it. That's the point. You don't use standards for performance evaluation or for pathway. You do, but you use it indirectly. You write your performance measures using standards, but you don't use your standards as the criteria. That doesn't make sense because you have to translate standards into measures, right? So when you develop teacher training programs, ITE programs, you use standards as competencies teachers must have, but you don't narrowly apply it. The standards are very broad. The Australian standard says the teacher will be able to relate well to a community. How do you translate that into training? How do you even translate it into measuring performance? You've got to translate that into indicators and measures. And most people don't talk about teacher standards these days. They talk about teaching standards. That's a big difference people are doing. So teacher standards is with Australia and other countries. Most countries are now developing teaching standards for various reasons. And I'm not convinced it's a good idea, but that's the point. So that was just the one point about standards. I think the students' questions, I just want to address two. About teacher agency and freedom and authority. I think that's a really good question. The point that you need to know is, I think it was the last presentation, Professor Manjuli made the point. If academics seek autonomy, teachers do the same because teaching is a private act, right? Once you're in that classroom, there's nobody who really watches over you, right? So Bernstein calls it about pedagogic recontextualization. Every teacher recontextualizes. They do it incorrectly as in content, or they do it badly or differently. Teachers have agency. The question is whether you provide it, how you monitor it, how you support it. But the key thing is teachers do it. And they do it every day because that's the nature of teaching. Dan Lorty, the sociologist, says teaching is the most private act. Nobody, it's same with lecturing. Once that door closes, assuming there's a door, nobody really knows unless they video it, which is why NGOs in India, some of them actually have started videoing classes, right? Inspired by monitoring and accountability of World Bank types. But you don't, if you don't video it, you don't. So that's the point. As to content, I think content is an issue and teachers do make content mistakes. Over time, I think content will become less important because students will be much better at finding the content themselves. Artificial intelligence, I don't think I can teach content anymore. The students can easily just search for the answer using AI and chat GPT. I need to change what I do because I don't any longer say what the latest teaching shortfall is. I give an indication, but I said you can Google it while I'm talking. You can get much more accurate answer. So that's the thing about content. I think about incentives. You see, I think there's a lot of talk, your question about incentives. The problem of incentives is that fundamentally teaching, like any other profession, relies primarily on intrinsic motivation. The teachers value commitments and beliefs to doing good is the first starting point. Incentives only work at the point, and working conditions affect incentives. So incentives, people talk about them, but they don't work in people-facing professions. Nurses and doctors don't leave the healthcare because they get money or don't get money. Although below minimum level money is important, I'm not saying anything. After a while, it doesn't motivate people. What motivates people is working conditions and the satisfaction they get out of doing a good job. And that's one of the things about incentives that I think we've learned, that providing incentives in systems that are bad doesn't change the system. It simply gives money to people who might not want it, need it, or can't find use for it, in simple terms. And last thing about recruiting the best, and I'll stop. Recruiting the best is the mantra that everybody makes. The reality is in most countries, you can't recruit the best. And this is a way of answering Padma's question. In most countries, you can only recruit those who apply for the job. And so therefore, it's not who you take into your system, It's what they leave with at the end of your system. So high quality ITE is far more effective in changing people's understanding than trying to endlessly search for recruiting the best, because recruiting the best only works in certain numbers of countries, Finland being one of them. And there, they're largely homogeneous, largely wealthy. Teaching is a good profession, right? And just mentioning Finland, Finland doesn't have teacher standards, in case you needed to know, right? And it tells you something, right? So you don't have to have teacher standards for quality, if you measure quality only. I'll stop there and pass over to Mythili, who will take us more systematically through the debate. Thanks.
I'm going to ask your indulgence for 10 more minutes. I'm not going to try and summarize the very rich discussions that we've had over the 2 days, but broadly bring forth 3 themes under which we can begin to engage in furthering our dialogue that we have initiated. So theme 1 is professionalization of teachers and teaching as a profession. So if you look at policies, we've spoken about fragmentation, inconsistencies, policy implementation gap, lack of resources to back policies and legislations which render them toothless. And perhaps an overarching policy, Michael, may not be the right answer in this context. Again, you know, centralized policies have been argued that it can help overcome parochialism, but they also lose sight of diversity and local needs, as was pointed out in some of the presentations. But then again, state level guidance and resource commitment becomes important for providing directions and movement towards inclusion. Many countries are moving towards marketization and allowing market to decide, and literature shows us that that is detrimental to inclusion. Now, coming on to curriculum, knowledge base, we don't yet have a consensus around knowledge base for teachers and teaching. In India, for example, Gunjan Sharma has written about how different committees come up with different ideas of what it means to prepare teachers and what is the essential knowledge base that needs to go into it. Quite apart from the disciplinary contestations within education and teacher education particularly. And certainly values and beliefs are as important as competences, as Yusuf has been repeatedly pointing out. Then again, there is this tension of a common curriculum framework for parity within the country that was spoken about by quite a few speakers or within a region versus curriculum that prepares teachers for local context and needs. Then how much can a common curriculum prepare? For example, in our own approach to teacher preparation at TISS is to offer a range of specialization courses and experience within a range of schools. But then again, preparing teachers for diversity of context, diversity of institutions and learners by any one program, however long you make it, 4 years, 5 years, it's just going to be impossible. And that is the reason why teacher education has to be looked at in a continuum with an understanding of how much an initial teacher preparation can do and how much of contextual understanding has to be developed through induction programs and then providing for professional development throughout a teacher's career. Then coming to standards for teachers in teaching, that seems to be the recent mantra, which all countries are adopting and rushing to enforce. But then again, who decides and how are the discourses and discussions around standards to set quality parameters really work? And as has been just discussed now by Padma, Yusuf and a few others, these should really be benchmarks that we set for ourselves as professionals in our search towards what is the knowledge base for teachers and teaching. And we just cannot render them into metrics, measurable metrics, because we're not there yet. And I don't think we can ever be there yet, simply because teaching is a very complex practice and we can't render them into measurable metrics that easily. Having said that, do we allow it to continue to be a black box? No, we need to continue to research it and come up with ideas and share it across. So which brings me to the context of the second theme of research. Now, in research, again, a worm's eye view of practitioners is as important as a bird's eye view of the policymakers. We have this, at least in India, it's very strong, the divide among researchers in academia, but among practitioners, policymakers. A greater synergy is definitely going to be needed, and hierarchizing knowledge production and its use has to be critiqued quite strongly. And we've been discussing here over the past 2 days that there is the need to move beyond descriptions to theorization, as Nidhi also pointed out, and we need better databases to decide and create our policies and make them work. And in terms of rendering our incendious engagement on the field, we need to reflect more strongly on what works, how, and where, as Sadhna pointed out. And we need to start moving towards this repertoire of knowledge base for teachers and teaching in different contexts. And for this, comparative perspectives in teacher education becomes quite important, which is still a very fledgling field. And we have to learn to navigate differences, make meanings in different contexts, and develop shared understandings across contexts. So learning more about others also helps understanding our own context better, as many comparative education researchers have pointed out. The third theme on networking and partnerships. So here again, rather than pitching state versus academia, we need to begin to think of creating structures and processes for engaging with all key stakeholders. And how do we forge better networks? And the panel this morning was pretty rich on that, among universities to share ideas and practices and undertake collaborative research. How do we include teacher unions in this conversation, engaging civil society beyond mere tokenism, and navigating boundary challenges? I think that's a very beautiful phrase to look at and consider. And moving beyond hegemony and positionality. These are not easy practices or easy questions, but the most important thing for us is to remain engaged with these. And we need to go beyond dichotomies and approach issues from a continuum. So again, no easy answers does not mean that we stop seeking answers. Again, as Frida quite beautifully put it, it's not barriers to be knocked off, but resources that need to be valued. Not gaps to be bridged, but problems that are inherently dynamic in the sector in which we work in, and how do we solve it. And as Nidhi keeps bringing out in her writings, what is it that we are including children to? So what is the core of our efforts towards inclusion? I think we should never lose sight of that in all of this discussions that we have about teacher professional development. And lastly, I will take cue from our students' question. Nothing is unilaterally good or bad. Everything has certain value in certain places. It's only when we try and extend it beyond its utility or try to move things out of context that we run into troubles. So with that, we will end this very rich discussion. And I invite my colleague, Ruchi, to propose a formal vote of thanks. But really, Professor Said and I are indeed very grateful to all of you to have accepted our invitation and come here and engaged us with such beautiful thoughts, ideas, and sharing of practices. Thank you.
So thank you, everyone. I think it has been a wonderful 2 days, and on behalf of the organizing committee and the co-conveners, Professor Mythili, myself and Meera, I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to all those who have contributed to the success of this symposium, and all the dedication and hard work that has gone into this event cannot be unacknowledged. First and foremost, I want to extend a big thank you to all our student volunteers who tirelessly work behind the scenes Yeah. So these students were everywhere, and they not only participated, they helped us out in housekeeping, hospitality, the management within the this hall itself, outside the hall. They even stepped up for many instances and went beyond what they had volunteered for, and really want to thank them for their enthusiasm, commitment, and want to acknowledge it here. And it has been invaluable. There are around 43 volunteers. It won't be possible for me to read out all the names, but a big thank you to all of you. So next, I would like to mention appreciation for all our staff members in the office, Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, especially Rajul Krishnan, Vishal Shirsagar, Valerie, Meenu Talasila, Swati Kamble, for coordinating all the emails, travel, accommodation, and food arrangements, etc. And I just want to say that your efforts ensured that our guests and participants were well taken care of, allowing them to fully engage in discussions and sessions. Sunita, Saurabh, Ramesh, they all helped with publications, posters, and communication, and ensured that this exhibition that you have seen outside the hall in the corridor, that was well, represented of all the CET publications. Do let us know if you have missed any, and QR code is available. Again, I also want to give my heartfelt thanks to our videographer, Mr. Bharat, and photographer, Mr. Mangesh, who have been documenting all the special moments of this symposium. Also, I must thank Mr. Vijay Jathor for arranging the cultural program yesterday, and Mr. Rohan for all the tech arrangements within the hall and ensuring smooth functioning of the meetings. Yeah. And Imaya for being the master of ceremony for the 2 days. Yeah. Next, I want to thank our esteemed online, international, and domestic speakers. Thank you so much for sharing your research findings, your insights from the ground reality, enriching this symposium with your knowledge. Many of you have traveled from far, and some of the online speakers were up at very unearthly hours to participate in the symposium. All of you, in some ways, overcame your geographical barriers to contribute to these perspectives and expertise. Your presence added a global dimension to our symposium and our understanding of teacher professional development in the global South. We are grateful for your engagement, and we really want to thank you heartfelt for the same. I must also thank our chair, Professor Padma Sarangpani, and co-chair Mythili for helping in conceptualizing this whole symposium itself. And last but not the least, a special thank you to all the participants who joined us either in person or online. Your active participation and thoughtful contributions and questions have truly made the symposium a platform for meaningful exchange of ideas and experiences. Thank you so much.
a very special thanks to Professor Syed, the co-conspirator of this symposium. And thank you, Ruchi.
Last, I also want to thank Kailash and Vijay from our CETE staff who have been helping us in so many tasks. Yeah, thank you, sir.
One last announcement, the dinner has been arranged at 7:30 in the guest house. So who are around can have dinner there and have a pleasant journey back home and happy weekend. Thank you all. We request the panelists to just come near the board for a photograph.